Chapter 539, A Privilege Only One Person Holds. Damien wasn't the only one who'd conceived of this idea, but as the members of the Void cult gradually embraced it, they began to feel an unshakable loyalty. That sense of belonging only made the cult stronger, and its members happier in their devotion. Without the backing of Blue Star, they'd still be scrambling for growth and influence. Damien himself had long taken up residence on Void Island, orbiting Xandar Star. "So all this sea out here belongs to the Void cult?" Stephen asked, staring at the endless blue as Xandar City receded behind them. "At first, it was merely the purchase of a single island," Tony explained. "But then Miss Sonia stepped in," Stephen said, remembering. Tony nodded. "She acquired Void Planet 001 outright, effectively turning it into our primary shipyard. Battleship production skyrocketed overnight. We're pulling in at least 100 billion cosmic coins every year, and that figure doesn't even include revenues from the Void territories. This wasn't a casual investment." Stephen rubbed his chin, still trying to wrap his mind around the numbers. How many coins did that island cost, exactly? Though he'd heard of cosmic coins before, the true scale of interstellar finance was just beginning to sink in. Damien stood on the observation deck, staring down at the emerald green island below. He glanced at Tony, who was tapping figures into a holographic display. "You're saying this place would cost more than 200 million cosmic coins on Xandar?" Damien asked, incredulous. Tony nodded. "At least, in less advanced civilizations, that sum could buy you an entire nation, land, infrastructure, population, and all, no questions asked." Damien rubbed his chin. "Then the real problem isn't finding a seller. It's finding a buyer." "Exactly," Tony said, leaning back. "Ultra-wealthy buyers are used to living in technological paradises. They don't want to trade synthetic sky domes for primitive beaches." He swept his hand over the island's contours projected before them. "That's why I'm so eager to introduce Blue Star's technology up here. Life on Blue Star isn't bad, but it can't compare to Xandar's comforts. Here, you have seamless food and water supply, instant travel networks, and housing that costs a fraction of what you'd pay on Xandar. All of it is supported by a flawless infrastructure." Damien's eyes brightened. "Even the climate control systems?" "Every one of them," Tony confirmed. "Our all-weather environment simulators can recreate any landscape, any temperature, any weather pattern you choose. The catch is that right now they're ridiculously expensive. So expensive they're reserved strictly for ecological restoration projects, not for private luxury estates." Damien let that sink in, picturing the possibilities. If they could adapt Blue Star's technology here, they might not only make the island affordable, they could revolutionize the planet's entire standard of living. And that, he realized, was worth far more than 200 million cosmic coins. Allowing endangered animal species to flourish often means reshaping their habitats, accelerating their breeding, and giving them a real chance to escape extinction. An all-weather environmental control system would be incredibly valuable for that purpose. But that isn't Damien's immediate priority, so mass production of the technology won't happen yet. He knows he'll have to dedicate more time to it in the future. After all, Blue Star has its own creatures that need protection. As he put it, well-off people rarely choose to live on an undeveloped world. Stephen leaned forward. "But Lord Cassidon, the Void God, does visit Blue Star from time to time, doesn't he? How does he even tolerate it?" Stephen grasped Damien's point easily enough, but he was still puzzled. According to the Ancient One's records, Lord Cassidon would materialize on Blue Star at random and stay for periods of time. "Master Cassidon does occasionally spend time on Blue Star," Damien admitted, "but the bulk of his existence is spent on Xandar." He paused to glance around, lowering his voice. "And keep this off the books on Void Island. Few people realize that Lord Cassidon spends much of his time on Blue Star. In fact, only the inner circle of the 9 realms is aware of his secret retreats." Tony had long suspected Cassidon's preference for Blue Star. It let him slip in and out without drawing unwanted attention. Lately, though, Cassidon had stationed himself on Xandar more often, thanks chiefly to Miss Sonia's impeccable care. Exceptional housekeepers were rare on Blue Star, and its culinary offerings simply couldn't compare to the delights found on Void Island. When Stephen learned that this information was not to be shared, he understood immediately. Kassadin, the god of the void, needed to distance himself from the void cult's followers. By basing himself on Blue Star, he could move freely, free of prying eyes. Jarvis had guessed as much too. His logs showed Kassadin placing enormous bulk orders for games of every variety. Still, Jarvis kept his suspicions to himself. With Kassadin's reputation, discretion felt like a matter of survival. Now, Tony's sleek space battleship coasted silently through the void, finally touching down on the helipad of Void Island's experimental sector. The airlock hissed open, and Tony led his companions inside. "Welcome," he said with a grin, gesturing down the corridor. "This is my laboratory." Tony stepped off the battleship onto the sun-drenched tarmac of Void Island, a broad smile on his face. "Damien," he called, waving his arm toward the command center. "You're with me while you're here. First stop, the cafeteria for lunch, and afterward I want you to meet Lacey and the others properly. You may have heard of them, but they've never met you in person." Damien exhaled, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Stepping onto Void Island always felt like coming home. No need for cover identities, no fear that someone would figure out what they could really do. Paige and Pepper hurried inside the main building toward their rooms, eager to change out of flight suits into something more comfortable. Here, free of Blue Star's scrutiny, they could finally let themselves be who they were. As they strolled along a palm-flanked walkway, Damien glanced back toward the villa. "Why the cafeteria? We could eat at the villa if we wanted." Tony gave a playful shrug. "Sure, if all you've got is a tight schedule, but when you've got free time, this place is unbeatable, hectic, noisy, alive." Bruce Banner, falling in beside them, nodded. "Tony and I practically lived in that cafeteria when we were running tests together. It's where ideas and pizza flowed best." Buckling the strap on Damien's messenger bag, Tony added, "Besides, it'll be good for you to mingle. Void Island's our sanctuary, but it's also got the best training facilities in the sector. You're going to like it here." With the cafeteria's cheerful noise growing louder ahead, Damien allowed himself to smile. After everything they'd been through, a warm meal among new friends sounded perfect. And when they finally met Lacey and the rest of the team, he knew he'd found his place. Damien had been cooped up at home all morning, his mind frustratingly blank. Finally, he strolled down to the cafeteria and slid into a seat, eating in silence. No idle chatter, no one-upmanship. Yet even as he chewed, one question nagged at him. Will Saul and the others return this time? A sudden flash of movement drew his eyes. Stephen vaulted off the far counter, spun in midair to warm up, and landed perfectly in front of Tony and his friends. Wiping his palms on his tunic, he spoke as if discussing the weather. "This New Year's pilgrimage will be the second time Lord Kassadin, the god of the void, has chosen to manifest himself." Tony raised an eyebrow. "They say all the chaos this year forced his hand. If we miss this chance, who knows how long we'll have to wait?" Stephen nodded. "It can't be long before they head back to Void Island. They'll definitely return. Nothing keeps them away forever." Damien leaned forward. "And Saul? Do you think he'll make it back for the ritual?" "Saul and the others? Absolutely," Stephen said, folding his arms. "They wouldn't miss it for the world." Tony glanced up at the wall clock. It was 10 o'clock on Xandar, but here on Void Island, the cafeteria never closed. There were always members eating, 24 hours a day. He rose and stretched. "All right, let's head over to the main mess hall and see if there's any news. Maybe we'll run into our pilgrims on the way." Damien stood as well, anticipation buzzing through him. If Lord Kassadin was about to reveal himself, and if Saul really was coming back, there was no time to lose. Together they headed out, the promise of the Void's god calling them onward. Steve watched enviously as Thor and the others vanished in a flash. "It's incredible. He can teleport to Xandar and back in under 10 minutes, Steve muttered to himself. "If I had that power, I'd spend my days on Blue Star and my nights on Void Island." He straightened up, determination in his eyes. "I just hope the evolution pack isn't sold out today. There's got to be a chance to grab one." Bruce Banner, strolling alongside Tony, glanced over with a grin. "Evolution pack? What's that?" From above, Dr. Stephen Strange drifted down, the cloak of levitation swirling at his shoulders. "It's not just a meal," he explained. "It's a limited edition set that delivers a surge of evolutionary energy. Eat one, and you accelerate your growth." Bruce raised an eyebrow. Limited edition? Can't you just order more? Stephen's eyes brightened. Did you say evolve faster? I'm all in. Damien settled into a hardback chair at the bustling Void Island cafeteria, listening as Tony rubbed the back of his neck in exasperation. You really think I don't want to reserve it? Tony sighed, glancing around the crowded hall. Believe me, everyone here would. But on Void Island, only Miss Sonia can place advance orders for the limited evolution package. The rest of us have to show up at the cafeteria and hope there's one left. First come, first served. Once it's gone, you wait for the next chance. Stephen frowned, pushing his glasses back up the bridge of his nose. I get that Miss Sonia secured it for Lord Cassidon, the god of the Void. That makes perfect sense. But Tony, as the pioneer of the Void, shouldn't you be able to order it directly? Tony offered a lopsided grin. Stephen, I'm flattered you think I have that kind of pull, but like I said, my privileges here are very limited. Most of the time, I'm on the same footing as everyone else. Damien let the debate wash over him. The scramble for a single meal spoke volumes about the island's hierarchy. At its peak sat Lord Cassidon, the enigmatic god of the Void, whose very name lent Miss Sonia the authority to assemble chefs from every corner and procure exotic ingredients no one else could. Yet even her considerable influence stopped at that cafeteria door. Unless you were Miss Sonia herself, you had to play the odds. And that was the rule everyone, pioneer or not, had to live with. Cassidon and Sonia shared living quarters, so they almost certainly took their meals together. Sonia had certainly earned that privilege. Beyond the handful of copies Sonia personally booked, there were still 200 to 400 copies of the package waiting in the cafeteria for Void Cult members to purchase. The rule was simple: 3 copies per person, first come, first served. Since we can't reserve them, someone suggested, why not slip the chef a little extra and ask him to give us a heads up the moment more copies arrive? Damien paused to consider. He couldn't afford to let this opportunity slip away. Securing an evolution package, and doing it quickly, was his top priority if he wanted to accelerate his growth. Banner leaned back, shaking his head. I advise you to drop those underhanded ideas. Every member of the Void Cult is a wealthy man, and none of them scrimp when it comes to food. Evolution packages only go on Saga at specific times of the year, and the supply is limited. If you show up when they're released, you might snag one, and if you're living on the island, you'll almost certainly get your share. He studied Damien's eager expression and offered patient counsel. Though the Void Divine Cult now counts only the rich among its ranks, few of them stay here on Void Island full-time. They all have business elsewhere. So go, Banner said. See if you can buy an evolution package. Damien nodded, letting go of his previous scheme. Nearby, Steve watched him intently, as if seeing his own younger self. Steve still ate 7 meals a day, toiling quietly, biding his time until he could unleash his revenge on the world. Yet after undergoing 320 evolutions, he could feel his pace of progress slowing down. Damien leaned back and weighed his options. He needed a new approach, something that would truly accelerate his evolution. After all, neither Pepper nor Paige were warriors. They could afford to advance slowly, step by careful step. But he was a combatant, bound to test his limits, and he refused to be the weakest among the champions of the 9 realms. Satisfied with his plan, he hit send on his second progress report, 3,000 words detailing every breakthrough so far. Chapter 540, The More You Know, the More You Worry. Soon, Damien trailed Tony and the others into a vast hall so grand it resembled a royal banquet chamber rather than a simple cafeteria. Damien had always pictured cafeterias as practical, even a little drab, but this place was the very definition of opulence. Despite his surprise, he followed along as Tony strode confidently toward the gleaming marble counters and polished dining tables. Inside, the high-ceilinged room was alive with laughter and conversation. Crystal chandeliers scattered warm light across rows of sumptuous booths, and the rich aroma of fine wines and gourmet dishes drifted through the air. Even though many students were already seated, the space never felt crowded. Every table seemed to have been arranged with generous elbow room. Damien blinked and asked, "You really call this a cafeteria?" Tony laughed. "Yep, welcome to it." Banner leaned in with a teasing smile. Isn't it nicer than our old cafeteria back home? Damien nodded, still trying to process the transformation. Their previous dining hall had been serviceable, but it had paled in comparison to this extravagant setup. Over the past few years, the Void God religion had expanded rapidly, and Miss Sonia, the organization's financial director, had poured what must have been a fortune into upgrading every aspect of academy life. Now it was clear, when she decided to spend, she spared no expense. We poured a small fortune into overhauling the cafeteria, hoping to lure more of the crew down for a meal. Tony watched Banner's familiar hungry stare in silence, proof that our investment was paying off. A booming voice interrupted the moment. Tony, I just saw your battleship dock. I'm betting you're already racing for the mess hall. Tony grinned and shook his head. You're right on the money. He turned and nearly jumped out of his boots. Standing before him was Kyle, all 2 meters and 500 kilos of him, built like a walking fortress. Had Kyle not laughed that familiar thunderous laugh, Tony might never have noticed him sneaking up. One ill-timed punch from those colossal fists, and Tony would have been rethinking his life choices on the spot. Kyle, Renoli, I heard you two went to that monster planet. Tony stepped forward and clapped a hand against Kyle's massive fist. Renoli, a lean figure with unreadable eyes, stood just behind Kyle. Why do you think we came back so soon? She asked, arms folded. Tony laughed. Fair question. I'm all ears. This year, our plans were completely thrown off by Lord Cassidon's prolonged slumber. We'd intended to linger on the monster planet, but when Alex learned that this was the very year Cassidon would reappear, she ordered us home more than a week early. In the end, I only managed to stay for a month. Damien listened, then frowned. Those insect swarms may be barely edible, he said, but the monster planet has become a required pilgrimage for many in the Void God cult. Membership is swelling, and competition will only intensify. If we don't push ourselves now, we'll find ourselves trailing behind our rivals soon enough. Lix pulled you back. What about Alex? Banner scanned the courtyard, spotting no sign of her. I heard Miss Sonia issued new instructions, Kyle answered. Alex and Lacey are with Miss Sarah, getting up to speed on the latest developments. They should join us for dinner later. The prophet nodded in understanding. After all, Alex oversees the Void Temple on Mowgli, and Lacey rules the Void Land. Neither role leaves much free time for wandering. They'd come mostly to join in the fun and see what was happening. Any missing details could be filled in later with Lacey, Sarah, or Alex. I understand, Damien said. Perfect timing, Miss Sonia replied, her eyes alight. I have someone I want you together. Tony caught her meaning, but held back any questions. Smiling, he followed her lead. Is this the person you wanted to introduce? Kyle inclined his head, scrutinizing Tony's group. Among them stood a solitary figure clad in mage's robes, his life aura surprisingly faint. Allow me, Kyle said to introduce him. He stepped forward. This is Stephen Strange, our newly appointed Supreme Mage and the personal disciple of the Ancient One. Over a month ago, Lord Cassidon endorsed him, bringing him into the Void Cult as one of our own. The moment Kyle mentioned the Ancient One, Tony's wary expression softened. Stephen might look unassuming, but being trained by the Ancient One spoke volumes about his true strength. The Ancient One's disciple, huh? Incredible! Kyle had been indifferent at first, but the moment Tony spoke, he broke into a grin and gave Damien a hearty thumbs up. Across the chamber, Renoli and the Predictor exchanged wary looks. Just over a month ago, the Supreme Mage had fallen. Rumor blamed his own apprentice, Cassius, twisted by Dormammu's dark influence. No sooner had the old mage perished than Lord Cassidon, the Void God, turned his attention to the Ancient One's remaining protege. It was obvious Cassidon had long coveted the Supreme Mage's legacy. Now, with Damien newly crowned as the Supreme Mage, and Odin, Lord of the Nine Realms, also drawn into the Void's orbit, the Void God cult boasted 2 of the universe's mightiest champions. Damien's tenure was still in its infancy, but he carried the weight of Ancient One's teachings like armor. Many already whispered that he would surpass every expectation, rising from the shadows to rival, or even outshine, the greatest heroes of the Nine Realms. In time, the Void God's followers would count yet another unparalleled powerhouse among their ranks. After their minds linked, Renoli smiled and said, Greetings, I'm Renoli. Henceforth, we're allies. If anything is unclear, you need only ask. He held out his hand to Damien. I go by the Seer, and I've long been aware of your reputation, Supreme Mage Damien Strange. Perhaps we might discuss precognition. Damien, who'd heard Tony Stark mention the Ancient One, realized Stark was angling to win over these Void Cult luminaries. He returned Renoli's handshake calmly. Just call me Damien, and I'm afraid I must decline your offer about foreseeing the future. Renoli looked surprised. Damien continued. In our order, the Karmatage, we're forbidden to predict events on a whim. My duty is to safeguard Earth, Blue Star, as you call it, and preserve the balance of the magical realms. He spoke quickly but without hesitation. Standing before Tony and Bruce Banner, Damien felt no real intimidation. After all, they were humans from the same 9 realms. So long as their goals didn't clash, there was no barrier to friendship. Damien's pulse raced as he faced the 3 figures before him, renowned champions of the Void God religion whose reputations spanned the galaxy. Guyi's assurance that they meant him no harm did little to calm his nerves. Tony, the sect's foremost warrior, exuded an aura of invincibility, and his 2 companions seemed equally lethal. Only moments ago, their silent approach would have struck Damien down without warning. He'd have had no chance to raise a shield. Now, stripped of his time stone, he felt alarmingly vulnerable. Guarding the balance of nature and the magical world, Damien muttered, forcing a wry smile. Mages really know how to make things difficult. The prophet, standing just behind him, met his gaze with a quiet disappointment, hardly unexpected, but still there. I anticipated your hesitation, Damien, he said softly, yet this path lies before us, and we cannot turn away. Because the fabric of time fans out into infinite branching paths, it creates countless parallel worlds, and with them, endless versions of every individual. If we meddle too deeply in the future, those divergent selves will multiply uncontrollably, plunging the multiverse into chaos. There really is nothing we can do to stop it. Damien sensed the prophet's disappointment and spoke quietly. I understand what you're saying, he admitted, but those parallel realms don't directly affect our own universe. The prophet regarded him with a gentle sternness. As a member of the Void Cult, you must learn to keep an open mind. Your only true obligation is to uphold the tenets of our faith in the Void God. Beyond that, every choice is yours alone. If you insist on moving forward with your hands tied, you'll never discover a better destiny. On the contrary, the prophet murmured, you risk an even worse fate. Damien squared his shoulders. This is my choice, he said firmly, and if that's what I must face, I accept it. The prophet studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Damien's grasp of multiversal theory was already beyond what most magi ever achieved. In the prophet's eyes, the edicts of the magical realm were far more suffocating than those imposed by the Void Cult. Such rigid constraints bred despair, and unchecked despair could warp into hatred, rebellion, even an overwhelming urge to annihilate everything that stood in one's way. It was the inevitable outlet for longing that had been repressed too long. If Damien failed to temper his own power and purpose, the prophet warned, there was every chance he might turn dark in other corners of the multiverse. Tony, who had been listening in stunned silence, finally spoke. Multiverse entities, what are you talking about? The prophet turned his calm gaze on him. The multiverse lies beyond the understanding and the reach of almost every being in existence. Only those who wield advanced magic, possess the gift of precognition, or wield superhuman strength can even perceive its currents, let alone navigate them. If this is confusing, Tony, don't force yourself, the prophet added gently. These matters are not your burden, at least not yet. Tony swallowed, still overwhelmed, but nodded. Damien, for his part, met the prophet's eyes with a quiet determination that neither rule nor restriction would break his will. Damien's foresight had grown far beyond what it once was. With each passing day, he could peer deeper into the future, and the more he saw, the heavier the weight on his spirit. Endless knowledge eroded his hopes and piled unseen burdens upon him. That's why most precogs, Damien included, use their gifts sparingly. They choose to savor the present and regard the future as a distant horizon. In doing so, they preserve a clear mind, unchained by the cravings that too much foreknowledge can provoke. They also avoid stepping anywhere near Kassadin's domain. The Void God's influence is too corrosive. Damien could easily chart Stephen's fate at a glance, but he steadfastly refuses. Every revelation only strengthens his hesitations, each one forging fresh shackles around his heart. Though he has never met Gu Yi, Damien senses that the young mage's life is bound by the rigid laws of the magical world. Where is the joy in such an existence? If those ancient rules were truly unbreakable, the supreme mage, known as the Ancient One, could never have been felled by another's hand, much less by her bungling disciple, Cassius. I'd be happy to help. Could you please paste the full chapter text you'd like me to rewrite? Once I have the complete passage, I'll revise it into clear, idiomatic English with Damien as the male lead. Chapter 541, Differences Among the Multiverse's Champions. Gu Yi stands at the very summit of the cosmos, yet the ancient, inflexible laws he inherited have bound him all his life, a bittersweet irony, to say the least. Damien and his companions strolled into the cafeteria, found an empty table, and sat down. Multiverse, one of them began hesitantly. Does that mean there are countless other universes besides ours? And does that imply there are other versions of myself out there? Another chimed in. Despite the prophet's warning to refrain from questions, they couldn't hide their fascination. Standing before a realm of possibilities no one had ever seen, curiosity was inevitable. The prophet smiled gently. Think of it as infinite potential within you. At certain pivotal moments, birth, for example, your life could branch in any direction. In another universe, you might even have been born a different gender. They all fell silent, absorbing the weight of that revelation, their lives not fixed, but woven into an endless tapestry of what-ifs and might-have-beens. You're a man in this universe, the predictor began, but in others, you may live as a woman. Damien frowned, trying to follow. I don't understand. Think of every pivotal choice point in your life as a branch, the predictor continued. If you marry someone, one universe splits off in which you remain single. If you survive a near-fatal crisis, another version of you perishes. Each decision, and even the subtle shifts in your character, spawns its own reality. Some versions of you grow kinder, others grow darker. Damien's eyes widened. So there are infinite versions of me, each living out different possibilities? Exactly, the predictor said. In one world, we're inseparable friends. In another, we've never met. No single life path is wholly best. Each has its triumphs and regrets. He leaned closer, voice low. But remember this. Whoever bears the void's blessing, whoever taps into its power, will outshine every other you across the multiverse. Among all those countless selves, you will stand as the strongest. Damien swallowed, a mix of awe and determination burning in his chest. Infinite lives, infinite fates, and now an infinite challenge. Damien radiated an almost unsettling certainty as he spoke. Tony Stark frowned, intrigued. That sounds really complicated, he admitted. Bruce Banner and the others exchanged looks of awe. Their understanding of reality had just deepened in ways they could barely grasp. Even Dr. Stephen Strange leaned forward. Newly minted as the Sorcerer Supreme, he'd pored over every scroll and codex left by Camartage, yet his knowledge of the multiverse still felt incomplete. Sensing their unspoken questions, Damien offered a reassuring smile. It is complicated, he agreed, but you don't need to lose sleep over it. He let that sink in before continuing. Only a very few existences can actually span the multiverse. Tony raised an eyebrow. Damien pressed on. To transcend time and space means you're no longer bound by them. Time doesn't pass for you, and dimensional boundaries no longer constrain you. In that state, everything else across every universe simply vanishes. Only you remain. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. You exist all at once in the past, present, and future. In that self-contained realm, what I call the realm of the self, there is no before or after. No other consciousness can peek into your past or your future, because for you, time has folded into a single point, you. Damien sat in tense silence as the prophet's voice echoed through the chamber, each word heavy with portent. It is absolutely impossible to erase such a powerful being from the river of time and send them tumbling back to a previous moment, the prophet began, his eyes reflecting distant stars. If you wish to end their life, you must exploit a precise vulnerability or wield overwhelming force sufficient to annihilate their very essence. He leaned forward, voice dropping to a whisper. Those few who stand at the summit of power are known as multiversal apexes. Lord Cassidon is one such existence. His destiny unfolds only in those universes where he emerges. Though infinity teems with alternate possibilities, countless versions of every soul, only our reality can conjure Lord Cassidon's unique trajectory. Damien frowned. So even across infinite worlds, only one can give birth to Cassidon's path? Precisely, the prophet confirmed. Unless Lord Cassidon himself ventures from one universe to another, only our cosmos can truly summon him. A troubled silence fell. Damien glanced up. And what of your gift of prophecy? Surely you foresaw Guyi's death or the Ancient One's moves. The prophet's normally luminous eyes dulled for a moment. My sight has faltered, he admitted. I did not foresee Guyi's fall, and yet I once perceived the ripples the Ancient One's actions sent through the universe. Their power is vast, but it has not yet reached true multiversal sovereignty. They remain bound to our reality, not an independent force across all worlds. Damien leaned back, digesting the truth. The Ancient One might shatter galaxies with a glance, but even they had not yet pierced the veil that separated one universe from the next. And if he hoped to confront an apex like Cassidon, or prevent another catastrophe, he would have to find a weakness no one else had ever discovered. Now that the Ancient One of their universe has died, it serves as a temporal boundary. Although countless Ancient Ones in other universes will also choose to perish at this same moment, it doesn't mean the Ancient One is gone from the multiverse entirely. In some timelines, a living Ancient One still exists. That's precisely why no one can transcend time and space. So that means Mr. Odin is still alive here, Damien said, but he's dead in other universes? He paused to collect his thoughts before adding, the moment a lifespan ends isn't a new beginning, it's simply fate. Faced with inevitable destruction, countless beings across the multiverse reach their end at once and cannot escape death. But because Mr. Odin made contact with Lord Cassidon, Damien continued, he broke free from those shackles of fate. Unless someone kills him outright, he can never truly meet his destined end. The prophet inclined his head in approval. Exactly right. A satisfied smile spread across Damien's face as the prophet confirmed his reasoning. Steve felt a surge of hope at the mention of the multiverse. If countless realities existed beside theirs, then somewhere out there Bucky was still alive. Somewhere he never became Hydra's pawn, but instead retired with honor and grew old in peace. Even if Steve never personally witnessed that world, knowing it existed was enough to lift his spirits. The universe, he thought, was nothing short of miraculous. Peggy's heart fluttered as memories and possibilities mingled in her mind. She had carried her regrets to the grave, never reuniting with Steve after the war, never fulfilling the life she'd always imagined. Now here he was again, standing before her. She was grateful for the chance to make up for the past, to share new adventures with him in a world teeming with heroes she'd only heard about in legends. Yet the seer's visions also showed other Peggys, growing old alongside their Steves, only to face the same eventual farewell. So many versions of themselves, each with its own joys and sorrows. Could there really be alternate versions of us out there? She whispered. Tony sat back, absorbing the implications. If the multiverse was real, then in some realities his parents might have survived that fateful crash and lived out long, happy lives. The thought both thrilled and unsettled him. So many worlds, so many possibilities, and each one held its own story. Tony paused, absorbing the implications. If he ever reached true multiversal power, would that simultaneously erase every other version of himself across the cosmos? Isn't that brutal? He muttered. Bruce Banner nodded thoughtfully. There's a huge difference between a multiverse-class strongman and someone at the multiverse apex. They're fundamentally different concepts. The universe is vast, and occasionally individuals are born with the rare gift or curse of traversing multiple realities. Such a traveler can choose to eliminate alternate selves, step into their place, and tap into experiences and knowledge they never originally had. Over time, they grow stronger, maybe not strong enough to topple cosmic deities, but formidable enough to be feared throughout many universes. They can bend, even shatter, the rules that bind each reality. Still, what they achieve is simply the transcendence of spatial limits, true supremacy over the entire multiverse, reaching peak existence across all realities. That's on a whole other level. Damien, Banner, and Steve sat in the dimly lit sanctum, arcane runes flickering along the walls. A hush fell over the chamber as the prophet cleared his throat. "It has not truly transcended time," the prophet began, his voice echoing softly. "No matter how many lifetimes it endures, death will pursue it in one form or another." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. Damien felt a spark of clarity ignite in his mind. "So that's what it means," he murmured. Banner's eyes widened in agreement. "There's always a higher mountain beyond the one we've climbed." Steve folded his arms, a mixture of awe and excitement in his tone. "To think there are intelligences even beyond the universe's pinnacle, beings our minds can hardly conceive." The prophet nodded gravely. "Precisely. If you remain bound by our world's arcane rules, you court disaster instead of enlightenment. The true aim of the Void God faith is to understand the nature of thought itself. My insights come from mastering the currents of time and from those who have journeyed through the void's depths. Remember this above all: a closed mind bodes ill within our order." Damien realized that this wasn't about choosing an evolutionary path to grow stronger, but about sharpening his mindset. He needed to decide for himself which future he wanted to walk into. Kyle leaned back with a casual shrug. "Honestly, you don't have to overthink it. The multiverse is just a playground. Pick the future you want. Even if it's filled with chaos beyond our control, we little guys don't have to clean it up. If the sky ever falls, someone taller will be there to hold it up." "Our patron is Lord Cassidon, the god of the void," Renoli added, his tone steady. Kyle flashed a grin. "At the end of the day, the most important thing is living up to yourself. A life chained by endless rules and regulations only leads to frustration." Renoli nodded in agreement. Damien had heard the same counsel from the prophet, but knowing it and living it were two different things. Versions of himself might exist across countless universes, but their lives weren't his to live. Even the same person, set on a different course, could wind up in a completely different future. Then they're nothing more than alternate versions of ourselves, familiar, but not truly us, Damien mused. In another universe, these people might never have met. But that doesn't matter here. They met in this life, became friends, and all we can do is cherish the present. Tony smiled and nodded in agreement. "I won't lie, I'm tempted to peek into other realms, maybe one where my parents never died, but only as an observer. I have no interest in trading places. Ever since I encountered Cassidon, the god of the void, my path changed completely. It pulled me out of Earth's orbit, introduced me to real comrades, and helped me drop all pretenses. Pepper and I became true partners, and together we've set our sights on the future. With a long life ahead, I plan to pursue every dream I've ever had. Honestly, I couldn't be happier with where I am right now." Chapter 542, The Appointed Mentor. As the chatter around him swelled, the waitstaff finally brought out the dishes. Damien eyed the steaming fish before him and took a bite. "Incredible," he murmured, savoring flavors he'd never experienced. He'd forgone the limited edition Evolution set, but this alone more than satisfied his appetite. That's when he felt it, a scorching, oppressive energy sweeping toward the cafeteria. Damien's eyes narrowed. He stood and approached a window just in time to see a towering figure clad in crimson, radiating the unmistakable aura of a releaser. Flanking him were two breathtaking women moving with confident grace. Damien turned to Banner. "Who are those two?" Banner smiled, having caught Damien's stunned expression. "The blonde with the hourglass figure is Lacey, and the redhead? That's Miss Sarah. She handles our recordings." Damien couldn't hide his admiration. "They're stunning." Banner glanced back out the window. "Indeed, you'll get to know them soon enough." It's true. You really can't judge someone by appearances," Stephen remarked. I nodded and asked, "But what kind of person is the recorder, Miss Sarah?" Stephen's face lit up. "She's adored by countless members of the Void cult, a walking treasure trove of knowledge, a direct descendant of Envoy Sonia and one of the few officially appointed public officers in the Void religion. She's generous, compassionate, and everyone who meets her feels both respected and inspired." Banner, who'd been listening intently, leaned forward. "A public officer of the Void God religion, you say? What kind of power does she wield?" Stephen glanced toward the entrance, where Sarah was just coming into view. Despite Alex's imposing aura, a steady stream of Void Cult followers greeted her with reverence. Stephen had pieced together her reputation, but he still wondered, why wasn't Sarah listed in the Void chapter? Was it because her abilities were too modest, or because she concealed her true strength so carefully? As long as Sarah is kind and good-hearted, it really doesn't matter how strong she is, Banner said with a smile. Steve and Tony wanted to chime in, but with their wives standing beside them, they held back. Privately, though, both men thought Sarah was extraordinary, and no one could be sure just how powerful she truly was. Just like Sonia, she's very low-key, Kyle observed. She doesn't like to flaunt her abilities. Unless it becomes absolutely necessary, I doubt we'll ever put the Void Cult in a position so dire that Sarah has to intervene. She's someone who walks in the light, he added, smiling gently. Kyle hoped Sarah's pure, gentle spirit would remain uncorrupted by darkness. For those of them accustomed to shadowy paths, her presence was a constant reminder of what they were fighting to protect. Stephen listened thoughtfully as the others spoke. Tony leaned back in his chair, eyeing Sarah as she moved through the courtyard. I still have no idea how strong she is these days, Stephen shrugged. If I wanted to take you down, Tony, it'd be as easy as swatting my own grandson. Tony chuckled. Oh, come on. You know her control is far sharper than ours. Stephen's expression grew serious. Just because she looks fragile and keeps to herself doesn't mean she can't fight. Don't let that calm demeanor fool you. Tony sighed, recalling Ernie's warning. No one on Void Island was to be underestimated. Sarah certainly appeared harmless. Her soft features and polite manners gave no hint of the lethal skill Sonia had drilled into her. She really doesn't look dangerous, he admitted. That's exactly why she's the most dangerous, Stephen replied quietly. Remember that. At that moment, Alex and Lacey strolled into the cafeteria, Sarah following closely behind. Lacey waved cheerfully. Mr. Tony! Mr. Banner! Sarah stepped into the familiar chamber and paused at the threshold. As soon as Steve, Pepper, and Paige spotted her, their faces brightened. Welcome back, Steve said, rising to greet her. Sarah returned his smile. Thank you. I just got in not long ago and haven't had the chance to stop by with my reports. Tony leaned forward from his seat, grinning. Well, you're here now. No need to run all the way over to my place. Consider this a perfect time. Sarah offered a polite nod and introduced herself. I'm Sarah, the scribe for the Void Cult. She then turned to the only person she hadn't met yet. And you are? The newcomer stood, tall and composed, draped in deep blue robes that caught the torchlight. Stephen Strange. Like Tony here, I come from the 9 Blue Stars. I'm one of their supreme mages. Just Stephen is fine, he added with a warm smile. No titles necessary. Sarah's eyes widened in genuine respect. A supreme mage of the 9 Blue Stars. Impressive. Tony, I've been hearing great things about your progress at the Blue Star Outpost. Tony shrugged modestly. We've been busy, but it's good to have more hands on deck. Stephen took his seat again, folding his hands in his lap. I look forward to working with all of you. There's much to be done, and I've heard Sarah's reports are as thorough as they come. Sarah laughed softly. I'll do my best to live up to that reputation. Then, turning back to Steve, Pepper, and Paige, she added, Shall we begin? As expected of someone highly regarded by Lord Cassidon, the god of the void. When Alex learned Damien's true credentials, as one of Cassidon's personally chosen compatriots, he looked at him with genuine admiration. That's incredible, he said, his praise heartfelt. Damien merely offered a modest smile. He'd grown accustomed to Alex's misunderstanding. Explaining the Void Cult's inner workings was always a headache, so he simply accepted the compliment. In truth, most of the Void's operatives on Blue Star of the 9 Realms were handpicked by Cassidon himself. Pepper and Peggy had only slipped in by sheer luck, seizing a rare opening. Damien, however, had been personally recommended by Cassidon, so Alex's admiration, while somewhat misplaced, wasn't entirely unfounded. Stephen, successor to the Ancient One, Supreme Mage of the Void. My name is Alex, Alex went on, stepping forward. If you ever run into problems you can't handle, you know where to find me. He stretched out a massive hand, his fingers broad as tree trunks and palm open in greeting. A friendly smile curved his lips. Pleased to meet you. Stephen regarded that gargantuan hand in awed silence. Then, as if returning an unspoken pact, he lifted his own fist and tapped Alex's fingertips gently. Now Damien truly understood the value of having powerful patrons. The moment the leading experts of the Void God cult learned he and his companions were disciples of the Ancient One, their attitude shifted from cold suspicion to respectful curiosity. "My name's Lacey," she said, stepping forward. "I've heard that the Ancient One's magic can teleport you through space." Stephen Strange inclined his head. "That's correct." Lacey's eyes lit up. "As a disciple of Guyi, do you know how it works? Could you really jump across galactic distances?" Stephen smiled. "You can teleport to any place you've been or can clearly imagine. You could step off Void Island and appear on Blue Star in an instant." Her excitement was obvious. "Can only you teleport, or can you bring other people along?" "As long as the spell remains active, you can transport as many travelers as you wish," Stephen replied. He glanced at Lacey with approval. Just what I'd expect from the Supreme Mage's apprentice. Alex, who'd been standing nearby, broke into a broad grin. "This is a battlefield-changing gift. When our Void God cult begins its expansion, having instantaneous, unlimited troop movements will be an absolute game-changer." Damien raised his staff and concentrated. With a silent ripple in the air, he vanished, and reappeared a heartbeat later several paces behind the row of training dummies. Again, he flicked his wrist, and in a split second, he was back at the head of the room. "This is Void Teleportation," he announced, ice calm but charged with energy. "With it, we can encircle and outflank our foes on a moment's notice, or reinforce and withdraw just as quickly. On the battlefield, that kind of mobility will give the Void God cult a decisive edge." Lacey's eyes lit up. "That's amazing. If any of our comrades ever run into trouble, you can simply teleport straight to them." Sarah leaned forward, a touch of envy in her tone. "Count me in, too. Whenever there's a fight, I'll be there with you." Damien allowed himself a modest smile. "I'm glad you see how useful it can be." From the back of the hall, Alex nodded in approval. "You've only been with us for 2 months, Damien, and already your progress is astonishing." Since joining the Void God cult, Damien had pushed himself to evolve as fast as the precepts would allow. Officially, his current duty was nothing more than ferrying supplies to the monster planet, but with this teleportation magic, he knew his true worth was only beginning to show. "You can bring him along from now on." Tony observed Alex's recognition of Damien and his concern for what Damien hoped to achieve. Damien's magic was ever-changing, but on a planet teeming with monsters, it was simply too dangerous. Without heightened senses and a hardened body, he would be torn apart by predators the moment he arrived in that darkness-filled world. "As long as he's willing," Tony said, "protecting him is no problem. I'll handle it." Alex nodded without hesitation. Loki had fled the last time, and Alex hadn't judged him. Few could bear that kind of torment. Even those influenced by Mowgli shuddered at the thought of returning. "Please," Alex urged, "tell me everything I need to know." Damien braced himself. The trials ahead wouldn't be pleasant, but to carve out a place among the strong, no hardship was too great. "You have spatial teleportation," Tony explained. "When you're ready to make the pilgrimage to the New Year realm, just let me know." Alex's eyes lit up. "There's a teleportation pad here. I'll guide you through the process whenever you're set." With that, the path was laid. Damien steeled himself for the journey to come. "Take me there next year to see it for myself." Steve's heart stirred at Stephen's request. Since joining the Void cult, his power had skyrocketed. He'd undergone 320 evolutions, now just above the group's average. Finally, he'd have the chance to pursue Tony and the others. Determined to face any challenge, he nodded. "All right." Relief washed over Stephen's face. "Excellent. It's settled then." Alex, leaning back with a bemused smile, remarked, "Really? I thought Alex was supposed to be terrifying. Certainly doesn't look it now." Stephen shot Alex an amused glance, then turned to Sarah. "Miss Sarah, when Senior Sonia visited, did she give you any other instructions?" Sarah exchanged a quick look with Kyle, who leaned forward, curiosity shining in his eyes. "Yes. Starting next year, Senior Sonia wants a comprehensive dossier on every member's void magic. She's also expecting full cooperation from the rest of us. And," Sarah added, "she's laid plans for establishing a magic temple." Sarah closed her notes with a determined nod. Even after cataloging the void magic abilities of over 200 cultists, she knew this was only the beginning of a much larger task. Damien leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees as he listened to Sarah explain. Across the circle, Kyle shifted uncomfortably. "Remember," Sarah said, "only a handful of void cult members live here on the island year-round. The rest of our brethren rove the world, making it nearly impossible to steer casual group chats toward advanced creation magic, let alone conduct serious research. If we're going to gather everyone for a full survey and proper classification, we need a direct mandate from Senior Sonia." Damien exchanged a worried glance with Kyle. "So we're really building a void magic temple?" Kyle ran a hand through his hair. "Does that mean we have to appoint new temple officials?" "Not necessarily," Sarah replied with a gentle shake of her head. "Sonia hasn't set any formal ranks yet. The point of the temple is to help each member clarify their own evolutionary direction in void magic and then find kindred practitioners to collaborate with. Whether your specialty is creation, destruction, dimensional weaving, or something else, pairing up people who share your focus will let you swap insights and co-develop spells. In the end, that synergy will strengthen every single cultist, no official titles required." Magical instruction and the void cult. The new curriculum must emphasize broadly useful spells, magic that doesn't demand stringent prerequisites for advancement. Renoli shot Damien a knowing look. Almost 90% of the temple's magic clerks fall under Damien's jurisdiction. He's been recruiting and overseeing their training ever since he arrived. But Damien only recently pledged himself to the void cult. Though his lineage and reputation are impeccable, his personal power isn't yet on par with the cult's expectations. He hasn't fully embraced the void god's doctrine, so, for now, the clerical offices in the temple must remain officially vacant. Once Damien has proven his worth and become a true son of the void cult, the more accessible and convenient spells will be formally introduced into the cult's teachings. When the temple's officers begin offering these general-purpose magics, they'll wield greater influence and secure broader recognition within the hierarchy. Tony Stark has been aware of Cassidin's strategy ever since it was first proposed. His plan has always been to install Damien as a magic instructor the moment he swears himself fully to the void god. Establishing an official magic temple, complete with curriculum and staff, is the natural next step, one that will benefit both the cult and its newest aspirant. It looks like the chapter text didn't come through. Could you please paste the full machine-translated chapter here? Once I have the text, I'll revise it, renaming Harvey to Damien, male, making Stephen the appointed magic teacher, and polishing the prose for a smooth, idiomatic English read. Chapter 543, Don't Shame Your Name. Damien sat among his companions in the high-ceiling council hall, watching Miss Sonia as she unfurled her plan. "We need to build a true temple of magic," she announced, voice steady. "Not for Stephen's sake, but because the void cult has grown stronger than ever. Our members have each developed their own strains of void magic. Now is the time to organize those talents into clear specializations." She paused, letting the idea sink in. "A dedicated temple won't just accelerate everyone's progress," she continued. "It will also make it far easier to deploy the right people when we expand our territory." Alex, standing beside her, nodded. "My orders are to persuade our brethren on Mowgli to spend more time with Miss Sarah," he added. A murmur rippled through the room. The people of Xandar had a reputation for beauty, but the tribesfolk of Mowgli saw things differently. Sarah's looks alone wouldn't win their loyalty, and most never stayed long on Void Island. If the newcomers were to bond with her, Alex would have to lead them in person. Tony, leaning against one of the ornate pillars, glanced at Lacey. "And you as well, Lacey?" he asked. His tone was light, but carried an unmistakable edge. "Alex isn't suggesting we split up without strong support, so you'll accompany him." Lacey lifted her chin, meeting Tony's gaze without flinching. "Understood," she said crisply. She had trained for moments like this, bridging gaps between distant tribes, keeping fragile alliances intact. Damien watched the exchange, his mind already racing ahead. Between Sonia's temple, Alex's outreach mission, and the delicate balance of power on Mowgli, every decision now would shape the cult's future. He slipped to his feet. "Then it's settled," he said. We build the temple, we send our envoys, and we ensure no one's honor is ever called into question again." A hush fell over the hall as each member weighed Damien's words. Today, they would set a course that could define the Void Cult for generations to come. "No. Miss Sonia wants us to summon the 2 agents from the Land of Nothingness for an inspection," Lacey explained. "They've overseen the Void Realm so effectively these past 2 years that her presence will both quash any lingering dread of the Void God sect and deepen their respect, key to smoother governance going forward." Lacey shook her head. In her view, the visit wasn't strictly necessary. So long as she remained within the void, the puppet posed no threat, yet she knew her administrative skills paled beside Sonia's. If Sonia wished it, she would relay the order. "You mean Nikov and Madame Butterfly?" she asked. "Exactly. They've managed the Land of Nothingness with impeccable order. There's no need for concern. The last 2 years are proof enough." Kyle nodded, recalling their accomplishments. He still admired how Nikov, discarding all pretenses of weakness, had unleashed his might and gained complete control of the Void Realm single-handedly. Damien spread a detailed map of the Void Lands across the table, the lamplight glinting off the parchment's fine filigree. "Given his background as a civilized overlord," he began, "Niklov already has the systems in place for administration, finance, even infrastructure development. And Madame Butterfly retains absolute control over the land's intelligence network. Appointing them as our local governors is a strategic move. I've dispatched them both to Void Island to establish their bases." Lacey leaned forward, fingers resting lightly on the map's edge. "Then it sounds like we can step back and let them handle things," she observed. She trusted Niklov's organizational acumen and Butterfly's network of spies, but she kept her tone measured. "Still, is it wise to send 2 outsiders in such a volatile territory?" Damien met her gaze. "The Voidlands are too chaotic for direct oversight by cult members. That responsibility falls to you, Miss Lacey. You're the region's official manager. Your duty is to maintain overall stability. The day-to-day governance, the ordinances, the local disputes, those fall to our appointed agents." Stephen, who had been flipping through a leather-bound tome left by the Ancient One, frowned. "I've read every chronicle in this library, Damien," he said. "Lacey is indeed the Voidland's steward, but I've never come across anyone named Niklov in those records. What is his true origin?" Lacey shook her head. "All I know is that, years ago, he ruled a civilized domain of his own, built its markets, its courthouses, even its roads. He was formidable, both as a statesman and as a warrior. That's precisely why he's suited to tame the disorder on Void Island." Stephen tapped the book's worn cover. "And Madame Butterfly? I recall only whispers. She collapsed an entire smuggling ring overnight, yet nobody seems to know where she learned her trade." Damien allowed himself a faint smile. "Her methods are her own secret. What matters is that between Niklov's administrative skill and Butterfly's intelligence network, no threat, external or internal, will go unnoticed or unaddressed." Lacey folded her arms, studying the map's tangle of jagged aisles and hidden coves. "Then we'll hold to this plan. I'll concentrate on the broader picture, the treaties, the alliances, keeping the Void Lands from spilling into anarchy. You two can trust Niklov and Butterfly to handle the rest." Stephen closed the ancient tome with a soft snap. "Very well. Let's hope our new governors prove every bit as capable as you say they are." Outside the council chamber's shutters, the wind howled across the blackened landscape of the Voidlands. Inside, the future of that turbulent realm rested firmly in 3 hands. Lacey's steady command, Niklov's iron governance, and Butterfly's far-reaching eyes, each a strand in the web Damien had just begun to weave. Lacey looked around at the assembled team and said, "Butterfly handles all of our intelligence gathering." Tony Stark raised an eyebrow. "I still don't see it. How does someone who styles himself the civilized overlord wind up as an agent of chaos?" Stephen Strange gave a wry smile. "That's a long story, but you're both underestimating the status of the Voidland's emissary. In fact, our representative there outranks the so-called civilized overlord." Lacey picked up the thread. Voidland was originally carved out by the Collector. Today, it falls under our banner, our Void Dominion. Its standing in the cosmic hierarchy is far above what most people assume. Seeing Stephen's puzzled expression, Lacey added, You only joined the Void cult recently, Stephen. You haven't been navigating the universe's power plays for long, so it's natural you don't have the full picture yet. She turned to Tony and Bruce Banner. Between the two of you, Stephen can get up to speed on how the universe really works. Knowledge on that scale is part of what makes a truly powerful being. Kyle gave Stephen an encouraging nod. We'll fill you in. The more you understand, the stronger you become. Good. Stephen winced at his own words. He'd overstepped, making assumptions without understanding the full picture. He cleared his throat. By the way, any idea where Star-Lord might be right now? Tony took that as his opening to shift gears. The universe is enormous, he said, tugging at the sleeve of his armored gauntlet. We've barely scratched the surface of its mysteries. Star-Lord never officially joined the Void cult, which means Kassadin still hasn't recognized him. Right now, I'd bet he's down there, petitioning the Void God for favor. Sarah leaned forward, her eyes thoughtful. Funny you should mention that. I've spent the last 600 days trying to be accepted into the Void faith myself. I've prayed every dawn and dusk for a blessing, yet I can't bring myself to abandon my old loyalties. Tony arched an eyebrow. 600 days without so much as a sign, and you're still standing? Sarah offered a small, wry smile. I won't leave until I know for sure. Word on the street is, once Star-Lord strikes his deal, give it 2 years, he'll finally Ovon. Pilgrim Star-Lord, Tony mused, tapping his chin. I kind of like that. As long as he perseveres, he will be recognized in time. When Alex heard Damien's name, he couldn't help but admire him. If the people on the planet Mowgli shared Damien's patience and faith, the Void cult would number far more than 60 members after all these years. Tony's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected that his attempt to sway Damien would lead to a formal pact with their companions, nor that Kassadin would impose such a grueling trial. It had been nearly 2 years since Damien arrived, and he still hadn't earned the Void's blessing or official induction into the cult. Damien might not have Stephen Strange's raw talent, but Kassadin clearly saw his potential. Perhaps that was precisely why the test had been so severe. Kassadin's reasoning was always hard to predict. Still, Tony genuinely hoped Damien would succeed in the end. When Stephen learned the trial had already stretched beyond 600 days, even he couldn't help but feel concerned for their steadfast friend. Damien encountered almost no obstacles when he decided to join the Cult of the Void. From his first meeting with Kassadin, the god of the Void, to consulting Tony about the rituals and finally receiving the Void's blessing, the entire process took less than 2 days. Even so, he knew there was far more to learn about the cult's mysteries. While Damien wrapped up his initiation, the rest of the group lingered over a hearty meal, swapping stories and laughter in the dining hall. When the plates were cleared, Sarah slipped away, returning to her duties at the Temple of Records. These last weeks before the New Year's pilgrimage were her busiest time. Kyle, Renoli, and the others considered staying longer to quiz Damien about his new role. But they also realized how fresh he was to Void lore, and that their presence might distract him from truly absorbing the teachings. So they exchanged knowing glances and let the questions go for another day. With that decided, Paige, Pepper, and Steve made their way to the nearby training grounds. Banner and Tony remained behind, accompanying Damien back to the experimental wing. There, amid humming machines and shadowy glyphs, the real work, his true education in the ways of the Void, was about to begin. Damien strode back into the experimental wing, flanked by Tony and Banner, and didn't bother with small talk. Tony, Banner, walk me through everything you know about the Void cult and the wider state of the universe. I need details. His bluntness betrayed his frustration. He still felt like the odd one out, jumping into conversations half-formed and missing crucial context. Although Kyle and the others never looked down on him, they'd been nothing but patient, Damien couldn't shake the self-consciousness. Kyle caught his eye and offered a reassuring grin. Hey, you're part of this team now. Nobody expects you to know it all overnight. Tony leaned against a lab console with a wry smile. Exactly. We all started clueless. Learning is a step-by-step process. Banner nodded in agreement. When I first joined this group, I barely understood half of what was happening out there. Under Kyle's leadership, though, I gradually put the pieces together about the cult, the interstellar politics, even our own potential. It changed everything: my outlook, my purpose, and yes, the way my powers work. Damien inhaled, steadied by their support. With Tony and Banner ready to fill in the blanks, he felt more confident than ever to dive headlong into the mysteries of the Void Cult, and into his own place in this vast, unfolding story. Damien sat alone in the heart of the Void God Temple's inner sanctum, runes of pale blue light drifting lazily through the air. For years he'd honed himself, body, mind, and spirit, until at last he mastered Ru Jin, the legendary blood veins technique. His rise had been swift and decisive. Today, the Council of Elders formally recognized him as the new supreme mage of the Void God religion. Yet as the final echo of their proclamation faded, Damien felt only a quiet unease. He bowed his head. "I understand they've accepted me as supreme mage," he said softly, "but my knowledge and strength still feel inadequate for a title like this." From a darkened alcove, senior mage Stephen emerged and settled opposite him, robes whispering against the marble floor. He regarded Damien with a measured kindness. "Your doubt is not unique," Stephen replied. "Consider Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, two of the greatest prodigies our faith has ever touched. On Blue Star, Tony's intellect revolutionized technology, and Bruce's gamma mastery redefined biology. But when they ventured into the wider cosmos, those same talents proved only a starting point." Damien's gaze flicked up. He knew the tales well. Tony crafting his Iron Man armor in mid-battle, Banner's rage unleashing the unstoppable Hulk. Yet neither identity had satisfied them completely. They'd each had to learn a universe's worth of new skills: piloting voidcraft, negotiating with alien sovereignties, weaving the raw currents of cosmic sorcery, before their names spread beyond a single star system. Beyond Blue Star, Stephen continued, they were nameless, beginners in a boundless playground of wonders and dangers. With nothing but raw determination and the Void's blessing, they built reputations that echo through every galactic council today. You, too, must forge your path in the stars. Study alien lore, master every branch of science and magic you can find. Only then will you be worthy of Supreme Mage. A hush fell over the sanctum as Damien absorbed those words. He closed his eyes, letting the gentle hum of void energy settle around him like a cloak. When I've explored every corner of the universe, learned every discipline, he vowed, voice firm, then and only then will I truly deserve this title. Stephen's lips curved into a proud smile. Very well, we begin at dawn. Outside the temple, the first light of twin suns slipped below the horizon, igniting the heavens in rose and gold. In that moment, Damien felt the weight of his new office and the promise of the journey ahead settle into his bones. The road to true mastery was only just beginning. Damien's new title carried weight across the universe, instantly winning him a measure of respect and admiration. It smoothed his path among other mages and cosmic scholars, yet it also brought unexpected burdens. Though he often wore an air of arrogance, deep down, Damien understood how little he truly knew, and the growing expectations of his peers only magnified his insecurities. He was determined not to dishonor his rank as the Supreme Mage. Realizing he remained a novice in the grand scheme of things, Damien felt a fierce hunger for knowledge. He longed to expand his understanding and push past the limits of his current worldview. Observing this shift in Damien, Tony offered a reassuring smile. Very well, he said. The two of us will guide you through the universe's complexities, step by step. Tony made no fuss about lending his expertise. And so, with eager anticipation, Damien prepared to embark on a journey that would reshape everything he thought he knew. Chapter 5 and 44, I'm afraid Thanos won't come. Damien sat at the low, circular table with Bruce Banner, Tony Stark, and Dr. Stephen Strange, each nursing a glass of Dornish red. The lanterns overhead cast flickering shadows across their faces. Damien's brow was furrowed. I worry Thanos might never show, Damien admitted quietly. Then he looked at Stephen. And frankly, I think a so-called civilized overlord who claims to represent a realm of nothingness is corrupt, degenerate even. Stephen raised an eyebrow. All right, he said evenly. Let's start there. What do you actually mean by degenerate in this cosmic context? Bruce leaned forward, setting his glass on the table. We should clarify the hierarchy of cosmic civilizations first, he suggested. The universe is enormous, far bigger and more complex than any of us realize. Tony nodded. Exactly. At the very top of the food chain, you have empires like the Kree and Xandar. Their technology is so advanced it can obliterate gods. They preside over multiple galaxies, and their fleets could level stars if they wanted to. He swirled the wine in his glass. Within that structure, you don't need to belong to the ruling council of Xandar to wield real power. Even a mid-rank member can command 1 or 2 dreadnought-class warships, massive vessels bristling with energy cannons, gravity bombs, and hyperdrive engines capable of near-instantaneous jumps across star systems. Bruce added, "Those ships are the cutting edge of space warfare. They can punch through planetary shields, sever communications across sectors, and engage entire battle fleets at once. In short, controlling a single dreadnought gives you more firepower than a small planet's defense grid." Stephen stroked his goatee thoughtfully. "So when you talk about a civilized overlord of nothingness, you're saying this figure has pretensions of omnipotence without even holding a dreadnought? Worse, they're acting like a deity over an empty realm?" Damien let out a dry laugh. "That's it exactly. They posture as if they're the emissaries of oblivion itself, yet they lack any real authority or technology to back it up. It's hollow, an empty claim. Worse, by cloaking themselves in that void, they dishonor actual civilizations and the very concept of power." Tony tapped the table. "So the problem isn't that you doubt their power. It's that you doubt their integrity. A deity with no domain is just a pretender wearing fancy robes." Stephen nodded, raising his glass in a silent toast. "Then let us agree. We'll take nothing at face value, especially from someone who commands nothing. And if Thanos truly is coming, he'll arrive not as a hollow god, but as the conqueror we all remember." Damien sipped his wine, his tension easing. "That's a relief, because right now, I'm just afraid he won't come at all. With a battleship like that, backed by dozens, even hundreds of fighter craft, you could strike any civilization in the galaxy. Unless the locals possessed bizarre superpowers or boasted 1 or 2 truly extraordinary individuals, they'd never get a chance to fight back. It would be nothing more than a one-sided dimensional bombardment." Bruce Banner laid out the scope of the threat for Stephen Strange. "That kind of space dreadnought really is that dangerous." Stephen tilted his head. "But during the Battle of New York, the Chitauri assault was even more intense. Guai didn't intervene then. He relied on you, and though he paid a price, he still managed to push them back, didn't he?" Strange fell silent for a moment, brow furrowed as he weighed Banner's words. Damien stood before the gleaming holoscreen, his brow furrowed as he reviewed the latest intelligence report. "The Chitauri pride themselves on being far more virtuous and capable than the Xandar Empire," he read aloud, voice tinged with skepticism. But pride alone didn't explain their caution. The report went on. They'd never attempt a full-scale assault on the Blue Star, our home world, because it lies within the Milky Way, a galaxy formerly protected by X and Dar's stellar alliance. He tapped the panel, shifting to the next briefing. "Unable to strike the Blue Star directly, the Chitauri are plotting to seize the very source of the space gem incursions threatening us. The space gems, 6 powerful relics scattered across the cosmos, had already unleashed untold devastation. If the Chitauri could control their power, Earth would be helpless." Damien's eyes narrowed as he read on. "As neighbors to the Andromeda Galaxy, the Milky Way falls under Xandar's Cosmic Peace Treaty. By treaty law, no advanced civilization may wage war on any planet yet to achieve interstellar travel. That clause was the linchpin. It barred the Chitauri from declaring open war on Earth or any other technologically immature world, forcing them into subterfuge." He paused, considering the implications. The Chitauri, brilliant tacticians and fearsome warriors, would stop at nothing to secure the space gems. And with Xandar's treaty shielding Earth from open invasion, they'd resort to stealth, sabotage, and alliances with rogue factions among the stars. Damien closed the report. "We need to prepare for a covert campaign," he said to himself. "If they can't attack us head-on, they'll strike us from the shadows, and we must be ready." Outside the command deck's viewport, the pale blue star of Earth hung in the vastness of space, oblivious to the brewing storm. But Damien would make sure humanity was not taken by surprise. Damien sat just beyond the circle of glowing glyphs in the sanctum's main chamber, listening as Dr. Stephen Strange laid out the cosmic defense of Blue Star. Even without a Xandarian garrison on that fledgling colony, Stephen explained, the planet was officially under the Empire's protection. Xandar could, at any moment, order their fleets to cordon off Blue Star, Strange said, sweeping his hand through the air. They could block every space lane, refuse any docking clearances, even launch a blockade. If a hostile force tried to slip through, the Empire's patrols would either warn them off or intercept them outright. Damien raised an eyebrow. He knew the standing treaty with Xandar was extensive, but imagined it more as diplomatic quiet than a literal shield. Strange went on. If the Chitauri, or any other adversary, wanted to strike Blue Star, they'd have to do it by surprise. That's why Loki's portal is so critical. It uses the Space Stone's resonance to open a channel straight to the planet, bypassing normal hyperspace routes. An attacker could slip in without triggering the Xandarian defenses, technically not breaking the treaty or risking a full-scale war with the Empire. Stephen paused, eyes glinting. Only a handful of civilizations in the universe could sustain a direct battle with Xandar. The Chitauri are brutal, but they're hardly the strongest. Once Xandar decided to retaliate, they'd swarm any invading force and crush them. Damien frowned. He'd fought the Chitauri during their last incursion, seen firsthand how ruthless they were, but was it fair to treat every future threat by that same standard? Stephen had only recently donned the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme and had never faced an interstellar armada in pitched combat. Damien spoke up. Doctor, using the Chitauri as the benchmark, doesn't that skew our risk assessment? Not every foe will be as savage or as ill-equipped. Some might be powerful in different ways, technologically or magically, but not necessarily more dangerous than the Chitauri. Strange gave a patient nod. Granted, the Chitauri invasion left the deepest mark on Blue Star's psyche. It's our worst-case scenario, mindless hordes under Hive command, laying waste to everything in their path. By measuring every potential threat against that baseline, we ensure Xandar takes it seriously. If we underplay the danger, the Empire might dismiss a raid as unworthy of their intervention, until it's too late. Damien considered the point. The memory of that first invasion still haunted him, and millions of civilians had lived in terror. All right, he said at last, but we treat it as a floor, not a ceiling. Not every enemy will be a Chitauri-level exterminator. Exactly, Strange replied, eyes alight. We plan for worst, hope for best. A ripple of green light drew their attention as Loki stepped through his stabilized portal. Speaking of which, the trickster smiled, I've tuned the conduit. We can launch directly to Blue Star at dawn. Damien rose to his feet, ready. Tomorrow, they would put that theory to the test and face whatever lay beyond the portal. The universe is a harsh arena ruled by the law of the jungle. Thanks to the Xandar Empire, nearby galaxies bask in a beacon of stability, but venture beyond those borders and you find only danger and chaos. No civilization can prosper on its own. You either fall under the protection of a greater power or risk total annihilation. If you're destroyed out there, there's no one to avenge you, no one to pull you back from the brink. Natural disasters and planetary calamities are the only impartial killers you can count on. Should the Xandar Empire vanish, that pocket of light it protects would vanish with it, and the entire cosmos would descend into even deeper turmoil and endless warfare. Damien leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing as he reviewed the battle report. That engagement lasted less than 10 minutes, he said. The Chitauri only sent in their vanguard. Their main fleet and battleships never got within striking distance of Blue Star. Behind him, Admiral Ruiz exhaled sharply. So it wasn't a full invasion, just a quick probe. That explains why our casualties, though painful, were relatively light. Imagine if they'd attacked at full strength. Damien's jaw tightened. We can't depend on the Avengers alone to defend Blue Star the next time around. If the Chitauri launch a true assault, only a champion on the level of the Ancient One, or even Odin himself, could keep our world from being overrun. And even then, civilian losses would be catastrophic. Bruce Banner, who had been quietly studying star charts at the console, looked up. I used to think universal technology wasn't that far beyond ours, he admitted. But after spending time among the cosmic powers, I see just how advanced they are. and how lucky we are that Blue Star falls under the Xandar Empire's Cosmic Peace Treaty. That treaty is why we only lost a handful of people this time. Without it, well, we'd be talking about an unimaginable body count. Damien nodded grimly. Then our top priority is forging alliances strong enough to deter any future Chitauri advance. We need to turn Blue Star from a target into a fortress. He tapped the table, determination clear in his voice. Let's get to work. Damien leaned back and considered how fragile human civilization really was. It wouldn't take much, a few centuries of lost progress, or even a single cataclysm, to undo everything we've built. In the cosmic order, Earth ranks no higher than the Chitauri, a middling, Class M race with little clout beyond its own neighborhood. But put us up against the galaxy's true behemoths, the Xandar Empire, or the Kree hegemony, and our prospects grow grim. Even someone as powerful as Odin might survive their initial onslaught, yet he could never hope to break their will. The moment Xandar's star-destroying dreadnoughts or the Kree's stellar titans unveiled their full power, the 9 realms would be reduced to cosmic dust, and tens of billions of lives would be extinguished in an instant. War is waged for absolute victory, not mutual ruin. That's why the universe's great powers restrict their skirmishes to the fringes, carefully avoiding all-out conflict. It's in those tense standoffs that the true magnitude of the cosmos's pinnacle champions, beings utterly indifferent to life, death, or any technology we know, becomes terrifyingly clear. Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, can teleport anywhere in the universe in an instant, and with a single strike, he could annihilate entire empires like Xandar or the Kree. In this cosmic hierarchy, the great powers are like sovereign nations, while every lesser civilization is comparable to a province, a county, a city, or even a village. Stephen wasn't slow on the uptake. He nodded. It's a rough analogy, but it works. On a smaller scale, a powerful individual can rule a town or county without question. But once you step onto the universal stage, you're playing by a whole different set of rules, unless you're strong enough to ignore them or rewrite them entirely. Tony considered Stephen's straightforward explanation for a moment, then gave a slow smile and nodded in agreement. Damien listened intently as Banner spoke, his tone measured and calm. The great powers in our corner of the cosmos aren't concerned with every star and nebula in existence, only the key nearby galaxies. Right now, the players you need to know are the Xandar Empire, the Kree Empire, the Celestial Clan, the Cosmic Elders Council, the Council of Gods, Asgard, and Olympus. Banner paused, letting Damien take that in before continuing. Then there's the Void Divine Religion, a newcomer by cosmic standards. Its following is small, but on the surface it already boasts Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, seated among the galaxy's titans. Behind closed doors, 2 other apex beings stand ready, God King Odin and the mysterious Gao Tianzun. Between Cassidon's rising influence and those 2 powerhouses, even the mighty Xandar Empire could find itself under the Void God's sway at a moment's notice. Damien frowned. But many still see joining the Void Divine Religion as a step down, an act of degradation. Banner shook his head. Far from it. To serve the Void God is to be honored, to be elevated. It's not a demotion, but a promotion. An opportunity granted by one of the universe's fastest rising faiths. He leaned back, eyes narrowing with a strategist's insight. Remember also that the Kree Empire borders Xandar's protectorate. Had Xandar never risen to power, both the Milky Way and Andromeda galaxies would have fallen under Kree dominion long ago. For Xandar, managing and sheltering 2 massive galaxy clusters is already pushing its limits. Damien absorbed Banner's words, his mind racing. The cosmic balance hung by a thread, and now the Void God had inserted himself directly into the center of it all. Whatever lay ahead, Damien knew he was stepping into a web of alliances and tensions far grander than he'd ever imagined. Damien settled into the observation deck, eyes fixed on the swirling stars beyond the viewport. Stephen's voice crackled over the comm, outlining the galactic balance of power. Right now, the Xandar Empire has reached a manpower ceiling, Stephen explained. Their defenses are stretched thin. If they could slip past everyone's scrutiny, they'd spread their protection across even more galaxies. But the Kree have been waiting in the wings, ready to pounce the moment Xandar shows weakness. Damien frowned. The Kree always play the long game. Exactly, Stephen agreed. They don't bother preserving the cultures they conquer. They steamroll civilizations, strip them of every resource, then leave the survivors to fend for themselves. It's ruthlessly efficient. Destruction is always faster than creation or protection. As the implications settled in, Stephen continued, and now I finally understand the Void God cult's true leverage. Remember Nikrov? Damien nodded. He started out as nothing more than a local magistrate, didn't he? Town council, actually, Stephen said. But once he swore loyalty to the Void God, he was catapulted into the highest echelons of power, an official on par with a planetary governor. They handed him control over the entire Void domain. Silence fell between them as the enormity of that promotion sank in. With the cult's backing, a nobody like Nikrov could now sway events on a cosmic scale, and neither Xandar nor the Kree might be able to stop him. Although the Void cult isn't the largest organization in the Soul Realm, its hierarchy still towers over Nikrov's. Cult members answer directly to Miss Lacey, the steward of Voidland, and above her sit Sonia, the Void God, and Lord Cassidon, the cult's venerable founder. Far from a demotion, this is an undeniable promotion. Damien shook his head in awe. I see now. It all makes perfect sense. That's exactly why having powerful backers matters, Tony said with a knowing smile. As realization dawned on him, Damien's eyes widened. With the cult of the Void on our side, we've leaped from obscurity onto the grandest stage imaginable. Exactly, Tony agreed. Once you've got the endorsement of a Void God, few dare test you, unless they're courting their own demise. He reflected on legendary assemblies of power. Lord Cassidon meeting with the exalted Gao Tianzun, or even God King Odin convening with the realm's supreme mages. These were the pinnacle gatherings, proof that in the Soul Realm, no one thrives by wandering alone. You either build a power base from nothing or align yourself with an existing titan. Thanks to the cult of the Void, Damien had chosen the surest path to safety and influence. Wait, so if Blue Star hasn't even joined interstellar civilization yet, it's basically just a backwater world? Stephen blinked, his eyes widening as the idea sank in. After a moment, he nodded. From a purely technological standpoint, any civilization that never leaves its home planet ranks among the weakest. But when it comes to security, Blue Star is under the protection of God King Odin, Lord of the Nine Realms, and the Supreme Mage Ancient One, beings on par with the galaxy's greatest powers. He paused. Besides the occasional in-world conflict, no outside force, however small or mighty, would dare take advantage of Blue Star. Banner grinned, clearly pleased by the reassurance. Any enemy in the material realm bold enough to set its sights on Earth will be truly formidable, Bruce Banner observed, folding his arms. For instance, the Ancient One's texts contain scattered references to Thanos, he continued. It's clear now that he was the architect behind the Chitauri invasion. He won't abandon his designs so easily. Stephen Strange's eyes glinted as he leaned forward. It's not that I doubt he'll show up. I fear he actually will. And when he does, he'll come seeking vengeance. I promise you, Strange added, voice low and steady, if Thanos sets foot on our world, I'll make sure his life ends there. Tony Stark's expression darkened at the mention of Thanos. For years, the Mad Titan's looming presence had been a weight none of them could shrug off, an ever-present shadow over every mission. Now, with 2017 fast approaching and ominous warnings from Cassidon about a future they must face, that threat feels closer than ever. Stark rubbed the back of his neck. He was more than just the celebrated Iron Man now. His ties to the Void cult had transformed him into its reluctant herald. He steeled himself against the chill that came with the title. Whatever the Void demanded, whatever horrors Thanos might unleash, Stark knew they had to stand ready. The fate of Earth, Blue Star, as some still called it, hung in the balance. Damien prowled the length of the Sanctum's great hall, restless. He refused to wait years for Earth's defenses to catch up. If Thanos dared to strike again, Damien intended to go on the offensive. He'd already resolved to summon Banner, Thor, and Steve Rogers to hunt Thanos down before he could unleash another catastrophe. The Battle of New York had taught them a harsh lesson. Decisive action kept casualties to a minimum. Hesitation now could spell the planet's ruin. Of course, if they failed to stop Thanos next year, they'd be forced to turn to the Church of the Void, a last resort Damien would meet with deep reluctance. He preferred facing danger fully armed and prepared. Patience was one of his greatest assets. He had no desire to commit in haste. Pausing in front of a hovering cluster of runic glyphs, he fixed Dr. Stephen Strange with a razor-sharp stare. "You know Thanos commands the Chitauri army?" Damien's voice was calm, but every syllable carried lethal intent. Strange blinked up startled by the sheer force of Damien's determination. Damien glanced around the conference table, where Lacey was already pulling up her organized data on a holo display. "At first, we couldn't be sure," she began. "But after cross-referencing intercepted transmissions, field reports, and intel from our contacts on Void Island, everything pointed to the same conclusion." Damien tilted his head. "You're saying the Chitauri invasion isn't being directed by some rogue warlord or random faction?" "Exactly." Lacey tapped a few more commands. "It's Thanos. He's been pulling the strings from behind the scenes." Bruce Banner pushed back from his chair and spread his hands in disbelief. "You analyzed all that and came up with Thanos? Is that really so surprising?" Stephen Strange leaned forward, his gaze steady. "The Void God cult has always been a magnet for extraordinary talent. Scholars, sorcerers, warriors. Once you spend any time on Void Island and get to know the members, you realize they're capable of pulling off just about anything." Tony Stark, who'd been quietly sipping his coffee, set the mug down and looked genuinely amazed. Then, characteristically, he smiled and shrugged. "An immortal cult that constantly refines its abilities and pursues its own evolution? Doesn't shock me a bit that Thanos would recruit from or hijack their ranks. If anything, given time, the Void God cult will only attract more geniuses and superhumans. This is just the beginning." Damien exchanged a meaningful glance with Lacey. They both knew how dangerous it would be to face Thanos backed by the full might of the Chitauri. But at least now, they had a target and a reason to prepare for the fight ahead. Chapter 545. Why is she afraid of you? Tony Stark and Bruce Banner hovered over the glowing astral charts in Stephen Strange's sanctum, laying out the fundamental principles that would keep a powerful being safe in the vastness of cosmic space. Stephen listened intently, absorbing every precaution, every contingency. The sun dipped below the horizon in the real world, but here time was elastic. By the time their lesson concluded, the calendar on the mansion's holoscreen read December 19th. Halfway across the galaxy, the Void Cult's envoy, Nikrov, and his companion, Madame Butterfly, emerged from hyperspace in their sleek battleship, aligning with the Xandar Empire's patrol corridors. For them, Xandar was a waypoint they encountered only when they entered the universe. Otherwise, it slipped from their charts as though it never existed. Approaching the planet's orbital route, the vessel was hailed by Nova Corps sentries. "State your business," the officer demanded over comlink. Nikrov's voice was calm and measured. "I am the appointed representative of the Void Cult in the land of nothingness. We seek only to observe Void Island's ley lines. Our stay will not exceed half a month." The Nova Corps officer exchanged a glance with his partner, eyebrows raised at the mention of the Void Cult. "Fine, stay as long as you like, but don't start any trouble on Xandar." Reports had already reached the Corps that Kassadin, the so-called God of the Void, was rumored to undertake a saintly pilgrimage this year. It was expected to draw attention and friction, but nothing the Nova Corps couldn't handle. With a curt nod, the officer cleared Nikrov's ship for descent. Below them, Xandar's vast cities flickered with turquoise energy. The battleship slipped into orbit, its engines humming softly. On the bridge, Madame Butterfly observed the world below, her expression inscrutable. "Interesting," she murmured. "Let's see how long they can pretend everything's under control." Nikrov offered her a small, polite smile. Half a month is quite enough. Outside, the swirling ether of the void beckoned, and Xandar, unsuspecting, braced for events that would soon transcend any rulebook Tony, Bruce, or Stephen could ever devise. "Damien." A familiar voice drew his attention. Standing beside him was Butterfly, her rich brown skin glowing beneath the torchlight, her golden tube-top dress hugging every curve. Anxiety fluttered in her dark eyes as she glanced around their secluded meeting spot. "Why do you think Lady Lacey summoned us here?" she asked, voice tight. He shrugged, brushing a lock of dark hair from his forehead. "You'll find out once we reach Void Island. We haven't bungled a single assignment yet, so I doubt this is punishment. Butterfly bit her lip. Still, Damien offered her a steadying smile. On the contrary, everything's been handled smoothly. This is far more important than a reprimand. She exhaled sharply, though her relief was laced with fear. Then, why did she send us to Void Island? Last time we were there, we had to face Hercules Kyle. He nodded. Exactly. Lacey wants us to see him again. Butterfly's face paled. I really don't want to see him. Memories of Kyle's towering form, the icy menace in his glare, and the desperate hopelessness she felt under his threat flooded back. Renly, Predictor, Lady Lacey, and Kyle had been there that day. Of them all, only Hercules Kyle had left her with nightmares. Though her life as a substitute hadn't turned out as grim as she'd feared, that dark memory still lingered, a wound she wasn't sure would ever fully heal. Ahead of them lay Void Island, and another meeting with the demon who haunted her dreams. Chapter 7. Arrival at Void Island. If you can't pull it off, Damien said steadily, then do us all a favor and stay out of the way. His companion, Lady Butterfly, formerly known as Ms. Lacey, nodded. Under normal circumstances, she's quite reasonable, Lady Butterfly murmured. Once she hears our explanation, she'll understand why we did this. Damien forced himself to breathe deeply. He dreaded the thought of facing Commander Kyle, nicknamed Hercules for the iron grip he held over life and death. Every tale about Kyle made Damien's pulse race, and the only thing he could offer Lady Butterfly was clumsy reassurance. Despite her reputation for boldness, earned by charming even the toughest men, Lady Butterfly fell almost silent at the mere mention of Kyle's name. It was as if his reputation swept away her usual bravado. Thanks to the ship's intelligent AI, they didn't have to worry about navigation. Moments later, their star cruiser glided into Falling Star Harbor, a sprawling orbital port bustling with the Void God cult's fleet of warships and fighter craft. From there, the AI guided them on a direct jump to Void Island itself. The jump ended with a soft lurch. Through the viewport, Damien could see the island's massive helipad, its surface etched with ancient cultic runes. Tomorrow marked the New Year's worship of the Void God, and preparations were already in full swing. Supply vessels unloading rites equipment, priests in ceremonial dress moving through the mists. The ship's landing skids touched down with a hiss. As the ramp descended, Lady Butterfly hurried to the foyer's panoramic window. There he is, she whispered. Damien followed her gaze. 10 paces away, under the flickering glow of void lanterns, stood Commander Hercules Kyle. Tall and broad-shouldered, he surveyed the landing zone with cool detachment. At his side were half a dozen unfamiliar officers, each vetting the newcomers with sharp, unyielding stares. Damien swallowed. The New Year's ceremony could wait a moment longer. First, he had to prove himself worthy of standing before Kyle, and nothing about this encounter would be easy. Madame Butterfly's grip tightened on Nikrov's coat, her fingertips turning ghostly white. Calmly, he reached out and patted the back of her hand. Then, without a word, he opened the cabin door and stepped out, lavishing a quick gesture of telekinetic energy that gently lifted Madame Butterfly off her feet and carried her toward Lacey and Kyle. At a nearby terminal, Stephen hovered a few feet above the ground. He'd heard from both Tony and Banner that an influx of Void cult members was set to arrive today, and he couldn't resist coming to see the spectacle. His eyes tracked the newcomer with short, silver-white hair and an air of refined confidence. By telekinesis alone, the man was lifting and maneuvering people as if they were weightless. That must be Nikrov, Stephen said, nodding toward the stranger. Former overlord of the Tesma civilization, right? Lacey glanced over and inclined her head slightly. That's him. He doesn't look like your typical cosmic powerhouse, but controlled telekinesis like that is no small feat. He may not rank at the very top of the universe's hierarchy, but he's more than capable of dealing with the void. Stephen frowned as he watched the stunning woman standing beside Niklov. Why does she look so terrified? He asked. Are you absolutely sure she's one of the Voidland agent's second-in-commands, and not Niklov? Lacey, Predictor, and Renoli all shot wary glances at Damien. Tony, Banner, and Stephen followed suit. Damien simply raised his hands in mock innocence. Really, look at me, a handsome gentleman with a heart of gold, he said with a careless grin. Don't sling baseless accusations, or I'll have to sue you for slander. He turned back to the woman and nodded. She is indeed one of Voidland's deputy commanders. As for why she's frightened, I honestly don't know. Tony couldn't shake the suspicion that Damien had done something to unsettle Madame Butterfly, but he had no idea what. Stephen, too, felt nothing unusual until Niklov gently guided the trembling woman forward. Only then did he notice the haunted look in her eyes, the subtle quiver in her shoulders, and the tremor on her lips, and in that moment, pity washed over him. Damien stared, momentarily breathless, as Madame Butterfly stepped into view. Up close, her exotic beauty was even more compelling, an intoxicating blend of strength and sensuality that made him rub his eyes in disbelief. He'd never cared for dark-skinned women before, yet here was someone who seemed to exude raw erotic power from every pore. His heart raced, and he felt an unfamiliar pull, a desperate urge to look, really look at her. At that moment, Nikrov and Madame Butterfly landed gracefully before Lady Lacy. In perfect unison, they bowed. Madame Butterfly pays her respects to Lady Lacy, they intoned, their voices clear and controlled. Madame Butterfly cast a quick, calculating glance at Kyle, then leaned forward toward Lacy. Her tone dropped to a whisper. What are her powers? A subtle haze drifted over Damien's thoughts, as if an unseen veil was settling across his mind. He shook his head, struggling to clear the fog, and turned to Kyle and Ranelli. Tell me, he said, voice tight. What exactly can she do? Kyle stepped up, meeting Damien's gaze. Her gift is called the Male Killer's Charm. It ensnares any man in an illusion tailored to his deepest desire, and if she wills it, she can even wrest control of his thoughts. Ranelli nodded beside him. It was the first time either of them had laid eyes on Madame Butterfly in 2 years, and neither would soon forget the power she wielded with just a glance. Damien stepped into the temple and froze. Madame Butterfly, once humbled by that public fall, her natural charm suppressed, now stood absolutely radiant. Her gown was cut so low it seemed to defy gravity, every movement of hers rippling with subtle, invisible allure. Yet Kyle, ever the veteran, felt nothing. He'd waded through corpses by the ton, watched brothers die in oceans of blood, and faced horrors on monster worlds. No passive enchantment could touch him. Still, Damien couldn't help but wonder why her aura felt so frail. At that moment, Stephen, who'd been lingering by the entrance, caught Damien's expression. He understood immediately. Damien, he called, stepping forward, please stand. I didn't come to fight. I've come to invite you to the Void God religion's New Year worship ceremony. Come witness our rites, learn our customs. I give you my word, you'll be safe. He offered a polite bow, then turned to Madame Butterfly. And you, Madame Butterfly, might want to change your gown. This is a sacred space, not a pleasure den. Your current dress will inflame any man's desire, and among our congregation, such passions are hard enough to manage without unnecessary temptation. Lacy, standing quietly at Stephen's side, cast Madame Butterfly a soft, imploring glance. The air hung thick with the promise of ceremony, and the unspoken warning that, in this place of faith, not even the subtlest desire could be left unattended. Lady Butterfly stood in the dim corridor of Void Island's fortress, her new powers pulsing beneath the surface. Yet to Lacy, she looked every bit as she had before. None of these women were strong enough to protect themselves outright. They survived by using their beauty and charm to manipulate men, a precarious strategy that often teetered on the edge of losing control. I'll go change now, Lacy said. Thank you for the reminder, Lady Lacy, Lady Butterfly replied, relief softening her expression. She was accustomed to this delicate dance, teasing men's fantasies and then exploiting them. If her own allure ever fell short against a particularly stubborn target, Nikrov could always intervene on her behalf. Still, here on Void Island, the heart of the Void God cult, she had reason to doubt her power's reach. Even Nikrov wasn't invincible. Kyle stepped forward, eyes narrowing. One more thing, be very careful with your words and actions while we're here. I don't want any unsavory rumors reaching Miss Sarah. Lady Butterfly's eyes widened, but she bowed her head in gratitude. Of course, Kyle. I understand. Silence fell as they all considered the dangers waiting for them in the shadows of the cult's stronghold, dangers that neither beauty nor sorcery might overcome. Understood. I'll follow the island's rules, stay a few days to enjoy ourselves, and then we'll be on our way. When Niklov and Madame Butterfly heard Damien speak, they both inclined their heads. Lacy gave a curt nod. Very well, you may go. Relieved by her permission, the two turned and hurried back to the Void battleship. Once aboard, Madame Butterfly shed her original gold tube-top dress in favor of a form-fitting outfit that left no inch of skin exposed. She even draped a black veil over her face to keep a low profile. Although Void Island wasn't quite as unruly as Void Land, it teemed with powerful factions, and she, a mere envoy of the nothingness realm, dared not draw attention to herself. Yet despite all the layers, her tall, slender silhouette betrayed her elegance. A few stray tendrils of hair framed her veiled face, hinting at the striking features beneath. Even in concealment, her long neck and delicate earlobes caught the light, and her eyes, dark, alluring, and ever watchful, revealed the beauty and cunning of Madame Butterfly. It was still all too easy to catch a man's eye. Just one glimpse of her, and their thoughts wandered off elsewhere. Madame Butterfly felt a flush creep up her cheeks. What had once been her greatest assets, her skill, her curves, her beauty, now seemed like liabilities. All she could do was pray she wouldn't stumble into any trouble. With a trembling hand, she hit send, dispatching the second 3,000-word update. Chapter 546, A Dangerous Proposition. Perched on the terrace of the mountaintop villa, Damien watched as two new arrivals approached, Niklov and Lady Butterfly. Though Madame Butterfly's looks were undeniably striking, Damien knew that in raw beauty she still fell short of Sonia. Sonia's allure lay not only in her flawless features, but also in her quiet confidence and refined grace, qualities that no simple cheekbone or curve could replicate. Yet Madame Butterfly possessed advantages Sonia did not. Damien suspected her greatest gift was the power of charm, an ability that, if properly honed, could keep the minds of Void Island's defenders razor-sharp through regular psychological reinforcement. After all, men are most vulnerable through their desires, and few temptations match the potency of a well-played seduction. A hero's honor rarely survives once he's captivated by true beauty, Damien mused. But crossing that threshold, facing a force like Lady Butterfly, few could resist. He glanced at Sonia, who stood nearby, oblivious to these thoughts. If Lady Butterfly pledged herself to the Void Divine cult, she'd be forced to abandon her duties guarding the Void Land. Lacey's ranks, already stretched thin, would feel the loss keenly. As Niklov and Lady Butterfly ascended the stairs, Damien straightened his shoulders. The arrival of new allies, or potential adversaries, in these turbulent times was never simple. He steeled himself for whatever challenge they might bring next. When Madame Butterfly finally stands before the shrine to receive her blessing, she'll face a pivotal choice. Will her charm ability deepen, or will her physique and other attributes grow stronger? Damien weighed the matter carefully. He wasn't ready to offer her a place in the Void cult just yet. At the moment, the cult is seriously short on women. Aside from Peggy and Pepper, the few who are here are undeniably skilled, but their numbers remain scant. Damien resolved to keep watching both Niklov and Madame Butterfly before making any decisions. Once Niklov and Madame Butterfly understood the island's rules, they set out together for the Void Temple, not because they expected a boon, but because the weak instinctively revere the strong. Both had witnessed Kassadin's power, the god of the Void, who treats all technology and the mightiest warriors as trivial. They never dreamed they might earn his blessing. Their greatest wish now was simply to escape the land of nothingness in one piece. Niklov and Madame Butterfly strolled beneath towering white trees, their branches heavy with snow. "I haven't seen a place so peaceful in ages," Niklov murmured. Madame Butterfly paused to drink in the scene, the brilliant sky overhead, the hush of fresh snow, and felt a pang of nostalgia. The land of nothingness had been born from the corpse of an ancient god, a realm of death rather than a true planet. In its early days, collectors swarmed it, erecting steel monoliths until the sky vanished beneath layers of smog. Without clocks, one could never tell day from night. It was a lawless, nerve-shredding domain where every encounter demanded the utmost caution. By contrast, Xandar's Void Island was an oasis of clean air and serene beauty. To Madame Butterfly, it existed now only in fading memories. "It's been 170 years since I last set foot on Xandar," she admitted. Niklov halted and regarded her with surprise. 170 years? He echoed, his voice tinged with wonder. At Lady Lacy's suggestion, Madame Butterfly had changed into more modest attire before stepping outside. Now, as she and Damien strolled down the sunlit street, they still drew curious looks, but no one dared hiss insults or make trouble. After years spent in harsher lands, this gentle, orderly town felt like a breath of fresh air. Walking beside them was Niklov, the enigmatic stranger they'd befriended the night before. Butterfly glanced at him in surprise. "You said you joined our caravan 170 years ago?" Niklov nodded. "That's right. I'll turn 2 centuries old in a few years." Damien whistled softly. 200 years, and you look fit enough to run a marathon." A faint smile curved Niklov's lips. "By Elvar standards, I'm still in my youth. Barring accidents or disease, I've got at least 800 more years ahead of me." Damien raised an eyebrow. "Your people are famed for their longevity, an average lifespan of 1,000 years, some living up to 1,500. We are indeed the longest-lived race in known space," Niklov replied, glancing at the bustling market stalls. "Yet I suspect I come across more as a middle-aged man than a carefree youngster." Butterfly laughed, her eyes bright. "I was just thinking that." Niklov gave a quiet shrug. "Age is a strange thing, woven from both flesh and spirit." Damien leaned back in his chair, the dim light of the back-alley tavern casting shadows across his angular features. He ran a hand through his dark hair, sighed, and said, "I'm not making this up. My past was a whirlwind of mistakes. Years of reckless living have left their mark, so I look older than I really am." Across the scarred wooden table, Niklov stroked his steel-gray beard and let out a low chuckle. His cobalt-blue eyes glinted with genuine curiosity. "All right," he said. "Spill it. What exactly happened back then? And why would someone with your, shall I say, capabilities end up dealing on the black market?" Madame Butterfly, perched on a stool beside Niklov, leaned forward. Her wings, delicate things of metallic filigree, flickered as she tilted her head. "I've asked you a dozen times," she admitted, "but you've never given a straight answer. So tell me, why Damien?" He hesitated, tracing a scratch on the table with a fingertip, then shrugged. "Honestly, I was young, cocky, and stupid. I wanted power without understanding its price. I thought I was invincible." Nikrov's lips curved in a knowing smile. "You remind me of my own youth," he said quietly. "When I first claimed the overlordship of the Tesma civilization, I was only 27. The strongest in our race, I believed no one could challenge me. I'd never even considered that there might be worlds beyond our sky." Damien's voice dropped to a rasp. "Until I crossed paths with the blue-skinned aliens. Their battleship caught me off guard, and I spent months stranded in their territory. That humbling experience taught me 2 things. The universe is far bigger and far more dangerous than any of us realize, and arrogance can be the deadliest enemy of all." Madame Butterfly nodded slowly, absorbing his confession. Across the table, Niklov lounged back, still smiling, this time with a trace of sympathy. In the flickering candlelight, the 3 of them sat in silence, each lost in the weight of Damien's words and the distant promise of whatever threats the cosmos still held in store. Damien had once been one of Tesma civilization's greatest heroes, a warrior renowned for his courage and sense of justice. Yet his impulsive streak would soon turn triumph into tragedy. It all began when a detachment of Kree Empire officers arrived at Tesma's border, its proud inhabitants already reeling under their own internal strife. Acting on rumors of Kree abuses against Tesma men and women, Damien raced into the confrontation without a second thought. He never paused to verify the facts or weigh the political repercussions. In a flash of rage, he slew an entire squad of Kree soldiers. The fallout was catastrophic. Word of the massacre spread through the Empire like wildfire. Calls for vengeance threatened to unleash the full might of the Kree war fleet, an assault that could have eradicated Tesma entirely. Realizing the empire he'd sworn to defend now faced annihilation because of him, Damien went before the clan's chief elder to beg forgiveness. In a solemn council, they agreed his actions, however well-intentioned, had jeopardized their entire civilization. By the elder's decree, Damien was declared persona non grata, stripped of rank, severed from blood ties, and branded the disgrace of Tesma. The sentence was harsh, but under its weight, the clan found a measure of safety. With Tesma's honor restored, the elder forbade any further pursuit by the Kree on their behalf. Yet exile carried its own perils. The Kree Empire refused to forgive or forget. For years, their hunters scoured every corner of known space for the fallen hero. Only when Damien discovered the secret of shapeshifting did he glimpse a path to survival. Mastering the ancient art, he staged his own demise in a carefully orchestrated ruse. With his enemies convinced he was dead, he slipped through the cracks of the galaxy and vanished from every star chart. At last, the man who had been Damien of Tesma settled in the void, an uncharted expanse many called the land of nothingness. For 2 decades, he eked out a living on the fringes of every black market, trading in contraband, rare artifacts, and whispered secrets. Disguised under ever-shifting guises, he haunted the dens of rogues and courtesans, forever wary of Kree patrols and old allies alike. It was in one such dimly lit establishment, among lacquered tables, perfumed silk curtains, and the hum of whispered bargains, that he first laid eyes on Madame Butterfly. Her name alone carried a promise of beauty and danger that even a seasoned outcast like Damien found impossible to resist. In that chance meeting, the next chapter of his exile, and perhaps his redemption, began. For the past 2 years, ever since the Void Cult discovered him and turned him into their puppet, Damien has lived under their dark sway. Yet even this unholy servitude offered one silver lining. It allowed him to walk the world once more in his true form. Madame Butterfly fully expected Damien to suspect her involvement in that fateful capture, so he has always treated her with remarkable care. Now that he's shed the persona the cult forced upon him, Damien's character has undergone a startling transformation. The lustful, calculating schemer he once seemed is gone, replaced by a man of serene composure, quiet wisdom, and unshakable reliability. Madame Butterfly can't help but wonder what hidden trials in his past forged such sharply contrasting faces. After all, they have known one another for more than 80 years, and only 2 years ago they stood side by side, thou peering into the desperate maw of the gate of hell. Still, Damien steadfastly refuses to unlock the secrets he keeps buried. Madame Butterfly's attempts to understand and to comfort him have all ended in frustrated eye rolls at her own impotence. Damien leaned back against the cool marble wall and offered Madame Butterfly a reassuring smile. Once everything's settled, I promise I'll fill you in on all the details. Madame Butterfly's bright facade dimmed for a moment. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and murmured, "The Void Divine Cult is up there, isn't it?" Damien rose, gesturing toward the broad stairway carved into the cavernous temple. "Come on," he invited. "Let's climb together and pay our respects at Cassidon's statue. The god of the void demands no less." At his easy confidence, Madame Butterfly's spirits lifted again. "When you say, 'once it's settled,' do you really mean after you've retired from the void?" she teased, though her voice carried an edge of worry. Damien ruffled his dark hair, shrugging. "I can't give you the full story just yet," he said, "but rest assured, you'll know the moment it's all over." She studied him, her violet eyes searching. Then she smiled, though worry still lurked behind it. Damien gave her a friendly nod and turned toward the looming steps. They ascended in near silence, sandals echoing on smooth stone. The gallery walls were lined with bas-reliefs, scenes of emissaries offering tribute to Cassidine, archways twisting like living tendrils of shadow. Halfway up, Damien paused. He inhaled deeply, as though drawing strength from the dim torchlight. Madame Butterfly hesitated beside him. "You're sure about this?" she whispered. He lifted his chin. "I wouldn't bring you here if I wasn't." His eyes flicked upway, awed at the far altar, where a towering obsidian statue of Cassidine loomed. The god's hooded countenance looked down on them with impassive authority. As they stepped onto the dais, Damien lowered his voice. "It's no secret the Void Cult and the Kree Empire hate each other. Cassidine doesn't bother himself with petty politics. He's beyond both sides. But the Kree will never forgive or forget what we've done." He glanced at Madame Butterfly. "They'll come for us if they get the chance." She swallowed, her hand brushing against the cool stone of the altar rail. "Then we should be ready." Damien pressed his palms together in a silent prayer. The torchlight flickered over his solemn face. "May the void guide our steps," he intoned softly. Madame Butterfly mirrored him, her voice nearly lost in the hush of the sanctuary. Moments later, as they rose to leave, Damien turned back one last time. The statue's empty eyes seemed to bore into his soul, but he met that gaze with steady resolve. "Soon," he murmured, "this will all be over." Then he took Madame Butterfly's hand, and together they descended into the shadows below. "By the time we reach the summit," Nikrov said in a low voice, "you'll see with your own eyes how the Void cult can lay waste to the Kree Empire just as effortlessly as it ravages the land of Void." Madame Butterfly's curiosity flared. "And what's so mysterious about that?" she pressed, but Nikrov only shook his head, lips sealed. They climbed the broad stone staircase that spiraled around the heart of the Void Temple. When they stepped onto the upper platform, it was deserted, except for a single figure. A young man with tousled brown hair and a heavy jacket stood at the railing, staring out across the dark, torchlit expanse. The stranger turned at the sound of their steps, revealing none other than Star-Lord. His dark eyes flickered with surprise at the unexpected visitors. Even on New Year's Eve, when the faithful gathered for the midnight worship, Miss Sonia, the Void Divine Envoy herself, would not make an early appearance. All of the Void cult's clergy were busy dressing the island in garlands and lanterns, preparing to welcome the first wave of worshippers after the clock struck 12. Outsiders rarely glimpsed the envoy before the ceremony began. Most arrived only to plead for her blessing. Yet here they were, moments before midnight, standing face to face with one of the most legendary figures of the Void faith, long before the crowds would swarm the temple steps. Damien had learned this on last year's New Year's pilgrimage. He'd stood there almost a full day, never expecting to see another soul. Then, just as the first dawn light crested the horizon, two figures appeared on the snow-blown trail. "Hello." The man at the front, Nikrov, simply met Damien's gaze and offered that polite greeting. Damien stared in surprise. No outsider had ever spoken to him so calmly. "Hello," Damien found himself answering, voice a little unsteady. At his side, a woman called Madame Butterfly inclined her head in a quiet nod. It was such a small gesture, but in it Damien recognized something important. These two were nothing like the travelers he'd met before. In the nearly 2 years he'd spent moving between islands, Damien had encountered all manner of people. The Void cultists of Void Island were unfailingly friendly. He had no doubt of their warmth. Outsiders, by contrast, were usually brusque or overly curious, quick to fire off questions in hopes of extracting secrets, and rarely offered simple courtesies. And none of those impetuous strangers had ever borne the blessing of the Void, as Nikrov and Madame Butterfly now evidently did. Standing there in the hush of early morning, Damien realized this encounter might change everything he thought he knew about the world beyond his own pilgrimage. Damien's quiet, composed nature, so long as it isn't mere pretense, actually makes him the most likely to earn blessings. After all, people with such calm resolve often possess the truest, most steadfast faith. Can't miss the next update. Installment 3 will add 3,000 new words, pushing us past 10,000 in total. Please remember to vote and subscribe. Chapter 547, Are You Leaving Now? Niklov and Madame Butterfly rose before the statue of the Void God, pressed their palms together, and bowed deeply. In unison they whispered, "Great Lord Kassadin, God of the Void, grant us a peaceful retirement." Madame Butterfly's voice was soft, but her conviction was unmistakable. Lady Lacey answers to her liege, but Lord Kassadin serves no one above his immediate superior. There is nothing sacrilegious in appealing directly to him. Niklov echoed her sentiment without hesitation. The Kree Empire, his homeland, had become the sworn enemy of the Void cult. If he survived the coming conflict, he dared wish to see that empire's final downfall. Yet more than vengeance or glory, he longed simply to lay down his duties and retire in peace. "I pray for exactly that," he murmured. "A quiet life, far from intrigue and bloodshed." Damien, watching from the edge of the chamber, couldn't hide his surprise. He'd witnessed countless prayers for power, prosperity, even vengeance, but never a plea so modest, so unambitious. A safe retirement, nothing more. The two agents bowed once more before the dark stone idol, their expressions solemn, then turned to slip away as quietly as they had come. "Leaving already?" Damien raised an eyebrow as he watched them move to depart. Nikrov and Madame Butterfly both froze. "You're right," Nikrov admitted. "We still have a few loose ends to tie up." Madame Butterfly's eyes sparkled with realization. "Nikrov, do you have any cash on you?" He grinned. "Not a fortune, but more than enough." With a quick gesture, Nikrov parted the air in front of him, summoning a psychic vault. Within it, bundles of banknotes formed several glowing purple mounds. Over years spent in the black market, Nikrov had never become fabulously rich, but he wasn't stingy either. Madame Butterfly, by contrast, was even wealthier. Since they'd both signed on as agents of the Land of Nothingness, offers of bribes and tributes poured in constantly. People were eager to curry favor and secure advantages. Now the venture Nikrov managed pulled in 200 to 300 million a year. "As tribute to our esteemed guest," Madame Butterfly announced, nodding toward Damien, "a small token of our appreciation." Nikrov inclined his head and beckoned Damien to inspect the shimmering piles of cash. The deal was sealed. Those coins were theirs by right, so they had no qualms about accepting them. Anyone who tried to buy influence, however, was promptly handed over to the cult of the Void God, and the 10 million credit annual stipend from Lady Lacey? Mere pocket change for agents of their caliber. 10 million? You call that spending a little? One scoffed. "This is my private vault?" Another replied, "Even if my official assets disappeared, this stash ensures I can rebuild from scratch." "If you want my cash on a moment's notice, forget it," a third chimed in. "So what's our offering?" 100 million each, to prove our devotion. "I just pray that Lord Cassidin, God of the Void, grants us a tranquil retirement. I'll wire my share to you later." Madame Butterfly considered for a heartbeat, then nodded. "All right." Nikrov didn't hesitate. With a ripple of telekinetic power, he swept mountains of cosmic coins off their crates and onto the altar. The metallic clatter rang out, crisp and melodious, so grand that even Star-Lord looked like an amateur in comparison. Damien watched the pair with faint curiosity. Who were these people, and why did everyone he met on Void Island seem wealthier than he was? He shook off the thought. Star-Lord hadn't intended to embarrass them. He'd only reminded them to make their offerings. "Thanks for the heads-up, friend," Damien said, inclining his head. "We almost forgot to leave our offerings after paying our respects." With a casual wave, he severed the telepathic link and turned back to Star-Lord, offering a grateful smile. Madame Butterfly, who stood just behind him, caught sight of Damien's effortless control over the psychic channel and realized that, judging by the small cash she'd witnessed, this was only a fraction of his true resources. She dared not ask how much he really had, so after nodding politely to Star-Lord, she prepared to depart. Star-Lord raised a hand, calling after them. "No offense meant. I simply wanted to remind you about the offerings." Damien grinned. "You thought we came here to worship? Hardly. We're here to pray for blessings." Star-Lord chuckled and waved them on as they stepped toward the shrine. Their burdens, both spiritual and material, left respectfully at its threshold. "Although it was just a misunderstanding, thank you for your reminder," the first worshipper said, inclining his head. "We did not come seeking blessings," his companion added in a soft voice. "We merely fear the strong, and so we pay homage to Lord Cassidin, the God of the Void. Our worship is complete, and our offerings have been made. We will take our leave now." Madame Butterfly's eyes widened in surprise at their words, then softened into a look of genuine gratitude. Damien felt his heart quicken. Her eyes, bright with ripples of light, and her voice, so gentle and melodious, stirred an unexpected longing within him. He forced himself to breathe slowly and steady his expression. "Since you are not here for blessings," he began, deliberately averting his gaze from her luminous eyes, "does that mean you're followers of the Void God's faith, given the strength you've displayed just now?" He dared not meet her full gaze, yet he could not stop his eyes from tracing the graceful lines of her figure, accentuated by the elegant, tight-fitting robes she wore. Although Damien had always possessed a certain appreciation for beauty, he had never encountered another whose very presence set his blood aflame. Yet he held himself firm, ready to learn more of these mysterious devotees of Lord Cassidin. Damien had faced worse before. Sonia, the beautiful void god, and Sarah, her ever-watchful recorder, came to mind. But standing here, in front of this veiled woman, he felt a flicker of unease. "Why now?" He took a steadying breath. "You're strong," he said, recalling the rumors he'd heard. "I've heard your allies praise you so highly that one might think you're part of the void god's own cult. yet you deny it." The woman remained silent, but the hooded man beside her spoke up. "We're not members of the cult. We serve our own purpose under Lord Lacey's command." He lowered his hood to reveal a sharp, uncompromising face. "I am Nikrov," he said, "and this is Lady Butterfly." Recognition struck Damien like lightning, so that was why they'd intercepted him. Nikrov's lips curved into a confident smile. "You must be the agent of the legendary Land of Nothingness." Damien's eyes widened. He'd heard Gamora mention those very words. The Void God's cult had appointed 2 overseers for the Land of Nothingness, Nikrov, famed for his unparalleled mastery over the Void, and the elusive Lady Butterfly, whose power was whispered about but rarely displayed. Now, standing before them, he realized just how little he truly knew. Gamora shook her head. "You're right. The agent the Void God's cult uncovered was absolutely terrifying. Peter Jason Quill, Star-Lord, hasn't set foot off Void Island in 2 years. He's never visited the Void Land, so he has no first-hand knowledge of the place or its 2 rulers, yet their ability to bring order to that lawless expanse is nothing to scoff at." Damien's eyes widened as Niklov smiled and continued. "I don't know which rumors you've heard, but the Void Land is currently governed by the 2 of us. I handle its security and development, while Madame Butterfly oversees intelligence gathering and analysis. Lady Lacey's observational skills are unmatched. If she tried to run things alone, critical details would slip by. It's our partnership that keeps the Void Land functioning smoothly." He turned to Damien and introduced himself properly. "I'm Peter Jason Quill, Star-Lord." Gamora added, "Since both of you have connections with the Void God's cult, and you hold Lord Kassa, Din the God of the Void, in such high regard, it only strengthens our alliance. Why don't you kneel and pray for blessings?" Damien studied Niklov, just as humble, just as much an outsider, and decided to press on. "We revere Lord Kassadin, the Void God." Niklov's eyes flickered with faint devotion. "The blessings of the Void God are the ladder to true strength, but not everyone is fortunate enough to receive them. Otherwise, the Void's followers wouldn't be so rare." Damien nodded. "And the world of the strong? It's not nearly as beautiful as people imagine. That's why we, agents of the Land of Nothingness, are content to step aside in peace." Niklov exhaled slowly, as though unburdening himself of a long-held secret. He'd come to accept his own limitations, willingly choosing the shadows over impossible ambition. "Is the realm of the powerful really so unkind?" Damien leaned forward, his voice low. "For those with little power, the world may be cramped and sparse, but in its simplicity lies contentment. Expectations never soar so high, so they're seldom crushed by failure." He paused, letting the quiet hum of the void settle around them. "If luck stays by your side, you might never face a disaster great enough to scar your soul." They fell silent once more, 2 modest believers perched on the edge of infinity, quietly hoping the void would spare them its cruelties. The instructor's gaze swept over Damien before he spoke, his voice as unyielding as steel. "If you think your purpose in life is to build a successful career, marry, raise children, enjoy a happy home, and grow old together, then all your efforts here will be in vain. The moment you choose to walk into the brutal realm of the strong, you must abandon the comfortable world of the weak. Every new challenge you face will only grow in complexity and danger. It will never become simpler. In the domain of the weak, the gap between knowing a little and knowing a lot might mean the difference between modest comfort and outright poverty, but it never threatens your very survival. The strong live in a different world entirely. Their strength dwarfs that of ordinary people, and they can seize the cozy life the weak can only dream of. But make no mistake, compared to true power, you're merely stronger than those weaker than yourself. In the vast expanse of the universe, what you call strength is often nothing but arrogance born of ignorance. Over and over, you'll discover just how little you really know, and at every turn, you'll be forced to make brutal choices that test your will and your humanity. So I ask you now, are you certain you're ready to step beyond the safety of the weak and into the world of the strong? Across the training hall, Niklov, an unabashed Star-Lord fanatic, straightened in his seat when he heard that last question. He cleared his throat, eager to share his own thoughts. Madame Butterfly fell silent, turning Nikrov's words over in her mind. There was something in his tone, an honesty born of hard-won experience, that gave her pause. Damien met Nikrov's gaze, acutely aware that this veteran's strength and insight far outstripped his own. He drew in a steady breath. "That's precisely why I came," he said. "I need more power, and the certainty that I can stand tallest of all. With that, I can protect whatever I hold dear." Nikrov's warning had no power to unsettle him. Instead, a confident smile curved Damien's lips. "To safeguard everything you love, that's an admirable goal," he added. "I wish you every success in finding the blessings you seek." Nikrov studied the young man's determined face. He recognized that look. Once, he had worn it himself. At 17, flush with youth and ambition, he'd believed himself destined to carve his name into the annals of Tesma civilization as its greatest overlord. But dreams fade, and years have a way of washing away the fervor of our earliest hopes. Now, he remained silent, watching this new spark of conviction burn brightly before it, perhaps met the chill of reality. Damien realized he did assess power, but it wasn't nearly enough. Over time, the swagger and blind arrogance that once defined him had given way to a quiet confidence and measured calm. Standing before me now was Peter Jason Quill, Star-Lord himself, so much like the ambitious young man I had once been, hungry to carve out a legend among the galaxy's mightiest. But true legends aren't made by half measures. To stand alongside the universe's titans, Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, you must claim a place at the very peak. Carol Danvers, the unstoppable Captain Marvel, Hela, the ancient death goddess, even Thanos, the mad titan whose name is spoken in dread. Of these, Hela has been silent for millennia, her fate a mystery lost in time. Captain Marvel, too, has vanished. Rumors whisper of Carol Danvers flitting between judge, jury, and executioner on distant worlds, but no one knows where she is now or what drives her next move. Chapter 6. Thanos, the galaxy's uncompromising overlord, still led his 5 obsidian generals on a campaign of destruction, toppling world after world in pursuit of his grim ideal of cosmic balance. From his hidden enclave on Void Island, Damien, once known by the underworld alias Nikrov, watched the devastation spread. As a black market information broker for the land of nothingness, he had eyes and ears across the universe. Few understood the true cruelty of the strong as well as he did. Damien stared at the flickering holoscreens in his compact quarters. Each data point represented another civilization crushed under Thanos' iron will. He tapped his fingers against the console and murmured to himself, "Well, thank you for your blessing, and for the warnings this knowledge brings." A soft chime punctuated the oppressive silence. Peter Quill, better known to the galaxy as Star-Lord, stepped into the alcove, the light from his mask's HUD casting brief shadows across his grinning face. "Hey there," he said, voice warm but edged with caution. "Since we're all outsiders here on Void Island, you and your companion should join me for breakfast. There's strength in numbers." Damien's gaze flicked to the other figure in the room, Madame Butterfly. Draped in silks that trailed like living shadows, she sat with poise that betrayed her past as an agent of the land of nothingness. Now, far from home and anonymity, every move she made risked drawing the attention of Thanos' spies, or worse, one of his generals. He hesitated. On Void Island, alliances lethal in an instant. To refuse Star-Lord might insult a potential ally. To accept could expose Madame Butterfly to hidden dangers. Turning to her, Damien asked quietly, "Your thoughts?" Madame Butterfly's jade-green eyes glinted ever so slightly. "In this crucible of power, fear is the greatest weakness. We came here seeking knowledge and allies. Peter's invitation may be the doorway we need." Damien met her gaze and felt the familiar resolve firming in his chest. She was right. Hesitation would be more perilous than any breakfast table. He rose, squared his shoulders, and offered Star-Lord a careful nod. "Lead the way. We'll join you." As the 3 outsiders stepped out into the corridor, the distant clang of armored boots echoed down the hall. Thanos' reach was long, but so, it seemed, was their determination to survive and to sway the tide of fate in a universe teetering on the edge of oblivion. Madame Butterfly was used to catering to pleasure-seekers in her parlor, decadent, lawless folk who would never dare set foot on Void Island, where the strongest of warriors roamed freely. Damien glanced at her expectantly, as if waiting for her permission. She returned his look, then turned to Star-Lord and offered a slight nod. All right, let's head to the cafeteria for breakfast. Star-Lord's smile widened. Perfect timing, the eve of the Void God cult's great pilgrimage. Tonight's feast is legendary. You'll find the spread even more bountiful than usual. He glanced at Damien. Since it's your first time here, let me show you which dishes are the best. Without another word, Star-Lord blurred forward with astonishing speed, motioning for Damien and Madame Butterfly to follow. Madame Butterfly's eyes widened. Void Island truly lived up to its terrifying reputation, a realm where gods and demons dance their deadly waltz, and even a casual encounter could conceal an enemy, or an ally, of unimaginable power. Chapter 548, A Murderous Intent Emerges. Damien stood just beyond Lady Butterfly's circle, watching every move. Two of her followers knelt before him in fervent prayer. If they proved themselves worthy, he could bestow upon them the Void's blessing and grant them a peaceful retirement. At the same time, his gaze drifted across the clearing, where Star-Lord was deep in conversation with Niklov and Madame Butterfly. To Star-Lord, Niklov represented the final and most formidable trial. In raw strength, Niklov was certainly impressive, one of the strongest of the so-called mid-tier elites. Yet above him loomed the true titans of the cosmos, those beings who had already transcended their limits. Lacey, Kyle, Renoli, and the Predictor belonged to that upper echelon. They were mere hundreds of evolutionary steps away from complete transcendence, on the verge of joining the universe's supreme powers. United, their combined might could rival any top-tier force. By comparison, Niklov seemed almost fragile. Every spectator held their breath, wondering whether he could survive this final test, or if the murderous intent in the air would consume him first. Damien was born into the royal family of the Tesma civilization, nurtured in privilege and destined for greatness. From his earliest days, he absorbed every discipline, philosophy, history, the sciences, while simultaneously displaying a prodigious command of telekinesis that earned him widespread admiration. By the age of 27, he had ascended the throne, noble in birth, unmatched in talent, unwavering in principle, and beloved by his people. All that fate withheld was a single stroke of luck. No sooner had Damien begun shaping his reign, charting economic reforms, and overseeing cultural renewal, than he made a fateful misstep. His flagship encountered a Kree Empire patrol, temporarily anchored at a distant starbase. Seized by youthful confidence and an impulse to prove himself, Damien personally led the assault. In a matter of moments, he shattered the Kree squadron and reduced one of their battleships to wreckage. Such a feat might have been celebrated under different circumstances. But as Emperor, Damien's unilateral strike was seen not as heroism, but as a reckless provocation. News of his victory rippled through the galaxy and awakened the slumbering behemoth of the Kree Empire, now stirred to avenge their fallen vessel. Damien's uncle, Emperor Nikrov, had once unleashed a genocide upon the Tesma people. Stripped of his throne and nailed to the pillar of shame, he was cast into exile. Had the Kree Empire never arisen, Nikrov might have become the greatest sovereign in Tesma history, but years spent fleeing his enemies never allowed him to regain his former power. Madame Butterfly's story was even more tumultuous. When her magic first awakened, she had no control over its seductive influence. At home, local women accused her of bewitching every man in sight, branding her a harlot. One misfortune followed another, until at last she too was exiled and forced to abandon her old identity. She spent years wandering from planet to planet, slowly learning to master her allure. Eventually, she made her way to the land of nothingness, where she steadily built a fearsome reputation. Though Madame Butterfly can still cast a passive charm today, it is but a shadow of the raw power she once wielded. In the barren expanse of the void, surrounded by impulsive, half-witted would-be cultivators, Damien had at last found his comfort zone. He'd learned long ago that some men relied on flashy charm, while others obsessed over cold precision, and neither approach compared to mastering both. Among those who vied for his attention, Madame Butterfly stood out, not by ambition, but by restraint. She knew her own limitations well enough to avoid climbing too high, to keep herself out of the gaze of the true power players. Yet talent cannot be hidden forever. Both Madame Butterfly and a young man named Nikrov had formally applied to join Damien's circle. Their respect for him was genuine and understandable. Even so, Damien saw no need to hurry. He would watch them grow, test their resolve, and only then decide whether to grant his blessing. As they strolled down the island's winding trail, Madame Butterfly spoke quietly to Nikrov, nodding toward their newest companion, Star-Lord. "I have to admit," she murmured, "he doesn't look like the type who could endure much hardship, and yet—" Nikrov shrugged. "I've heard the same whispers. Still, the Void's records say he's got endurance most seasoned warriors lack." Madame Butterfly raised an eyebrow but said nothing more. Nikrov smiled and, turning to Star-Lord, asked as casually as if they were discussing the weather, "So, how long have you been here, seeking blessings on this island?" Their footsteps echoed against the smooth stones, the only answer to the question coming from the gentle rustle of wind through leafless branches, an unspoken promise that here in the Void, trials awaited everyone who dared to ask for power. Damien adjusted the scroll in his hands and said quietly, "In 2 months, it'll be almost 2 years since we arrived." Star-Lord's eyes flickered at the reminder. Almost 2 years. Getting a blessing from the Void God cult is that rare. Madame Butterfly glanced around the barren shore. Although she didn't know how long the cult's trials usually lasted, she was struck by the sheer endurance and frustration in Star-Lord's tone. She wasn't mocking him. She simply understood how grueling those trials could be. "How much longer do you plan to stay on Void Island?" Star-Lord shrugged. "Ms. Lacey said we could remain for a few more days before heading back." "At most 10.5 days, then," Damien concluded, his voice steady. Nikrov, leaning against a weather-scarred obelisk, nodded. "Void Island is nothing like the land of nothingness. At least here we get a brief taste of life." Damien leaned back, staring at the jagged skyline of the land of nothingness. "Even after all this time, the atmosphere here is so dreary." Madame Butterfly laughed softly beside him. Then she glanced at Nikrov and back at Damien. "By the way," she said, "are the two of you a couple?" At her words, Damien's eyebrows shot up. He felt a small surge of pride, thrilled that they'd agreed to stay on Void Island for 10.5 days, until he realized she meant Nikrov and Madame Butterfly. Nikrov, caught off guard, stammered, "Why would you think that?" Madame Butterfly paused, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Well, Nitch," she teased, using his nickname, "you've shown such concern for his opinion, praying for his safe return, seeking his blessings. It's hard not to read that as couple material." Damien held up a hand. "He only cares because this place is dangerous for me," he explained. "Even you couldn't protect me if something went wrong out here, so of course he wants to make sure I'm safe, and that I'm on board with our plan." Nikrov ran a hand through his hair. "It doesn't mean we're married," he added. "If anything, our relationship is more like a grasshopper tied to a boat, precarious and unlikely to survive rough waters." Madame Butterfly's smile softened. She understood exactly what he meant. She was no longer the naive girl she'd been before. She recognized that affection and protection didn't always equal romance. With a gentle nod, she offered, "Fair enough. Let's just focus on making these 10 days count. No labels required." Damien hesitated. Niklov gave him a reassuring nod. "I've lived on Void Island for nearly 2 years," he said. "Frankly, I've never felt in danger here. It's the safest place I've ever known." Damien frowned. "I'm not worried about outsiders," he admitted. "Niklov can handle any trespassers in his sleep. What concerns me is the Void cult itself." Madame Butterfly regarded him with calm, untroubled eyes. "The people of Void Island are fundamentally kind," she replied. "They won't harm you without reason." Still unconvinced, Damien watched as she lifted her veil. Underneath, a pair of striking violet eyes met his gaze. At single glance, an intoxicating warmth spread through him. His breath caught, his pulse raced, and his vision seemed to blur. He felt as if his very soul had been ensnared by her beauty. "He's just a kid. Why are you teasing him?" Nikrov crossed his arms, watching Madame Butterfly effortlessly weave a charm over Star-Lord. Madame Butterfly laughed, flicking her fan with exaggerated grace. "Oh, Nikrov, I'm only having a little fun. You look like you're about to explode." Nikrov arched an eyebrow. "Could it be you're jealous? He did joke that we look like a couple. Did that bother you?" She rolled her eyes, feigning offense. "After all these years, you still don't understand me. Sure, call me a charmer elsewhere, but if I stir up trouble, I'm also the first to solve it." Her voice grew serious. "But we're on Void Island. One misstep here can bring disaster. You stripped away your wards just for a laugh and ended up in hot water, dangerous hot water. Don't pretend I didn't pull you out of the flames." Nikrov reached for her hand, sincerity plain on his face. "We've known each other for 80 years, and I've seen your magic sway every heart in the realm. Yet when Star-Lord made that offhand remark, I couldn't help but wonder if there was something more between you and him." Madame Butterfly squeezed his hand, her smile softening. "You worry too much. What matters is that we keep each other safe, even on Void Island." The torchlight in the undercroft flickered over ancient stone, casting long shadows as Madame Butterfly leaned in, voice low. "I figured Damien would understand better if he saw it himself rather than if I just explained it." Nikrov's jaw tightened. "That's why you let him see?" "Please, don't be angry," she hurried to soothe him. At the sharp look in Nikrov's eyes, she backpedaled. "Look, Damien's still an outsider to the Void Cult, just like we are. Right now his power is negligible, but the moment he pledges himself to the cult and turns that power on you, you'll be in real trouble. And no, I didn't invite him for a simple breakfast." Nikrov released her hand with a soft exhale. He'd hoped to keep their plans strictly between the two of them, away from other island members. Better to avoid entanglements that might spiral out of control. Madame Butterfly's beauty often suggested sharp intelligence. But here, her naivete was all too clear. He ran a hand through his hair. "So what's next?" Butterfly glanced over her shoulder, cheeks flushed but eyes determined. "We start by binding him with the inhibitor rune, just enough to slow him down. Then we remove the concealment charm on his aura and see what happens." Nikrov arched an eyebrow. "And if he breaks free of the seals?" She met his gaze unflinchingly. "Then we'll know exactly where he stands." Lady Butterfly didn't hesitate. The moment Damien spoke, she slipped a gauzy veil over her face, and then, almost imperceptibly, she activated her charm. Damien staggered backward and crumpled to the floor, his vision clearing in an instant. He looked up, eyes wide behind him, at the veiled figure before him, her poise as graceful as a swan's. "When I first saw your eyes," Damien said, his voice hoarse, "I thought you were the most beautiful woman I'd ever laid eyes on." Lady Butterfly remained silent under her veil. "Now I understand why you must conceal yourself," Damien continued, forcing himself to sit upright. He blew out a slow breath. "Your robes are modest, more so than anyone's I've ever seen, but those eyes, they draw you in. I dare not meet them directly, for fear I'll never look away." He pressed his palms to the ground, steadying himself. The enchantment had been powerful, but so had his curiosity. All the women on Void Island, he thought, must be unbelievably beautiful. Unbeknownst to him, dark eyes watched from the shadows. Nikrov leaned forward, expression unreadable as he studied Damien. A chill gleamed in his gaze. He was determined to learn how far Damien's fascination would go, and whether Lady Butterfly's secret charm would ensnare him completely. "Why? I'd be happy to help, but to produce a polished rewrite, I'll need the full machine-translated text of the chapter you'd like revised. Could you please paste the chapter, or the next 3,000-word chunk, here? Once I have the complete text, I'll rename Harvey to Damien, ensure he's clearly male, and deliver a coherent, idiomatic English version." Nikrov stood there, speechless. He'd always known that beauty can be a source of disaster, and Madame Butterfly was living proof. She was clever enough to toy with people's hearts in the void, so he'd never worried that she'd get herself into an impossible bind. And yet, now that she'd arrived on Void Island, she'd somehow misjudged the situation and was behaving far too recklessly. If she didn't learn to rein herself in, they wouldn't last a day here, let alone the 10.5 days they'd originally planned. Nikrov had no desire to kill Star-Lord, but the man was hopelessly smitten with Madame Butterfly. To prevent even greater complications later on, Nikrov realized he had to cut off the problem at its root, right now. "Thank you for the compliment," Madame Butterfly said, her tone polite but noticeably more measured than before. She'd obviously realized she might be courting danger. "I'm glad you decided to show it to me." "Let's head to the cafeteria and book ourselves a private room," Star-Lord said, standing and giving his thigh a mock salute. "Eating out in the open might stir up more trouble than we need." He grinned, though he reminded himself that Madame Butterfly was well out of his league. Meeting her in person had reduced him to a love-struck fool, but now that the initial spark had passed, he felt more at ease and more realistic about their situation. Madame Butterfly gave a slow nod. Exactly. You're not afraid of outsiders. You're afraid of the Void Cult's members. Star-Lord leaned back, his smile wry. Truth is, it's because you can't lay a hand on them. Damien watched as Star-Lord finally tore his gaze away from Madame Butterfly, his shoulders relaxing and his expression softening. I know what's on your mind, Star-Lord said, speaking quietly but firmly. But there's no need to be so anxious. Miss Lacey has the island under her thumb. She'll make sure we stay safe. Besides, you're not the only captivating presence here. There are others just as remarkable, and they're doing perfectly well. Madame Butterfly's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. You trust Miss Lacey's reach too easily. The people you mention, all those thriving beauties, are members of the Void Cult. Their allegiances and their powers aren't yours to command. Star-Lord met her gaze unflinchingly. Exactly why I intend to seek the Void's blessing, he replied. A sudden chill touched the air as Madame Butterfly leaned forward. Mark my words, the Void God Cult will one day rule the cosmos. Sooner or later, its members will take notice of you, and when they do, you won't be the one pulling the strings. Nikrov's voice was low, but firm. As long as you promise you won't tell a soul. Damien nodded. I swear on my life. Nikrov studied him for a long moment, then continued. Gaining the Void God's blessing isn't as simple as it sounds. You've been trying to get closer for 2 years, and you still haven't succeeded. Damien's brows furrowed. Time isn't on our side, true, but that doesn't mean we can't succeed quickly either. Nikrov let out a slow breath, the tension in his shoulders easing. All right, you have my word. Damien lifted a hand and mimed zipping his lips. I won't say a word, but I should point out, I'm not in the exact same situation you are. He looked down, voice dropping. The Void Cult's trial isn't as impossible as people claim. In the last couple of years, I've seen members earn their blessing in as little as 3 or 4 months. I just haven't managed it, not after nearly 2 years of trying. A forced smile flickered across Damien's face. He knew Nikrov and the others had no real idea how the cult's trial worked or how long it normally took. So when they heard he'd been failing for almost 24 months straight, they neither laughed nor looked down on him. Instead, they watched him with something like respect, perhaps even pity, for the persistence it took to keep going. Damien stood before the altars not as a supplicant in search of fortune, but as a pilgrim paying homage, and that, of all things, drew Nikrov and Madame Butterfly into conversation with him. The two exchanged a quick, astonished glance at one another. Madame Butterfly was the first to speak. I'm hardly an expert, she admitted, but your steadfastness tells me there must be a reason you've endured so long. I bless you and pray that fortune smiles on you, that you gain what you seek and earn the Void's favor, rather than leave here disappointed. She bowed her head in apology. Forgive me, for I know nothing of you, yet I must ask, are you truly prepared for the enlightenment you desire? Your resolve surprises me. Nikrov settled a reassuring hand on Damien's shoulder. I never imagined you could be so determined, he said quietly. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. Many who stand here would have given up long ago, especially after seeing those who came before them receive their blessings. But you, your conviction never wavered, even on Void Island. That speaks volumes about the path you're on. Damien refused to back down, and even Nikrov couldn't help admiring his stubborn tenacity. Don't you think I'm being a little foolish? Damien asked, half challenging, half pleading. Nikrov regarded him quietly. Damien's shoulders rose and fell as he spoke, his voice unsteady but determined. 2 years of shattered faith had beaten on him relentlessly, yet he still clung to his purpose, to find a way, within a century's time, to slay his treacherous father. Weren't you the one who said you wanted to be the strongest of the strong, the one who could protect everything you care about? A slow smile curved Nikrov's lips. Booze, he said, are the medals we award to true challengers. They mark deeds most people wouldn't even dare attempt. Your persistence might seem foolish to some, but it's exactly what earns you that honor. When you conquer the challenge, everyone will cheer for you. If you endure this trial today, one day you will earn the blessing of the Void, and when you finally step into the realm of true strength, you will face hardships and dangers beyond imagining. You will stand before power so oppressive it tests every principle you hold dear, tempting you to cross lines you once swore never to cross. In that moment, when the darkness threatens to swallow you whole, you will discover that the very beliefs you've clung to, the efforts you've poured forth, become a beacon in your heart. That light will drive back the shadows and steel your resolve once more. Niklov listened in silence, then met Star-Lord's gaze with profound admiration. He wasn't the universe's greatest warrior, far from it, but he had once ruled as an emperor, worshipped by countless worlds. He had also known the agony of exile and the guilt that followed him like a shadow. Yet through every fall, his spirit had remained unbroken. From the moment he was born heir to the throne, every hope of the Tesma civilization rested on Damien's shoulders. By the age of 4, his days were already meticulously scheduled, 6 hours of sleep each night, with the rest devoted to mastering every discipline the elders prescribed and honing his psychic gifts. That unrelenting drive paid off. By 27, he claimed the imperial scepter and became emperor. He believed that if your efforts were guided by purpose, every hardship you endured would eventually repay you. The elders' teachings and the pride of his lineage ran like steel through his veins. Even at his lowest ebb, when anonymity offered the chance to satisfy any passing whim, Damien refused to let his convictions slip. Niklov met Damien's gaze with uncommon sincerity. You're only the second person who, despite barely knowing me, has stood by my beliefs and lifted my spirits. Damien felt a warmth he rarely admitted. The first person to offer that kind of affirmation had been the angelic recorder, Miss Sarah. He managed a small, grateful smile. Now that someone's acknowledged your actions, there's no need to call them foolish, Niklov said, smiling. Just keep doing what you believe is right and build your own legacy. That's exactly how I see it, Damien replied, returning the grin. No matter how long it takes, wait for the day I join the Void God cult. Good news will follow. They both laughed. Damien stretched. Come on, let's get some breakfast. Niklov nodded, relieved to see Damien's hesitation gone. Sounds good. As they walked side by side, their conversation flowed easily. Men's friendships were often simple and direct. Shared values and mutual respect let them speak freely. After a moment's silence, Damien looked over. Niklov, what did you do before all this? Perched on a nearby railing, Madame Butterfly had been watching. She rose and followed at a discreet distance, curiosity shining in her eyes. From the insight and poise Niklov had just displayed, it was clear he'd lived a far more extraordinary life than most. Damien stood in the center of the dimly lit chamber, the single brass lamp overhead casting long shadows against the stone walls. At his feet lay the booze, a gleaming medal reserved for those brave enough to challenge destiny itself. It wasn't just an ornament, it was hope made manifest, a promise that when the world's darkness threatened to consume your heart, this slim shard of light could guide you back again. Damien still found it hard to believe anyone could truly appreciate the booze's true power, until now. Across from him, Niklov cradled the medal between thumb and forefinger. A faint smile curved his lips as he turned it over, the soft click of metal echoing in the hushed hall. Boos are more than trophies for challengers, he said quietly. They're beacons of faith. Once you've faced your own shadows and survived, the conviction you carry becomes a guiding light, one you may lean on when all else fails. He paused, meeting Damien's eyes. If you find a chance in the days to come, you'll understand. But if fate denies you that chance, knowing this now won't help you at all. Lady Butterfly, to one side, watched Niklov with barely contained irritation. She stepped forward, fists clenched. We've known each other for years, she snapped. You can't pretend you don't understand what this means to us. Niklov's amusement deepened. He slipped the booze back into Damien's waiting hand and tilted his head. After all this time, I realize I don't know you at all, he said softly. And you still won't tell me what happens once the ceremony is over. Damien's fingers tightened around the medal. The weight of it reminded him of every trial he'd endured and every choice yet to come. Niklov's golden eyes flickered as he added, You'll learn the rest in time. I suspect that day isn't far off. He stepped back into the shadows, leaving only the echo of his words and the warm, solid promise of the booze hanging in the air. As long as the Kree Empire endures, Damien can never return to Tesma with his honor intact or atone for the mistakes of his past. All our reflections now amount to nothing more than a defeated man's longing for bygone glory, a nostalgia that changes nothing. This third installment adds 3,000 words, bringing our total to 10,000. If you enjoyed it, please vote and subscribe. Chapter 550, Normal Operation. Star-Lord led Damien, Madame Butterfly, and Niklov through the winding corridors of Void Island until they reached the canteen. It was more like a small banquet hall, gleaming marble floors, softly glowing light panels overhead, and discreetly stationed attendants in immaculate uniforms. He ushered them into a private luxury room where a long lacquered table was already set with exotic fruits and steaming delicacies. Once they were seated, Star-Lord signaled a server to step forward. As newcomers to Void Island, Star-Lord began, unfolding a tablet that projected a translucent list of rules. You should understand the basic regulations that keep this place running smoothly. Members of the Void God cult answer only to the island's commandments, but outsiders have to follow a stricter code. He tapped the screen, and the first rule appeared. 1. No abuse of your abilities. 2. No causing trouble. 3. No hostile actions against island staff. 4. Combat training is restricted to official grounds and arenas. Star-Lord paused to let the guests absorb the list, then continued. If you break these rules, say you start an unauthorized fight on the training field, you'll have to cover any damages you cause. After that, you'll be expelled permanently. No do-overs. He scrolled to emphasize the final, most critical warning. And one more thing. Never pick a fight with a member of the Void God cult unless your goal is a quick death. That lesson has been learned the hard way by many outsiders over the years. With the formalities out of the way, Star-Lord waved to the server. Now that the boring stuff is done, please enjoy your meal. Feel free to ask me any questions about life on Void Island. He leaned back in his chair, a confident smile on his face, as the trays of food arrived, and the private room filled with the low murmur of introductions. Star-Lord surveyed the gathered crowd with a steely gaze. Break any of these laws, he began, and you'll face the harshest penalties, hefty fines, and in the gravest cases, exile from the island. Anyone foolish enough to provoke a member of the Void cult risks far more than a mere banishment. Your life could be forfeit. Over the past 2 years, I've presided over countless expulsions, most of them born of simple ignorance. I've also seen outright arrogance. People who thought themselves untouchable challenged the Void cult, only to vanish without a trace. Madame Butterfly's violet eyes narrowed in concern. Isn't that a dangerous precedent? She asked. Don't these laws risk empowering the Void cult, making them act with unchecked arrogance? Damien, standing quietly beside her, watched Star-Lord for any sign of hesitation. He knew that every rule carried a price, and that on this island, ignorance was nothing short of fatal. It's perfectly natural to feel uneasy, Madame Butterfly said gently, her wings shimmering in the pale light. But you must understand, every member of the Void cult views newcomers not as rivals, but as potential allies. She paused, choosing her words carefully. That means you're free to ask questions, and even seek their guidance on cultivation techniques or harnessing your superhuman abilities. Personally, I honed my combat skills by consulting countless practitioners. Damien listened intently as she continued. Approach them with respect and genuine curiosity, and you'll find them more than willing to help. They're neither petty nor vindictive. In fact, Void Island is one of the safest places in the universe. Her tone grew warmer. You can live here without fear. The island offers top-notch facilities and cuisine gathered from civilizations far and wide. Since this is your first day, you probably haven't encountered any trouble, but trust me, it won't happen. Damien allowed himself a small smile. He'd spent the last 2 years learning the hard way that strangers here were rarely hostile. Back then, he wasn't nearly strong enough to defend himself. But now, armed with Madame Butterfly's assurance, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. As long as he treated the Void cult members as peers and asked the right questions, he had no reason to worry. Damien settled back on the smooth stone of the terrace, testing a pulse of divine energy that still thrummed in his veins. Since his first awakening, he'd discovered he could mimic, then practice, every one of Niklov's techniques. "Void Island's been excellent," he reported. "I haven't run into a single problem." Niklov inclined his head. "That's the advantage of being here alone. In most lawless territories, every stranger is a threat, and every dispute can turn deadly. But Void Island, it's different. People respect strength over status. As long as you can hold your own, you're safe." Madame Butterfly leaned forward, curiosity lighting her dark eyes. "And what exactly are these training grounds and the competitive arena I keep hearing about?" "They're where the Void Cult build the body from the ground up," Niklov explained. "Weight work, agility courses, sparring pits. Normally, all our members would be training right now, but they're on break today. If you like, I can take you there to have a look." Star-Lord chuckled softly. He wasn't the least bit surprised by Madame Butterfly's interest. Every outsider did the same, paid their respects at the training fields, watched the warriors push past their limits, then left yearning to match their power. Soon enough, she'd see for herself just how formidable the Void Cult truly was, and why every warrior here carried an almost fanatical devotion to strength. Damien leaned back, a wry smile on his face. "Who wouldn't want a stronger body? Well then, what are you waiting for? Go ahead." Madame Butterfly's playful confidence faltered at his direct gaze. Ever since Niklov's warning, she'd been on her best behavior. She dipped into a polite curtsy and said, "If you truly wish for power, I earnestly recommend dedicating yourself to the Void God's faith." She let her words hang in the air. "That's the only way you'll ever be completely safe. Besides, there are very few women in the Void Cult. With so few female adherents, your chances of earning the blessing, if nothing else, should be higher." Damien waved off the notion, still unconcerned, but his expression turned serious. "Very few women in the Void Cult?" Niklov, seated nearby, looked up in mild surprise. "Based on all the reports I've seen, the Void Cult has well over 600 members, but fewer than 10 of them are women." Damien nodded slowly, absorbing the information. "So by that logic, women actually stand a worse chance of being chosen." Niklov fell silent, stroking his chin as he weighed Damien's observation. Damien leaned forward, his brow furrowed. "You'd think that, but the Void God faith has been struggling for the past 2 years." Star-Lord raised an eyebrow. "Struggling? In what way?" Damien tapped a datapad, bringing up a chart. "Since the crisis began, more than 100,000 men have come to Void Island seeking blessings. But, and this is the odd part, virtually no women have ever come solely out of faith." Star-Lord whistled softly. "No women at all? That doesn't add up. Most of the women I've encountered arrived as part of someone else's entourage, diplomats, merchants, off-world tourists. A surprising number of them admit they're here to fish for Kaisi, hoping to land a member of the Void Cult. Only a handful actually joined during one of our excursions." Star-Lord nodded slowly. "I suppose word's gotten out that you cultists are well off. I heard that even casual relationships with your members come with hefty breakup settlements." Damien sighed. "Exactly. In the Xandar Empire, it's common knowledge that if you date a Void adherent, you're entitled to a substantial breakup fee should things end badly. That draws in fortune hunters from every world. But you've managed to keep things under control?" Star-Lord asked. "Barely," Damien admitted. "Our elders decree that members may engage in social or romantic activities for only a limited season each year. The rest of the time, we're expected to devote ourselves entirely to our training and service. If you fall behind those who joined alongside you, that's your own fault. It's a strict system, but it's the only way we've found to preserve our discipline and the integrity of our faith amid all the outside interest." Star-Lord cracked a grin. "Well, at least you're not short on converts. Just one gender. Got it." Damien managed a wry smile. "Right. Now, we just need to figure out how to bring balance back to the faith and encourage a few more genuine believers, regardless of gender." He tapped the datapad again, his eyes hard with determination. The Void God religion may have stumbled these past 2 years, but with renewed discipline and a broader outreach, Damien was determined it would rise again. "If you can't measure up to the newcomers, you'll only embarrass yourself. Aren't they all here on Void Island to land a sugar daddy?" Niklov's voice turned oddly amused. Youth and beauty are a woman's most potent and reliable weapons. They rely on their looks and figures to attract a sponsor, then pick up whatever knowledge and skills they need. It's only natural they'd try to hook a sugar daddy. Their goal is clear: secure wealth and freedom without slogging away for decades. Before they succeed, they seldom spare a thought for anything else. Madame Butterfly listened and nodded in understanding. She neither condemned nor condoned. Everyone did what they had to. Over the years, her salon had taken in scores of young homeless women with no means of survival. In her profession, she'd seen far too many endure the gilded life of a kept woman, only to be discarded and left so dependent on luxury that they could never return to ordinary existence. Once swept up in extravagance, these women often found themselves irreversibly broken when the patron moved on. He's witnessed countless women driven to absolute destitution, women who, once they've savored the luxury provided by a wealthy patron, find it all but impossible to return to their former lives. Desperate to reclaim that gilded existence, they sink deeper step by step, trapped in a cycle of dependency and degradation. He's also seen men consumed by their own appetites. In pursuit of fast cash to fund endless nights of pleasure, they abandon every moral boundary, stealing, assaulting, even killing, until they perish in violent collapse. In Damien's establishment, known simply as the Butterfly House, no fewer than 100 clients pass through each month. There he bears witness daily to the dark extremes of human greed and despair. Yet the Butterfly House itself prides its survival on strict fairness. Every woman under Damien's roof keeps half of her earnings. He never takes a single penny in hidden fees or deductions. Once she's found a reliable sponsor or earned enough to settle her debts, she's free to go. After all, fresh faces are never in short supply in this city's underbelly. Despite the steady flow of patrons, Damien's true fortune lies not in the house's takings, but in the network of secrets he's cultivated. Information is his real currency. Scandalous rumors, illicit affairs, the under-the-table deals of the powerful. Buying and selling these whispered confidences has made him wealthier than most could ever imagine. And for now, that's more than enough. Damien drifted quietly in the boundless expanse known as the Land of Nothingness. All the years he'd spent here proved one thing: beyond this void lay no place more fitting for those who had learned its secrets. Had there been anywhere better, neither he nor the others would have lingered so long. Only a truly unavoidable summons could force them to abandon these depths. Across from him, Lady Butterfly, an enigmatic sage who had never once ventured beyond this realm, rested her hands lightly in her lap. Her voice was calm, almost wistful. "True faith," she said, "springs from the heart's willingness to surrender itself in hope of grace. Yet often, those who yearn most find their prayers unanswered." "That key of devotion is a rare gift here," Damien observed. Lady Butterfly smiled, eyes distant. "And yet, if anyone stands a chance of earning those blessings, it's you. Both Niklov and I know the rights of the void, and we've seen how your strength of will can sway even the ancients." Damien nodded, recalling the arcane rituals he'd witnessed on the edges of existence. He leaned forward. "Then let us speak plainly. When and how can I retire? I need a way out that won't leave me stranded in some forgotten crevice of the universe." Lady Butterfly closed her eyes in thought. "To petition the ancients for release," she began, "you must undergo the seeking of blessings. It typically requires 3 to 4 months of preparation and meditation. It's not a brief endeavor, but it's the only reliable path." Niklov's low chuckle echoed through the void. 3 months? He scoffed. "Time we simply don't have." Damien exchanged a glance with his companion. "Exactly. Niklov and I can't afford to tarry here that long. We need a plan that won't tie us down indefinitely." Lady Butterfly opened her eyes, their color dark and liquid. She understood the urgency in their voices. Though the nothingness was her home, even she felt the pull of the unknown, the desire to move on. After a moment's pause, she spoke with gentle determination. "Then we must find another way, one that honors the ancients, yet suits your timetable. Let me consult the old manuscripts. There may exist a shortcut, a single rite, or a concealed passage through the void's deeper strata that could grant you safe passage before your time runs out." Damien allowed himself a small, hopeful smile. In the Land of Nothingness, hope itself was a rare treasure, and right now, it was all they had. Damien knew their future rested entirely on Lady Lacey's judgment when she chose new practitioners to replace him and his partner, and grant them a peaceful retirement. He reminded himself to switch into plain clothes after every assignment to avoid drawing unwanted attention. So far, Lady Lacey's word had proven reliable. If they carried out their duties flawlessly and made no mistakes, they would step down safely once their successors arrived. "Is being a deputy really that demanding?" Star-Lord asked, genuine concern in his voice. "It's not as troublesome as it might sound," Damien replied. "As long as we stay sharp and follow her orders, everything will work out." Damien settled into the chair opposite Madame Butterfly, the lantern's glow dancing across his thoughtful expression. "Gathering and organizing information has always been my strength," he said. Madame Butterfly inclined her head. "Nikrov has never had so much on his plate." He leaned forward. "The Voidland sparks new disputes nearly every day. Most are petty feuds we can safely ignore, but whenever something serious happens, we're expected to step in and set things right." Her eyes darkened. "What about human trafficking?" He exhaled slowly. "On paper, it's outlawed in the land of nothingness. In practice, though, it's the backbone of a vast shadowy economy. Too many people and too much money are involved to dismantle it overnight. Victims lost in the void have no one to plead for them. No official takes responsibility for their disappearance. No one tracks their fate." Madame Butterfly's jaw tightened. "So villains exploit that lawless gap." "Precisely. A trafficker can snatch someone in broad daylight and vanish without consequence. Killings might draw attention, but disappearances go unremarked. That's why I've been assigned to root out the intelligence, while Nikrov mobilizes the enforcement squads to clean up the mess." Madame Butterfly's gaze flickered with a familiar pain. She had once been one of those prisoners, terrorized by the demon Kyle until she tasted true despair. Now, more than anyone, she understood the cruelty of human trafficking and hated it with every fiber of her being. Together, in that quiet room, they resolved to bring light to the darkest corners of the Voidland and to rescue the countless souls trapped within it. Damien leaned on the observation deck's railing, watching the flickering lights of the void domain spread out below. Nikrov, the station's operations chief, rubbed his temples before launching into an explanation that left no room for understatement. "The void domain is the universe's biggest pie," he said flatly. "Every year, the Void God cult alone pockets over 100 billion cosmic coins. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. Between rival factions, private syndicates, and offshore brokers here, the total value of transactions easily reaches into the trillions." Damien raised an eyebrow. "Trillions," Nikrov nodded. "Yep. After the Devastation War, entire star systems were laid to waste and millions of refugees scattered. Trade and profiteering has exploded ever since. In its heyday, the Void Domain handled even more wealth. There's money you can trace, and money you can't. Want to launder a warlord's fortune? We can clean it. Looking for forbidden biotech, cloned organs, illegal weaponry, you name it, someone on this station can get it for the right price." Star-Lord folded his arms, grinning. "Sounds like you're running a Fortune 500 on steroids." Nikrov gave a wry smile. "More like a shadow economy, but it keeps me busy." Star-Lord turned to him. "So would it be a problem if we bunked here for 10.5 days? I've got a few leads I want to chase down." Nikrov exhaled and waved a dismissive hand. "Don't worry about it. I'll make sure your quarters are ready. Just keep your heads down and your credits handy." Damien exchanged a look with Star-Lord. Out here in the Void Domain, half the battle was knowing who and what you could trust. But with Nikrov's grudging approval secured, at least they had a foothold in the universe's richest and riskiest market. "The name of the Void God cult still carries weight," Damien said with a confident smile. "Sure, a few rule breakers pop up now and then, but it's leagues more stable than the chaos we once knew. If anything stirs in the land of nothingness, Madame Butterfly will learn of it immediately, and will turn right back at the first sign of serious trouble. When I mentioned 10.5 days, that was merely our absolute maximum if nothing unexpected happens. It doesn't mean we'll actually stay that long." Damien spoke without a hint of worry. Xandar lay so close to the land of nothingness that, should an emergency arise, he could instantly seal every import and export route and race home. If Lord Lacy hadn't summoned them to visit Void Island, neither he nor his companion would have ventured beyond the Void Land. Yet Damien secretly relished the rare chance to take a breather. After all, being a black market dealer had its perks. Open a shop when you wanted, close it when you didn't, and otherwise enjoy complete freedom in the land of nothingness. Now that Damien has taken office as acting agent, he no longer has control over his own schedule. That authority now lies with the lawless one of the land of nothingness. Star-Lord had caught wind that Niklov and Madame Butterfly might depart at any moment, and the three had been lingering after dinner and drinks, deep in conversation. Once Damien realized their time here might be limited, he was determined to squeeze in as much fellowship and sightseeing as possible. "Why don't we take a quick stroll around the island?" Damien suggested, rising from his seat. Star-Lord stood as well, a reassuring smile on his face. "No need to hurry. You may not stay for 10.5 days, but I'm certain we can arrange at least a 2 or 3 day visit." Niklov watched Star-Lord's eager expression with calm amusement. "Besides," he said, "Lady Lacy summoned us here specifically to witness the Void God cult's New Year's pilgrimage. Whatever else happens, I intend to stay through the ceremony." Chapter 551, Damien Floats Again. Niklov rose to his feet, and Madame Butterfly slipped her veil back into place. Both of them wanted a closer look at the goings-on on Void Island. A moment later, Star-Lord emerged from the private luxury suite, accompanied by Niklov and Madame Butterfly. Tony and the others, still at their table, noted the trio strolling by, chatting and laughing together. "How did Niklov and Madame Butterfly end up hanging out with Star-Lord?" one of them murmured. Kyle leaned back in his chair, considering the question. "It's not like him to socialize with ordinary visitors. Star-Lord's a rare talent in our circle, polished, charismatic, and never off-putting. But he almost never speaks with the outsiders who come here seeking his blessing. By now, he still hasn't granted a single one. From their point of view, that's just stubborn." Renoli, watching from the balcony below, called up to them. "You've got it backward. Niklov and Madame Butterfly aren't here to petition for blessings. They're just paying a courtesy visit. That's why they're free to talk with Star-Lord. No expectations, no awkward favors to ask." Bruce Banner glanced up thoughtfully. When someone's purpose is clear, they won't mock Damien. In fact, the more people he gets to know now, even if he doesn't secure the Void's blessing before he leaves, the more allies he'll have when he ventures beyond the realms. "Those connections might come in handy out there," Banner added with a wry smile. 2 months remained until Damien's scheduled departure. As a fellow son of the Nine Realms, Banner wanted nothing more than to see Damien, so steadfast in spirit, receive that long-awaited blessing. Another guardian for the Nine Realms would be a welcome sight. Yet after 2 years of grueling trials, Damien had still not earned the Void's favor. Strange said nothing. He knew better than anyone how punishing Damien's test could be, and even he could not predict when or if it would conclude. Still, Damien pressed on. That alone earned him every ounce of their respect. Lacy watched as Niklov and Madame Butterfly strode purposefully toward the training grounds. She had neither the time nor the interest to interfere. Damien led the 2 newcomers across the open courtyard to the practice arena, his posture calm and assured. Niklov, the hulking knight from the Western Marches, gave him a curt nod. Beside him, Madame Butterfly, trader of secrets and whispered rumors, bowed with polite reserve. Here, beneath the vast sky, Damien prepared once more to test his mettle. The challenges awaiting him were countless, but with allies like these at his side, he felt more ready than ever. Star-Lord, Niklov, and Madame Butterfly had assumed the training grounds were deserted, until a distant roar, like rolling thunder, shook the air. The earth itself seemed to groan beneath their feet, as though a colossal beast stirred in the depths. Exchanging startled glances, Niklov and Madame Butterfly clambered to a higher ledge for a better view. Below them, a raging whirlwind battered an immense metal slab, whipping dust and debris into a blinding vortex. At the very heart of the storm, dozens of spectral figures darted back and forth, each strike against the metal, unleashing shockwaves of raw power. Sparks flared, and echoes of thunderous blows reverberated through the arena. Damien's eyes glinted like sharpened steel as he fixed his gaze on the 800-ton shock gold slab, trembling under the onslaught. 2 years had passed since his first clash with Lacey, a trial by fire that marked the beginning of his transformation. No longer the untrained novice who once lacked foundation, skill, or even an inkling of evolution's power, he had honed himself through ceaseless effort and countless setbacks. Yet standing here now, watching those phantoms assault the shock gold, Damien felt the gulf that still separated him from the Void God cult's true masters. Even on a sanctioned day of rest for all Void devotees, he could not afford to pause. In his heart, to rest was to be left be he, and Damien refused to let that happen. Damien forced himself to keep going. If he stopped now, he'd never catch up to Tony, Banner, Thor, and the others who were already far ahead. Lacey had been right. His genetically modified body might be powerful, but it hadn't given him a major head start. To stand among the top-tier heroes, he would have to train harder than anyone else. Every movement, every technique, every strike and reflex needed to be honed to perfection. He was pushing himself to the brink when a low murmur rippled through the gathered heroes. "Who's that?" Madame Butterfly, Star-Lord, Niklov, and the rest turned toward a sudden whirlwind of energy at the far end of the training field. In the center of the storm stood a solitary figure, perfectly calm, while crackling power swirled around him. Madame Butterfly's eyes widened. "That's Steve Rogers. He's from the Nine Realms, like me." Star-Lord stepped forward, squinting through the haze of swirling light. "Steve Rogers?" he echoed. "I didn't know he'd be here practicing right now." He studied Rogers' sculpted physique and flawless technique. Physically, he's extraordinary, and his skills are top-notch. But does he have any special abilities we don't know about? From the edge of the vortex, Niklov emerged, respect evident in his gaze. Having witnessed the cataclysmic battles of the Void War firsthand, he knew what true mastery looked like. "He meets every attack perfectly," Niklov said quietly. "I've seen the pinnacle of combat during the Void War, and this level of skill rivals the very best I've ever encountered. Lady Sonia, the Void Goddess, and Lady Lacey, Mistress of Voidland, stand at the very pinnacle of power. Their raw might alone can obliterate legions and plunge entire armies into despair." "He hasn't shown any unique talents," one veteran murmured. Damien began just like any other genetically modified human. "I heard he only joined the Void God sect recently," another added. "He wasn't among the first recruits." Star-Lord's eyes flickered with astonishment. "I never imagined that, in just 2 years away from our site, his strength could swell to this level." On Blue Star, genetically enhanced humans already count as monsters compared to unmodified people. Yet across the wider universe, such enhancements are barely more than the baseline, ordinary even. That realization left Star-Lord speechless. Are there many Void cultivators at his level? When Niklov learned that Damien's starting point was considered average by cosmic standards, surprise lit up his eyes. "There have been countless people who started where he did," Star-Lord said, shaking his head. "But in just a few years, almost none have ascended to Damien's level. At least, I've never seen anyone match him." Niklov narrowed his eyes, considering the bounty hunter's words. Damien's reflexes and speed were well beyond human norms, so sharp that Star-Lord admitted he could only catch glimpses when he truly focused. "No matter how ordinary someone begins," Star-Lord continued, "if the Void chooses to bless them, their efforts can yield extraordinary power." Niklov absorbed this with growing conviction. The other members of the Void cult were resting, recovering from the last engagement. But Damien, restless and determined, was squeezing every spare minute into training, pushing his body to its absolute limits in hopes of drawing that same Void blessing. It might take time before he truly matches the cult's finest, but Niklov believed Damien's persistence would pay off. Revenge against the Kree Empire had driven Damien from the start, but relying on a distant promise of vengeance felt increasingly uncertain. Instead, Niklov realized, why not harness the Void itself? If an unremarkable man like Damien could climb so high through sheer will, then with the Void's favor, his potential would be limitless. All he needed was guidance, and Niklov was more than willing to show him the way. Damien stood at the edge of the island sanctuary, his heart racing. Here, at the apex of the void god, religion, he could claim its highest seat, and in doing so, secure the ultimate blessing of the void. But time was slipping away. The ritual would not wait. He understood now why even legends like Star-Lord hungered for this power. For those born weak, the void could elevate them to strength. For the already powerful, it could make them invincible. As Damien surveyed the ritual chamber, he sensed another presence, an unseen scrutiny pressing in on him from across the clearing. He turned to find a tall man with ice-cold eyes, Niklov, one of the most feared masters in the Void sect. From several hundred meters away, Niklov's voice drifted to him, clear as if spoken beside him. "You look strong," he said, each syllable cutting through the air like a blade. Damien braced himself. He didn't know this man, yet Niklov's tone was that of someone evaluating a lesser combatant. "It's obvious you're determined to become the strongest of the strong," Niklov continued, his stare unflinching. "You'll stop at nothing to seize that power." A faint, unreadable smile flickered across Niklov's lips. "But make no mistake, you are not my opponent." The words hung in the silent expanse, a direct challenge that reverberated in Damien's chest. Damien's grip tightened on the hilt of his sword. The race for the Void's blessing had just become deadly, and only one could emerge victorious. Madame Butterfly raised an eyebrow. "Nikrov, are you actually talking to him?" Nikrov glanced down at Damien, who stood watching them with keen interest. "He wants to spar with me." She laughed softly. "He's nowhere near ready for that." Nikrov shrugged. "I may not be able to take on the Void cult's heavy hitters, Kyle, Lacey, Renoli, or Predictor, but Damien, he's not on my level." Butterfly tilted her head, still smirking. "Then let's settle it. Come down and spar." Damien's pulse quickened. A broad grin spread across his face. "A spar with a Void cult member? I'll take it, even if I walk away bruised." "As long as you don't try to kill each other, it's permitted," Nikrov replied coolly. "I've beaten Void cult operatives before," Damien said confidently, "and I've lost to them too. That's the name of the game." "If you can't accept a fair victory or defeat," Nikrov warned, "you'll never pass the Void God religion's trials." Star-Lord, who had been watching silently, stepped forward and nodded in agreement. "Then it's decided. Let's see what you've got." Niklov knew full well that the only opponents he could beat were the Void God Faith's recent recruits. He stood no chance against those who'd trained for years. Squaring his shoulders, he declared, "Fine. I'll teach him a lesson." With that, Niklov strode forward and stepped into the empty void. In an instant, a grand staircase of shimmering stone materialized beneath his feet, spiraling upward toward Steve Rogers. In days gone by, Niklov would have halted there, offered a polite discussion, perhaps even feigned ignorance or admitted defeat, anything to flatter Rogers. But now, having reclaimed his pride as the Void's champion, he refused to accept or decline in words. Instead, he let his actions speak for him and began to climb. Star-Lord's jaw dropped at the sight of those solid-seeming steps, hovering impossibly in the void. He'd heard whispers of Niklov's power and astonishing history, but this was beyond anything he'd imagined. "How strong is he, really?" Star-Lord asked, eyes fixed on the ascending figure. Madame Butterfly shook her head. "All I know is that Niklov is exceptionally powerful. Exactly how powerful, well, nobody can say. He keeps his true strength hidden." Silently, the steps carried Niklov ever closer to Steve Rogers, each footfall echoing his unspoken challenge. "Could you please paste the chapter text here? Once I have the full machine-translated content, I'll rewrite it into a polished, idiomatic English version with Damien as the male protagonist." Chapter 552, The Outcome is Decided. Star-Lord frowned, puzzlement creasing his brow. "Then tell me, how did you become agents of the Land of Nothingness?" Madame Butterfly's expression remained unreadable, but she answered quietly, "At the time when Lady Lacey, Renaud, the Predictor, and Kyle all joined forces, we were drawn in together." Star-Lord nodded slowly. "And you're aware of the Void God cult's fearsome reputation." He fell silent, then added, "Understood." He straightened, turning his gaze toward Niklov, who was striding confidently toward Steve. "So do you think Niklov can win?" Madame Butterfly gave him a level look. "That depends entirely on Niklov himself. If he believes he can't, then he won't. But if he chooses his moments wisely, he's far from powerless." Star-Lord raised an eyebrow. "Powerless?" Madame Butterfly shook her head. He never relied solely on brute strength. For 80 years, he operated in the shadows of the black market, silent, invisible. His true power lay in remaining undetected until the perfect moment. Star-Lord considered this. So until now, nobody realized the extent of his abilities? Exactly, she said. Even I was deceived. Niklov is a master of concealment, hiding within the void itself without a whisper. When he chooses to strike, he does so with precision. If Steve underestimates him, he may not even see the attack coming. Star-Lord exhaled slowly, eyes narrowing with newfound respect for Niklov's hidden depths. Then the outcome really could go either way. Madame Butterfly inclined her head. The outcome is decided only when the final move is made. Niklov tricked you? Star-Lord's tone was half question, half challenge. Madame Butterfly offered no answer. Kyle's warning not to speak carelessly still rang in her ears. Star-Lord shook his head, a faint smile playing at his lips. I should have known. You're stronger than I gave you credit for. On the other side of the courtyard, Steve Rogers watched Niklov's deliberate descent. A monumental staircase had hung in the air, each flight hundreds of meters long, suspended from a height well over 100 meters. Now that Niklov reached solid ground, a sudden gust of wind spiraled up from earth to sky, and the entire structure vanished as if it had never existed. Niklov squared his shoulders and met Steve's gaze. This is a friendly spar, he said. If you lose, you owe me nothing more than a clean loss. No grudges, no surprise attacks afterward. He let the words hang in the charged air. Do you accept? If you agree, we fight. If not, we walk away. Steve folded his arms and returned Niklov's steady look with an easy smile. My honor isn't that small, he replied. It's a fair fight. If I fall, I won't hold it against you. Niklov's grin widened. With terms agreed and hesitation banished, the sparring match was on. Excellent. When Niklov saw Steve nod in agreement, a self-satisfied smile curved his lips. In an instant, a menacing aura flared around him, his eyes alight with an unrivaled confidence. Steve Rogers didn't hesitate. He drove his fist forward like a piston, summoning a localized hurricane that rattled the ground and sent stones skittering in every direction. But as his punch cleaved through the air 5 meters from Niklov, a translucent psychic barrier sprang into being. The blow slid harmlessly up along its surface, redirected skyward. A thunderous boom shook the heavens as a circular shockwave blossomed overhead. With this kind of power, you could strike me forever and not even draw blood, Steve announced, voice echoing against the invisible wall. Niklov remained perfectly still at the heart of the barrier, calm and unshaken. Don't be so sure, he replied. Irritated, Steve abandoned ranged tactics, his arms blurred into afterimages, moving with such blistering speed that the air itself seemed to tear. In an instant, a towering tornado, hundreds of feet across, erupted around him, spiraling outward to engulf the battlefield. Niklov's fist, crackling with visible power, tore through the air in a ayez of furious blows. Snow and wind whipped around them, but every strike passed harmlessly overhead. Damien stood unchanged below. You've seen the full extent of my assault, Niklov said, his voice calm. And yet you remain untouched. Damien's lips tightened. He wanted to prove himself, especially now when the odds were stacked against him. But Niklov was right. In a real fight, clinging stubbornly to a single strategy was a grave mistake. You must stay flexible, Niklov went on, raising his hands. Exploit every opening. If you let yourself be pinned to one tactic, you're only sealing your own defeat. Before Damien could react, Niklov unleashed a burst of telekinetic energy. Damien just managed to raise his arms in time to block it, but the force of the impact drove him backward. He skidded through the air, snow flurrying around him, as he fought to steady his breathing and clear his mind. For a moment, everything slowed. The wind died down. Damien clenched his fists, determination flaring in his eyes. He wouldn't remain on the defensive. Not now. Not ever. Steeling himself, Damien readied for the next exchange, resolved to turn the battle to his advantage. Niklov's power snapped into form like a living thing. A glowing ring of telekinetic energy coalesced around Damien's body, and from its center, a brutal vacuum blasted outward. The force struck him like a steel arrow, squeezing his chest as if an invisible hand were crushing his ribs. Blood rushed to his face. Veins stood out on his neck. Purple energy crackled across Damien's skin. With a roar of effort, he shattered the psychic bonds, then hurtled backward, nearly a full kilometer, before skidding to a halt. His once sturdy coat was ripped and tattered, revealing the rough, mud-spattered clothes beneath. He staggered to his feet, hair plastered to his forehead, and squared his shoulders. From that distance, his eyes burned with a feral, haunted light as he stared at Nikrov. Damien knew that a man who dared meet his gaze like that believed himself superior. He'd never supposed Nikrov's strength would prove so formidable. Nikrov watched him coolly, then spoke, his voice echoing across the empty field. The essence of any contest is to learn how to face every kind of opponent and still come out on top. In simpler terms, you fight to survive, and only then can you claim victory. You boast of your strength, yet your mind and your actions betray a different story. That, he paused, is arrogance. Strength always breeds arrogance, murmured Nikrov, his voice cool and unhurried. Yet in the heat of battle, that very arrogance becomes a death trap. He watched with undisguised indifference as Damien tore free of his restraints. Nikrov hadn't even bothered to hold him back. At that moment, Damien was nothing more than a show of bravado, and exactly the kind of mistake that could prove fatal. Damn it, Star-Lord growled from his ship's viewport. He trained his weapons on Nikrov, but knew instantly it was futile. Every beam he fired flickered out before it reached its mark. Retreating to the edge of the engagement zone, he ground his teeth. He's barely even trying. Madame Butterfly observed the exchange with a cool smile. In 2 years roaming the void, she'd seen Nikrov unleash horrors that defied imagination. At this distance, barely a kilometer, his telekinetic power could reduce a star cruiser to rubble in seconds. She tilted her head, nodding to herself. So Damien's not just some rookie after all. Star-Lord's mind flashed back to the last Void War, the day the Void God cult's champion, with a mere gesture, ripped an entire space dreadnought limb from limb. He shuddered at the memory. If Nikrov ever decided to go all out, there won't be anything left to pick up afterward. Madame Butterfly's cosmic translator furrowed her brow as Star-Lord repeated the strange Terran word. "What does Barbie mean?" he asked, his voice echoing faintly through the chamber. The translator hesitated, then shook her head. "I've scoured every database, but I can only rend it as, it's over." Star-Lord waved a hand dismissively. "I get it, but that doesn't mean the world's ending. This is just a negotiation. Nikrov won't kill him." Madame Butterfly nodded, satisfied that the basic meaning had passed through. Below them, on the scarred plains of the battlefield, a lone soldier raised his trembling voice. "Who are you?" His name was Damien, and fear made his heart pound as he stared at the tall figure before him. The stranger's armor shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Damien swallowed hard, forcing himself to speak. "I almost forgot. I should know who I'm talking to." The figure inclined his head, an unsettling smile curling at the corners of his lips. "I am Nikrov, agent of the Void Realm, sworn servant of Lord Lacey." Damien's pulse quickened. He had heard rumors of Lord Lacey's emissary, no ordinary soldier. "Nikrov, overlord of the Tesma civilization?" he whispered. Niklov's smile deepened. "The same." Damien drew a shaky breath. If this was the agent Lacey himself had dispatched to govern a void world, then there was nothing mediocre about him. And now, with Madame Butterfly and Star-Lord watching from above, Damien realized that the true struggle was only just beginning. Damien arrived at the training grounds just after dawn. He'd skipped the morning briefing with Steve, Tony, and Bruce Banner. He wanted extra time to work on his own drills, so he hadn't expected to find any action out here. Instead, he rounded the corner and discovered Steve Rogers locked in combat with a stranger shrouded in shifting darkness. Steve landed lightly on one foot, wind kicking up dust beneath him. "Overlord of the Tesma civilization," he called, voice ringing clear across the field. "I haven't used that code name in years." The newcomer's form seemed to drink in the early light. Tendrils of void energy pulsed along his arms as he inclined his head in a mock bow. "You can just call me Nikrov, or the Void Agent, if you prefer." At the recognition in Steve's eyes, Niklov's grin widened. "Had I known it was you, Steve, I wouldn't have held anything back." Steve's lips curved into a fierce smile. "Then don't hold back. Show me what you've got." Before Damien could catch his breath, Nikrov lunged. His leg lashed out in a low, sweeping kick that caught Steve off guard. Rogers was sent skidding across the turf. Void energy crackled over his arms as he hit the ground. Then he rolled to his feet and countered in a single, explosive motion. Damien pressed himself against the fence, heart pounding. He'd come out to train. What he'd gotten instead was a front-row seat to a duel between two of the fiercest fighters he'd ever seen. A thunderous boom rattled the ground, as if a minor earthquake had struck. Gravel and dust erupted in all directions, coalescing midair into the shape of a roaring stone dragon. Its gaping maw lunged straight at Nikrov. At the same moment, Steve vanished from sight and reappeared a full kilometer behind Nikrov in less than a second, an attempt to trap him between two assaults. But Nikrov commanded every breeze and eddy within miles. He perceived Steve's approach as clearly as if he'd shouted a warning. With a single, deliberate gesture, Nikrov extended his hand and pointed at Steve. Steve sensed the imminent danger and spun around, driving a savage sidekick toward what he hoped was the gap in the defensive barrier. He intended to close the final 5 meters, force a close-quarters fight, and turn the tables. Instead, his foot slammed against something as solid and unyielding as a city wall. Before Steve could recover, the air in front of Nikrov began to glow with a faint white light, an unmistakable sign that the attack had already been decided. He tried to pull back, but by then it was far too late. Damien's psychokinetic stance detonated without warning. The shockwave hit him like a speeding freight train, hurling him backward through the air. He barely registered the roar of metal vibrating beneath him before an invisible lattice of telekinetic force wrapped around his body, cushioning the impact. A sharp taste of blood welled in his mouth, but beyond a cut at the corner of his lips, he emerged unscathed. Suspended in the shimmering net, Damien forced his gaze forward. The crackling energy he'd unleashed, his so-called mad dragon, lay in ruins, shredded into shimmering motes of dust by a far more devastating psychic explosion. The ground between them gaped open in a furious chasm, proof of raw power unleashed. Even Damien knew, deep down, that Niklov had held back, and that realization stung more than any physical blow. Niklov stepped out of the telekinetic lattice, and the oppressive aura that had surrounded him dissolved instantly, leaving him looking every bit an unremarkable man. He met Damien's eyes and spoke with quiet authority. The victor has been decided. Chapter 553. Are you a god? Void energy surged through Damien's veins, each pulse tearing at his damaged organs like a cosmic reaper. He staggered, clenching a fist against his chest. All right, he gasped. I lost. Thanks for the advice. He hated admitting defeat, especially after being outmaneuvered, but pressing on would only make him look a fool. He lifted his chin, voice steadier. You identified my weakness, my physical body, and baited me into close combat. I can't argue with that. Niklov's lips curved into a cold smile. Yet you still couldn't breach my psychic barrier. Damien swallowed hard. Nor could my attacks extend beyond your defensive perimeter. A satisfied sigh escaped Niklov. Good. Now tell me, what is the true range of your assault? Damien closed his eyes, weighing the question. Anyone who hopes to be the universe's supreme powerhouse must master both melee and ranged techniques. Rely on one alone, and you leave yourself exposed. Niklov nodded, his expression thoughtful. A fair point. He glanced toward the distance, where shadows gathered beyond the battlefield. I can handle you, Damien, but against Lady Lacey, even my telepathic defenses might crack. Silence settled between them as the void's echoes faded, two warriors sizing up not only each other, but the greater threats still to come. Damien surveyed the battlefield in grim silence. Lady Lacey's weapon wasn't just another relic. It was the Kree Empire's crystallized universal armament. In her hands, its power was absolute. Couple that with her peak combat skills and flawless mastery of every weapon, and even a long-range duel wouldn't tip in his favor. He thought next of Renault, so blindingly fast that despite Damien's telekinetic foresight, he only sensed the assault at the last possible moment. His body simply couldn't react quickly enough. One misstep and he'd be finished. Then there was Hercules Kyle, whose raw physical might was ludicrously overwhelming. The man could shatter any spell with a single blow. And the Predictor. Damien dared not imagine facing that prophet in earnest. The Predictor had already marked both Damien and Madame Butterfly, yet they'd skirted a direct encounter so far. Even so, the prophet saw through every trick and tactic. Against him, you didn't stand a chance. The other masters of the Void God religion were no less formidable, ruthless warriors all. Damien clenched his fists. If I'm going to survive this, I need to bolster my long-range abilities. Steve, standing a few paces away, frowned as the truth settled in. So the only way forward is to take on Lady Lacey? Damien met his ally's steady gaze. Exactly. And judging by what I know of you, you're the one person I can count on, because you're no ordinary fighter. The direction I'm heading now, Niklov said quietly, is very much inspired by Miss Lacey. Steve tilted his head, intrigued. Why her? Niklov met his gaze. Because, like me, she's just an ordinary person in the grand scheme of the universe, yet she's proven that sheer will and clever adaptation can carry someone to incredible heights. Steve's eyes shone with admiration. Lady Lacey has certainly forged her own path, but following her footsteps won't be enough if you truly want to stand out in the Void God Order. Niklov frowned thoughtfully. Then how do I surpass even her? You have to find your own way, Steve replied. Imitating Lacey's strategy, the way she strengthened her body to the peak and then layered on her unique skills, can only take you so far. Her success shows that it's a viable route, but your life experiences and insights are different. To become the strongest among the Void Cult disciples, you'll need to innovate beyond her methods. Niklov recalled their recent sparring match and nodded. I could see the outline of your approach back then. You built up your physique first, then supplemented it with advanced techniques. It's a solid plan. It's just the beginning, Steve said with a confident smile. There's a vast array of void blessings out there, each one tailored to different paths. If you want to break past every limit, you'll need to experiment, refine, and ultimately discover what only you can do. Niklov's eyes lit up. It sounds like you've studied void blessing closely. Steve chuckled. There's still a mountain of knowledge to climb. What do you say? Shall we train together and see where our own paths lead us? Damien frowned as he considered the information before him. I don't know much about the void blessing, he admitted, but I studied everything I could from the last war in the Voidland. I've also gathered extensive records on every member of the Void Cult, so I can piece together their histories from how they're acting now. Their powers aren't uniform. This blessing can manifest in countless ways. What's more, it appears the blessed can will themselves into acquiring different abilities. Niklov gave a slow shake of his head. The void blessing truly is anomalous. From everything I've uncovered, every cultist's strength has skyrocketed since the previous conflict, and that surge can only come from the blessing itself. Look at Steve Rogers. He's refined himself into a paragon of physical combat, but that's just one route the blessing allows. There are far more possibilities. Consider how easily our new herald defeated Steve, Niklov continued. On one hand, it underscores how potent the herald's telekinetic gifts have become. On the other, it exposes Steve's own shortcomings. He charged in with raw force and bravado, but he's never faced an opponent of this caliber. True mastery of battle is more than brute strength. It demands versatility and cunning, qualities Steve simply hasn't had to develop until now. Damien leaned back in his chair, a wry smile playing at his lips as he watched Steve's eyes widen in surprise. You really can deduce that much just from pure reasoning? Steve asked, still reeling from Damien's confident assessment. Damien tapped his temple with a thoughtful finger. Insight is invaluable, he replied. With enough experience, you can infer a great deal from even the smallest clues. Steve ran a hand through his hair. Sure, honing your strength matters, he began, then paused, a frown of doubt crossing his face. But I hadn't realized how deep you could go on sheer intelligence alone. It's all about seeing the bigger picture, Damien said. The more you learn, the more you realize you don't yet know. That realization humbles you and opens your mind to possibilities you'd never considered. Steve nodded slowly. So knowledge doesn't just boost your ego, it shows you new paths you might never have walked. Exactly. Damien leaned forward. Use what you know to choose your own direction. Intelligence and strength, both are necessary, but wisdom tells you where to aim. He paused, a shadow of contemplation in his eyes. Compared to his early 20s, his telekinetic power had grown by leaps and bounds. Yet lately, he'd felt as though he were bumping up against an invisible ceiling. It wasn't that he hadn't considered learning other disciplines, divine energies, cosmic forces, exotic psionic arts, anything that might let him break through his current limit and ascend to the ranks of the universe's true heavyweights. The problem was that so much of power lay dormant or was bound by nature, innate gifts that no amount of study alone could unlock. Damien sighed softly. "I've mastered what I can with telekinesis," he admitted. "Now I just have to find the next doorway, some rare energy or forgotten doctrine that will let me push beyond from here. And that will require more than guesswork or brute force. It will demand true insight." He exchanged a determined glance with Steve. "Are you with me?" Magic is one of the easiest mystical arts to begin, yet climbing from a novice to a supreme mage is an entirely different challenge. You need more than raw talent, you need a genuine master. But the universe is vast, and finding someone powerful enough and willing to train you isn't simple. As far as Damien knew, the only candidate was the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme. Anyone who's heard of Supreme Mage Guyi's deep-seated xenophobia understands why approaching him is fraught with danger. It would have been far better if Guyi had simply sought out the Ancient One for instruction, rather than staging a bogus invasion of Blue Star and killing him. At least then, he might have learned directly from the Sorcerer Supreme's own apprenticeship. "So what does it truly mean to be knowledgeable?" Damien asked, leaning forward. Steve nodded. "You've got to explore. Travel the universe and gather every scrap of information you can. History, rituals, parallel magics. That breadth of experience expands your mind." Nikrov, who'd spent decades as a formidable presence across countless worlds, offered his own counsel. "There's no single blueprint for becoming strong. You learn by analogy, by seeing what works for others and adapting it. I've been at the top of my game for years. Teaching someone at your level? That's the easy part." "Okay, I'll study it thoroughly once I'm back." Steve nodded. He realized he couldn't keep pouring all his effort into martial cultivation if he wanted to grasp the literary path as well. He would have to devote time to reading, research, and study. After all, Tony had begun from a lower starting point. He'd actually entered the void path after Steve, but his power had surged ahead at a far steeper rate. Tony's self-built armor had permanently raised his limits, and Jarvis's masterful intelligence gathering and multifaceted combat strategies let him adapt to every cosmic battlefield and enemy. Banner and Kyle, with their innate superpowers, could grow strong without leaning on pure intellect. Steve knew he couldn't afford to slack off. He needed to change and improve. "Nikrov, you're incredible," he admitted. At that moment, Star-Lord and Madame Butterfly descended from above. Star-Lord landed gracefully beside Nikrov, eyes wide with awe. "Man, you're fierce," he exclaimed. "Fortunately, in the grand scheme of the universe, my strength may be limited compared to those above me, but it's more than enough against those below." At Nikrov's words, his eyes gleamed as he spoke. Steve Rogers noticed Star-Lord standing nearby, and a woman swathed in heavy, modest robes, Lady Butterfly, another agent of the Void. He'd wondered at her conservative attire, but wisely kept his questions to himself. Instead, he offered a polite greeting. "Hello, I'm Steve Rogers," he said. "You must be Lady Butterfly." Here on Void Island, few had heard of America, and even fewer knew the name Captain America. On Blue Star, his reputation preceded him. Whenever he introduced himself as Captain America, respect followed instantly. But in this far-flung corner of the cosmos, he was just another man in a uniform. He would have to earn trust the old-fashioned way, through his words and deeds, not a mantle or flashy suit like Tony Stark's Iron Man armor or Bruce Banner's world-shaking Hulk form. Lady Butterfly inclined her head and replied softly, "Hello." Damien's gaze locked onto Lady Butterfly the moment she appeared, her eyes shining with an unearthly light, and her voice as clear and enchanting as a crystal bell. Suddenly, it all made sense why she wore such form-fitting attire. She was concealing a formidable gift. Damien had only ever heard tales of Niklov and Lady Butterfly, names whispered among heroes, their abilities the stuff of legend, but he'd never actually met them until now. Standing before her, he realized these two truly were extraordinary. He recalled that Lady Butterfly possessed a rare psychic charm, one that could easily spiral out of control if unleashed without restraint. No wonder she clung to her garments so tightly. And, being a married man, Damien was determined to keep his distance. He didn't want Peggy worrying that he was letting a dangerous beauty get too close. With a courteous nod, he turned to Star-Lord and asked, "How have things been on Void Island these past 2 years? Any significant progress?" Star-Lord's grin widened. "Life on Void, Sland is unparalleled. Seriously, you've never seen anything like it. And while the Void's yield isn't the largest blessing you could ask for, it's more than sufficient to fuel our projects." Damien folded his arms, consideration in his eyes. Around them, Tony, Banner, and the others exchanged approving looks. They all agreed. Star-Lord and his team were truly scions of the Nine Realms, and their accomplishments spoke for themselves. 2 years ago, Damien had been far too embarrassed to seek them out again. But today, by sheer chance, he ran straight into Captain Steve Rogers and found himself on the receiving end of genuine concern. Damien couldn't simply turn and walk away, nor could he puff himself up in front of Steve. Steve studied him closely. "So you didn't receive a formal blessing from the Void," he said, "yet your life force is far stronger than the last time we met. Has your divine power begun to awaken?" Damien slipped a hand behind his head and offered a tentative smile. "Not an official blessing," he admitted, "but with Lord Cassidon's help, the god of the Void, I've managed to trigger an initial surge of divinity." Steve's eyes brightened. "That's remarkable. According to Loki, it can take years, sometimes decades, to stir any true power. For you to awaken even a spark so quickly, well, it's more than I dared hope." A proud warmth spread through Damien's chest at Steve's approval. He'd always admired the captain's unwavering dedication to justice, and knowing his own ideals aligned with Steve's made the progress feel all the sweeter. Steve never disliked Damien. From the start, he'd been one of his staunchest supporters. If Steve hadn't believed that joining the Void cult might accelerate Damien's divine awakening, he never would have suggested it. He refused to bully the weak with a gun, but he held fast to 2 convictions. One should always repay kindness, and one must never shirk vengeance when justice demands it. Damien embodied both principles perfectly, and once his godhood was fully awakened, he would stand as a new power among the Nine Realms. "A preliminary divine awakening?" someone whispered. "Damien, are you really a god?" Nikrov's voice trembled with equal parts awe and disbelief. Nikrov had always known Damien was in peak physical condition, but he'd never imagined actual divinity at work. After all, Damien's bone age registered barely 30. No true deity would need to scrape by for a living at that age. "Why didn't you ever tell us?" Madame Butterfly's eyes widened in the same astonishment. She'd seen Damien perform feats of strength and skill, but never once wondered if he possessed the power of the gods. Damien leaned back, a faint smile playing on his lips. "You didn't ask, so I didn't say anything," he began, his tone almost casual. "But anyone worthy of the title God carries a background that could terrify anyone who hears it." He paused, choosing his words. "To be accurate, I'm really only a demigod. I haven't fully awakened yet, and I can't call upon my divine power at will." A hint of embarrassment colored his cheeks as he offered a compromise. "So don't call me a god, just keep calling me Star-Lord." Despite the grandeur of his lineage, Damien knew he was still a novice in true strength, not yet entitled to the godly title until he'd mastered his abilities. It would be foolish to claim otherwise. Steve, though, ignored all that bravado. He focused on the key point. "Have you actually met Lord Cassidon in person?" Damien nodded. "Yes, by chance, over a year ago. That encounter sparked the first awakening of my divine power. Unfortunately, aside from that one encounter, I've never seen Master Cassidon again," Star-Lord admitted, a hint of regret in his tone. "Otherwise, I might have learned to tap even deeper into my divine power." He met Steve's curious gaze with a confident, almost grateful nod. Even that initial brush with otherworldly energy had already reshaped his outlook. "So," Steve prompted, leaning forward, "does that mean Master Cassidon knows how to fully awaken and your abilities?" Star-Lord hesitated, then shook his head. "I can't say for certain, but I do know he never turned me away when I came to him seeking guidance. If he had truly rejected me, Miss Sonia, the Void's goddess, would have cast me out long ago." He paused, as if weighing his next words. "In any case, Master Cassidon's door remains open to those who believe in him." Translation note: I'll be updating the story at a rate of 4,000 words per day. Thank you for reading. Chapter 554. Damien's Current Strength. Damien was so confident because he had personally witnessed foreigners being expelled from Void Island the moment they set foot on it. He didn't know exactly why it happened, but the fact that he could come and go as he pleased and remain on the island meant his chance of earning the Void's blessing, though slim, had not vanished. That was all he needed to know. The day they had agreed upon was fast approaching. When it came, Damien would stand alongside his comrades and help save other civilizations across the universe. Once he'd earned enough credits to recoup what he'd spent over the last 2 years, he would finally be able to take that long-awaited solo journey. Right now, he lacked funds and power, but time was on his side. Even if it took him a century to secure the Void's favor, it would still count as a success. After all, as long as he wasn't cast out of Void Island, his chance remained alive. Exactly, Steve said, nodding in agreement. As long as you aren't expelled, there's always hope. Damien smiled. He knew that, unlike some others who'd been barred instantly, Loki hadn't been physically thrown off the island, but Miss Sonia had explicitly forbidden him from seeking a blessing. Damien, however, was free to stay, to try, and to bide his time. And that was all the opportunity he needed. Odin's bargain with Lord Cassidon changed everything. Had that treaty never been struck, Loki would have been doomed to wander unacknowledged by the Void God, its blessing forever beyond his reach. Setting Loki aside, though, no one is fundamentally barred from receiving a Void blessing. In theory, any sufficiently devoted soul can earn it, so long as they endure its secret trial. Few possess the patience to discover its true nature. Most falter long before. Damien, however, has shown uncommon perseverance. Steve may not know when, or even if, Damien will complete the test, but every traveler from the 9 worlds agrees on one thing: persistence in the trial will secure entry into the cult of the Void. Nikrov fixed Damien with a steady look. You're of demigod blood, yet you've only just begun your journey, and already you're in over your head. I suspect your history runs deeper than you admit. Damien's lips curved into a calm, confident smile. My past, he replied softly, is hardly as remarkable as yours. Steve studied Damien with a curious glint in his eyes. When you first awakened your divine power, he asked, how much stronger did you become? He already knew of Damien's tragic past. His mother had died when he was still a child, and his father, a cosmic devourer, had literally tried to eat him just to survive. These weren't the kinds of stories you shared in polite conversation. No man sought sympathy. They craved victory, respect, admiration, and pity was worse than useless. Damien stiffened slightly, voice low and firm. Sympathy isn't what I want, he said. You probably don't understand. He paused, then cracked a small, confident smile. Watch this. Damien rolled up his sleeve, revealing sinewy forearms that seemed to pulse with latent energy. He took a deep breath, then drove his foot into the facility's concrete floor. The impact echoed like thunder, and in an instant, a shallow crater split the ground. From the dim light of the test hall, shadow coalesced around him, sharpening into the form of a sleek black arrow, and then he was gone. Moments later, the arrow dissolved as Damien rematerialized in front of a massive shock-testing block stamped 150-ton capacity. With a single, imperious palm strike, he smote the steel plate. The resounding clang set the entire block trembling violently on its mount. Silence fell, broken only by the settling dust and the gentle settling of the metal's quiver. Steve's eyes went wide, his jaw slack. All right, he finally managed, voice edged with awe. That's impressive. Damien straightened, brushing a stray wisp of hair from his forehead. He offered no further explanation. He didn't need to. The raw evidence of his power spoke louder than any words. Damien vanished in the blink of an eye before the 200-ton shock alloy block and instantly reappeared on top of it. With a single sweeping kick, he shattered the mass with a thunderous roar. But he wasn't finished yet. In the next heartbeat, Damien covered 200 meters in under a second. His hands formed into fists mid-flight, and he pounded a 250-ton slab of concussive alloy so hard the impact sounded like rolling thunder, the shockwave rattling the entire chamber. Before the echoes faded, he leapt skyward, hundreds of meters in one bound, soaring over a kilometer and flipping dozens of times in midair. Then, with silent precision, he dropped back down, Landing in front of Steve with a controlled flourish, Damien allowed himself a satisfied smile. Single-handed, I can pass the 150-ton shock alloy test. 200 tons requires my legs alone. And for the 250 concussive alloy, I need both hands, though I haven't quite mastered it yet. He straightened, meeting Steve's gaze confidently. That's as far as I've gotten for now. As I thought, some people really are insufferable. That demigod bloodline is unbelievable. It validates every bit of potential Lord Cassidon saw in him. Steve gawked at the display, then turned to Damien and slapped him a proud thumbs up. Amazing work, he shouted. Remember, Damien hasn't even received the Void's blessing yet. This was just his initial awakening. Once the blessing comes and he ascends again, his power will be beyond imagining. Madame Butterfly winced at the roar, clamping her hands over her ears. You really can't judge someone by appearances. Tell me, Damien, who is your father? Nekrov, though unflappable when it came to noise, was clearly shaken by Damien's raw strength. An ancient being who's reigned at the apex of the universe for hundreds of thousands of years. I won't say exactly who. Damien dropped his gaze to his own hands, a strange weight settling in his chest as Nekrov spoke of his lineage. Damien stared into the distance, eyes steeled with determination. If he'd already grown this powerful, the moment his true strength awakened, then his treacherous father's might must be beyond anything he could imagine. Revenge would demand more than his divine gift alone. He'd have to invoke the blessing of the Void, melding both powers if he ever hoped to confront his father and emerge victorious. Nekrov, sensing Damien's reluctance to speak further, recognized the deep rift between father and son. Whatever had driven them apart, the grudge ran hotter than the annihilation of the Kree Empire itself. He hesitated, then reached out and rested a reassuring hand on Damien's shoulder. You've got incredible willpower, Nekrov said quietly. Whatever you set your mind to, you'll see it through. Damien drew a slow breath, letting Nekrov's faith settle in his chest. He forced a confident smile. Just now, the idea of taking down a powerhouse at the pinnacle of the universe had seemed like a distant fantasy. But with his current strength and the Void's blessing, nothing felt impossible anymore. Damien knew he could abandon this mission, take a new name, and slip into obscurity. He could even wait for his worthless father, whose days were already numbered, to die on his own, sparing himself the burden of vengeance. Yet on Void Island, over the past 2 years, Damien's urge to kill ego hadn't waned. It had only grown fiercer. If he'd chosen flight over fight, he might have heard news of his father's death and felt a momentary relief. After all, the man who'd abandoned his family and his own son would finally be gone. But even that wouldn't free him completely. Belief is everything. It shapes the choices we make and the lives we lead. Now, more than anything, Damien was determined to awaken his hidden power, to become strong enough to avenge his mother and the brothers and sisters he never knew, whose lives had been cut short in vain. This quest for retribution had become his guiding conviction, the force that drove him forward despite every danger and hardship. Hatred, he understood, could destroy a person, driving them to extremes and into the abyss, but it could also ignite the will to carry on. And carry on he would. You're all monsters. Communicating with you is exhausting. Madame Butterfly watched as the earth-shaking roar faded, then released her grip and spoke with controlled frustration. In terms of sheer power, Star-Lord didn't hold a candle to Steve Rogers, let alone Nekrov. Yet Peter Quill carried the blood of a god. Divine lineage rarely grants its heirs full strength at birth. Most demigods awaken only a fraction of their true potential, enough to stand out among ordinary heroes, but not enough to outclass legendary champions. The fact that Star-Lord has already reached this level of might so early suggests he inherited his father's godly bloodline to perfection, and that far greater power still lies dormant within him. If he continues awakening his divine gifts step by step, there's no question he will one day eclipse even Steve Rogers and Nekrov. Barring some miracle that boosts Rogers beyond the limits of Quill's heritage before Star-Lord fully matures, the universe simply doesn't have room for that many true heavyweights. I'm still far behind, so please stop praising me, Damien protested, lowering his gaze. Madame Butterfly smiled gently. Humility is admirable, but too much of it invites pity, if not outright contempt. She studied him with kind eyes. "You may not be fully awakened yet, but you've proven you're no longer weak. As a man," she added, an encouraging arch to her brow, "you owe it to yourself to carry that confidence forward. Confident men not only succeed, they command respect." Damien's heart warmed at her words. Under Niklov's guidance, he'd already learned that brute strength alone wouldn't carry him to the heights he aspired to. Before plunging headlong into grueling training, he needed to sharpen his mind, gather knowledge, devise a plan, and, most importantly, discover the weapon that would become his own. Only then could he infiltrate the inner circle of the Void God religion's most formidable figures. With renewed purpose, he began mingling among the attendees, striking up earnest conversations and gleaning what he could. All the while, he couldn't help but marvel at Niklov's telekinesis. With a graceful gesture, the mentor lifted both him and Madame Butterfly, carrying them effortlessly above the crowd. Madame Butterfly, unperturbed by the levitation, offered Damien a reassuring nod as they floated behind the dais where the Void God religion's top powerhouses sat, their attention fixed on the unfolding ceremony below. At the same time, Damien opened a channel to Madame Butterfly and Niklov. He already knew that if he wanted reliable information about the universe, he'd have to turn to the Void Zone, the repository that held almost every secret he sought, provided he could pay the price. Madame Butterfly, the foremost intelligence chief in the land of nothingness, made her terms clear from the start. Damien had hoped to strike up a friendship, maybe even persuade her to share her data out of goodwill. But she curtly reminded him that selling information was her livelihood, and she wouldn't hand over her knowledge for free. Damien realized, with a twinge of frustration, that no matter where you go, anything you don't already know always comes at a cost. This is the second 3,000-word update. Chapter 555, Pure Truth. At midday, Steve wrapped up his lively conversation with Star-Lord, Niklov, and Madame Butterfly, then excused himself for lunch. Left to their own devices, Star-Lord led his guests on a tour of Void Island's finest accommodations. He stopped before a gleaming white resort perched on the cliff's edge, the most expensive hotel in the archipelago, at 3,000 universe coins per night. Star-Lord paused at the entrance, his expression wry. "Normally, I'm holed up in a 200-coin room, nothing fancy," he admitted. "But since you two are staying a few days, I figured we might as well live in luxury." He held the heavy crystal key aloft, like a knight brandishing a sword. For Niklov and Madame Butterfly, this was paradise. Vaulted ceilings, polished obsidian floors, and windows that framed endless ocean vistas. Plush sofas dotted the marble-tiled lobby. Discreet attendants in silver-lined uniforms hovered nearby. A private elevator whisked them to their suites, each furnished with a soaking tub carved from moonstone and a balcony overlooking the churning void below. Unseen by the others, Damien watched the entire exchange from a shaded alcove. He'd arrived early that morning to observe Star-Lord's interactions, part curiosity, part assessment. Over the past 2 months, Damien had witnessed a remarkable change in the would-be hero, a newfound confidence, tempered by humility. Soon, Star-Lord would face his final trial, the one that would either earn him the coveted blessing or send him back to square one. Damien allowed himself a small, approving smile. If these resort walls could talk, they'd speak of transformation, and of the raw, unvarnished truth that lay just beyond their polished surface. As long as Star-Lord doesn't overstep any bounds or end up second-guessing himself, Peter will consider this 2-year trial a complete success. Honestly, if Damien truly set out to do Peter's bidding, dispatching Ego wouldn't be difficult at all. Ego's power ranks among the universe's mightiest. One devastating blow could wipe out an entire civilization, yet even he falls short of the celestial High Master, Gao Tianzun. What makes Ego so dangerous isn't just raw strength, but ambition. His scheme eclipses Thanos's on a terrifying scale. While Thanos had to search for the Infinity Stones and wait for guardians like Odin and the Ancient One to die before unleashing his plan, Ego's path is simpler, if no less horrific. He intends to consume countless worlds directly, absorbing their life forces to augment his own, until he becomes the undisputed apex being in the cosmos. Remarkably, this gargantuan project may actually be easier to achieve than Thanos's. Thanos needed 6 Infinity Stones, each zealously guarded. Ego needs only one thing: the birth of a true heir, someone born of his divine bloodline with boundless potential. The moment such a successor comes into being, Ego will devour that child, reclaim his full divine might, and only then will he have the power to kick off his planet-eating crusade. Once Ego's grand design was activated, he would siphon the life energy of countless worlds, granting himself true immortality beyond the ravages of time. In fact, Ego's scheme had nearly succeeded. Everything was in place: planets brimming with energy, a thriving network of seeds scattered across the galaxy, and only one obstacle remained unaccounted for. That obstacle was Yondu. Awakening at the last moment, Yondu's conscience rebelled against profiting from such violence. He defied Ego, spirited Peter Quill, the man known as Star-Lord, to safety, and thus interrupted the final phase of Ego's world-devouring ritual. Had Yondu not acted, Ego would have consumed those planets and risen to become one of the most powerful beings in the entire multiverse. Of course, Damien would never have stood by and allowed Ego's scheme to reach fruition. Throughout every world Ego had seeded, Damien had covertly placed fail-safe contingencies, hidden strikes ready to be triggered the instant Ego tried to reclaim them. If Ego pressed on, he might be forced to flee into another universe just to survive. Even with all his power, abandoning one's home to start over in a strange new reality is a price few would willingly pay. Time slipped by, measured in silent watches and distant suns. Then, under the cloak of night, a grand Asgardian warship cut through the void and touched down on Void Island. The Odins had arrived from Asgard, and with them came every member of the Void cult, assembled once more upon the black sands to witness whatever fate lay ahead. Damien stepped onto the balcony just as the last stroke of midnight rang through Void Island's bell towers. From every corner of the island, a choir of clear, melodious bells swept across the night air, welcoming the new year. Behind him, friends and followers gathered in anticipation, each hoping, in this sacred hour, for the long-awaited manifestation of the Holy Spirit. Inside the warmly lit dining hall, Damien and Sonia exchanged soft smiles. Plates of steaming New Year's fare waited on the table by the window, roasted pheasant glazed with honey, bowls of steaming rice, and delicate pastries dusted with powdered sugar. They filled each other's cups of spiced wine. "Happy New Year, Sonia," Damien said, raising his glass. "Happy New Year, Damien." Sonia clinked her cup against his. Together, they sat down to eat, gazing out at the festive lights that twinkled across the island like fireflies. Laughter and music drifted in from the streets below, celebrations in full swing. "Can you believe it?" Sonia murmured, her eyes reflecting the distant lanterns. "It's been 7 years since we first founded this church." Damien leaned back in his chair, listening to the soft crackle of candlelight. 7 years, he agreed, and look at how far we've come. In less than a decade, the Void Divine sect had grown from a handful of dreamers into the most formidable religious order in the galaxy. Where once their doctrines were whispered only in hidden sanctuaries, now every major power, star empires, merchant confederations, even outlaw warlords, bowed before their influence or feared their wrath. Sonia traced her finger along the rim of her wine cup. "Some still call us dangerous," she said with a wry smile. "But none have been able to stop us." "It was never just our work," Damien replied. "Every member of our congregation, every soul who believed, has shaped this movement. We may have kindled the spark, but they gave it life." A hush fell between them as the bells from the towers faded into the distance. Outside, the island's night resumed its celebration. But here, in the quiet glow of candlelight, Damien and Sonia shared a moment of solemn pride. The Void Divine sect had arrived, and on this New Year's Eve, as the Holy Spirit's presence hovered on the brink of revelation, they knew their journey was only just beginning. Damien had already claimed Kassadin's power from one of the universe's strongest warriors, rising swiftly to command the cosmic stage. As he continued to refine his abilities, drawing ever greater strength from Kha'Zix's evolutionary might, he tapped into the third hero blueprint, Void Terror Korgus, and at last shattered the barrier to the cosmic pinnacle. In that transcendent moment, he absorbed the terror-infused power of the Dark Star, transcending every limit the universe had imposed and pushing beyond fear itself. All that remained was time for each member of the Void cult to grow into their full power. One by one, they would ascend, and the cult would spread its influence across worlds, galaxies, even entire universes. Once their magic temple was completed and every path of evolution meticulously mapped, the Void Cult would no longer be satisfied with mere dominance. They would stand as a true superpower. Sonia watched him with a satisfied smile. "We're already a formidable force," she said, "but greatness demands more than strength alone. We need legends worthy of legend, and territories that span countless star systems, perhaps the entire universe. We don't seek to destroy for destruction's sake, but conquest is inevitable. Someday soon, all of existence will bow to Cassidon, the god of the void." Damien folded his arms and considered the report. "So it all hinges on whether Stephen can cope with the monster planet's training regimen." "If he can," Sonia replied, "we'll be able to accelerate the process. If he can't, we'll just have to stretch it out a bit longer." Damien nodded. "Not everyone can stomach the food on that world, Mr. Schrock. Stephen's struggles are perfectly normal." He paused, his brow furrowing. "And our only other shortfall is time, right?" Sonia simply smiled. She had learned long ago that panic never helped. In fact, her own rapid evolution had been born of discipline and hunger. When she first received the Void's blessing, she'd been put through rigorous fasting drills. Then, whenever Cassidon was away, she forced herself to consume raw minerals, and even substances no one considered edible, just to push her body forward. She knew she had to match the power of the Void God's envoy, no matter what anyone else thought. Eventually, Cassidon realized her self-imposed trials were too extreme. He began teaching her how to detect and harness void energy. From time to time, he funneled pure void power into her, speeding her growth far more safely than any starvation diet could. Thanks to his guidance, she no longer needed to endure those unbearable feasts, but she'd never forget the price she once paid to evolve so quickly. Damien leaned back in his chair and sighed. "I've experienced it myself. I completely understand why Mr. Stephen Strange can't stand such unpalatable fare, but the single biggest thing the Void Divine Religion lacks is time." Sonia fixed him with a steady look. "You say that all the time, yet you rarely follow your own rule." He met her gaze without hesitation. "I'm used to dealing with things right away. It pains me to postpone something I can finish today until tomorrow." A hint of amusement flickered across her face. "Mr. Cassidon, wasn't it my operational efficiency that convinced you to come on board in the first place?" Damien leaned forward. "You hired me because you needed results. Consider this my chance to deliver." He paused, then added quietly, "From the moment I joined, I resolved to follow this through until the Void Divine Religion finally stabilizes. You've already assembled a capable team to share the workload. That's exactly what we need." Sonia let a genuine smile bloom. She knew that Sarah was the person Mr. Cassidon had approved to help carry her burdens. The Void Cult had no formal referral system, but the moment Sonia recommended Sarah, he signed off on her immediately. Over the past few years, Sarah had indeed borne a significant share of the work, and would continue to do so. "If you ever feel overwhelmed and need a hand, just say so." Damien heard her offer and knew he was no match for Sonia's drive. He couldn't force her to slow down. She was the so-called volume queen, relentless in her work. Dismissing her was out of the question, and she would never rest until she felt truly satisfied with her efforts. All he could do was wait until she decided on her own that she had enough to handle. "Of course," he said. "If I ever get in over my head, I'll let you know." Sonia's gaze softened. She rested her left hand against her cheek and studied him with kind eyes. "I've never kept anything from you, have I? Now hurry and finish your meal. You've got to be at the Void Temple soon." Damien caught the gentle concern in her tone and quickly shifted the conversation. "Right," he replied, picking up his fork. A satisfied smile curved Sonia's lips. In her years working at that high-end celebrity hotel, she'd been tapped by countless VIPs and listened to every fantastic story imaginable. Yet seeing Damien's momentary hesitation made her wonder if there was still a miracle left to surprise her. Sonia had weighed her options 100 times over. She could become his business partner and instantly vault herself into high society. No more worrying about bills, no more scrabbling for every cent. She'd live the idle life of a pampered socialite. But Sonia would never trade her freedom for luxury. She'd seen too many stories of wealthy benefactors who lured hopeful protégés with lavish promises, only to break their word and leave them worse off than before. The powerful, she knew, often delighted in toying with the powerless, insisting it was an honor just to be noticed. So she turned down every grand offer from those big shots who sought to bind her with empty pledges, until she met Mr. Cassadine. From the moment they first spoke, Sonia sensed there was something different about him. Mysterious, yes, but neither deceitful nor dangerous. He kept his promises and cared for her in ways both thoughtful and discreet. For more than 3 months under his patronage, she'd known a luxury she never dared imagine. And when he finally asked her to join his household, there were no trumped-up incentives, no sprawling mansions, no luxury cars, no private rockets, just a simple, honest offer. An offer she felt she could trust. Damien offered her sincere praise for her skills before outlining exactly what the housekeeper's position would involve. He explained the duties in clear, straightforward terms, tasks very much like the ones she already handled at the celebrity hotel, and then asked if she'd be willing to take the job. With such a generous salary on the table, she agreed without hesitation. After all, promises that are candid and unambiguous feel far more trustworthy than those wrapped in caveats and fine print. Had Mr. Cassadine hedged his offer, she likely would have turned him down, and never enjoyed the life she leads now. In fact, her responsibilities have since expanded well beyond the original scope. Still, she's earned far more than the 500,000 yuan annual salary he first mentioned. Third update, 3,000 words released, 10,000 subscriptions reached. Please vote and subscribe. Chapter 556, Miracle. After dinner, Sonia slipped into a hot shower, then changed into a flowing red gown. Her golden hair was swept into an elegant updo, and her clear, bright eyes lent her an air of serene nobility. Even though dawn had yet to break, Void Island glowed like midday. At the heart of the island, members of the Void God cult were already assembling around the ancient temple. Odin and Frigga strode in first, flanked by their sons Thor and Loki. Close behind them came Tony Stark, Pepper Potts, Bruce Banner, Steve Rogers, Paige Guthrie, and Stephen Strange. Stephen scanned the bustling courtyard with keen interest and turned to Tony. "Tony, what does a manifestation actually look like?" Tony shrugged and gave Stephen a half grin. "I saw Cassidy's last appearance a few years back, but that was when his power was still weak. Honestly, every manifestation can be different. You won't really know until it happens." Bruce, overhearing them, chimed in quietly. Even back then, Cassidy's emergence shook the cult to its core. Now that his strength has fully returned, well, we should be prepared for anything. They fell silent as the first pale rays of sunlight lit the sky. All at once, an expectant hush fell over the assembled crowd. The long-awaited miracle was about to begin. "Is 5 million enough for my offering this time?" Damien asked, shifting uncomfortably. He'd borrowed 10 million cosmic coins from Banner before heading to Void Island, most of it earmarked for his ritual worship. Originally, he'd hoped to approach Tony, reputed to be the wealthiest member of the Void cult. To Damien's surprise, Tony refused. All his funds, some 500 billion cosmic coins, were locked into Blue Star Development. He couldn't spare a single 5 million loan, let alone 10. Damien couldn't help but admire Tony's dedication. Sensing his disappointment, Banner laid a comforting hand on his shoulder. 5 million is generous enough for a newcomer, he said. Offerings come from the heart, there's no mandatory amount. Banner offered a wry smile. Truth is, Tony's strapped for cash this year. He's only contributing 300 million, and I'm matching him. Steve and Paige, on the other hand, have each pledged 10 million. Damien exhaled, tension easing from his shoulders. It wasn't the 10 million loan he'd hoped for, but Banner's support, and the guidance that came with it, felt more valuable than any sum of coins. At the Temple of the Void, the great cosmic altar shimmered with unearthly light. Damien and Stephen, both still green in their mastery of the wider universe, stood clutching handfuls of cosmic coins Miss Sonia had generously supplied. It was tradition, however, that every initiate return a portion of their wealth to the temple's treasury. Damien stepped forward first, offering a modest bow. "I've been saving for some time," he said quietly, "so I'll contribute 1/10 of my total holdings." Stephen glanced down at his own pile with a rueful smile. When he dropped 5 million coins onto the altar, he winced at how small his offering seemed. Yet it was customary, and he forced himself to feel pride rather than embarrassment. One by one, the other members approached, each placing their tribute on the altar as they recounted the past year's gains and voiced hopes for the one to come. The rhythmic clink of coins punctuated their speeches, echoing through the vaulted chamber. At last, it was the House of Odin's turn. They laid down 2 billion coins, 500 million apiece from each family head, as a profound sign of respect for the Void's power. Shortly after, Lix strode forward. Now governor of Mowgli Star, he was not counted among the universe's super wealthy, but he had no trouble accumulating billions each year. As always, he donated 2 billion coins, bowing gratefully before the altar. Finally, Lacey, steward of the Land of Nothingness, approached with her contribution. Her domain had yielded over 1 billion coins in tribute, and she placed 700 million on the altar, mirroring last year's gift. With more than 300 million left for her personal reserve, more than enough since she had no ambition to expand her own power, she, too, completed her offering. Within moments, the temple's altar was heaped high with cosmic coins. The assembled council fell silent, gazing upon the testament to their collective strength and unity. Each coin promised, both to the temple and to one another, a new cycle of possibility and power. An immense hoard of treasure lay piled before the Void Temple, every coin and gem glowing with an eerie purple light. Star-Lord, Niklov, and Lady Butterfly stood at the edge of the courtyard, marveling at the spectacle. Star-Lord broke the silence. At current cosmic values, this stack must be close to 20 billion coins. Lady Butterfly allowed herself a small, knowing smile. She had spent years building her fortune in the Void Realm, and today her personal holdings topped 30 billion coins, enough to live in luxury for centuries. Yet even that felt insignificant compared to the power of the Void cult. In a single New Year's pilgrimage, the offerings they'd collected were nearly equal to everything she'd earned in her entire career. "Wait until next year," she murmured. "The total will be even higher." Niklov chuckled. "It's standard for each cultist to give at least a few million coins. The wealthier members don't balk at tens or even hundreds of millions." Star-Lord shook his head with a grin. "They spare no expense." When Damien laid eyes on the vast mountain of treasure, his heart stirred. His personal net worth barely topped 20 billion, and yet this single offering at the Void God religion's annual New Year worship rite surpassed his entire fortune. Such is the power of true influence. Once you clear the toughest hurdles, wealth and opportunity flow to you effortlessly. Under the watchful gaze of hundreds gathered before the main hall's gate, a figure emerged. She moved with slow, measured grace, draped in a sumptuous crimson gown that spoke of both elegance and authority. Her face seemed sculpted by divine hands, perfect cheekbones, a straight nose, and eyes as clear and brilliant as polished gemstones. Though the dress covered most of her skin, the smooth curve of her jade-like neck and slender wrists caught the starlight, faintly luminous in the night air. She looked every bit a fairy stepping out of a painting, each gesture radiating confidence and poise. Instinctively, every eye fixed upon her as she advanced. "Behold Miss Sonia, the god of the Void." At once, nearly every member of the Void cult bowed deeply, voices rising in unison as they paid tribute. Even outsiders, Star-Lord, Niklov, and Lady Butterfly, could not suppress their show of respect. For this woman stood as Cassidon's living representative, the god of the Void incarnate. She held the title of Supreme Power Controller of the Void God Faith, and was one of only 2 grand hierarchs in their entire order. Her mere presence commanded awe. Any newcomer to Void Island felt its calm, otherworldly peace, and all of it originated from her. Only Damien remained motionless, confused. "Miss Sonia, the god of the Void," he murmured. Then the chorus fell silent, and Damien lifted his eyes to take in her face. He had believed Miss Sarah, the island's esteemed recorder, to be its most beautiful resident. He had never imagined anyone could surpass her. Yet in that moment, Miss Sonia's serene power and ethereal grace left him utterly spellbound. Tony watched Damien's awestruck expression and chuckled. The god of the Void is the ultimate wielder of Void power. Every action he takes represents the face of the Void faith. That means his public image must be impeccable. Damien nodded, staring up at the soaring spires of the Void Temple. If Tony hadn't married so young, he joked, he might have sought out an even more stunning partner than Pepper. But married life taught him caution. Never pick a fight you'll regret the next morning. I thought she'd be impressive, Tony continued, but I never imagined she'd be this breathtaking. Damien exhaled, still mesmerized by Sonia's graceful figure standing atop the temple steps. Beauty is only one of her gifts. Kassadin himself, our god of the void, values her enough to give her the most critical duties. He doesn't just respect her power, Tony added. Her intellect and charisma win over every disciple. She's our greatest treasure. From a shaded alcove, Odin emerged, his eyes bright with admiration as he beheld Sonia. With each passing moment, her strength and wisdom seemed to grow, and the ancient god could not hide the pride he felt for her. Compared to Sonia, Damien's two sons, though they've grown considerably, are still far from mature. To lead a powerful faction, merely possessing strength isn't enough. One must also demonstrate sound judgment and effective governance. Having received a thorough handover from Sonia, Damien came to appreciate just how comprehensive leadership truly is. She had anticipated nearly every obstacle he might face, and as a result, the transfer of authority from Asgard to the Void Cult proceeded without a single hitch. Since founding the Cult of the Void, Kassadin, the god of the Void, has rarely made a public appearance. Instead, all authority and responsibility rest on Sonia's shoulders as the Void's divine envoy. Without her exceptional talents and magnetic presence, she could never have united and inspired the cult's followers, or secured their unwavering loyalty. Damien stood among the throngs of Void Cult devotees, heart-pounding with a mixture of awe and anticipation. All around him, candles flickered against the vaulted ceiling of the Grand Temple, and chanting voices rose in unison. At the center of the altar platform, Lady Sonia lifted her arms, her face serene and reverent, as she addressed the gathered faithful. "Thank you for your dedication to the Void religion," she intoned, her voice calm and unwavering. "To fulfill the hopes of every member of the Void Cult this year, the supreme and exalted Lord Kassadin, the very god of the Void, will now descend among us." No flicker of doubt crossed Sonia's face. Damien watched her, transfixed by her confidence. As the final words left her lips, the air above the temple roof rippled. Outside, the sky bent and shivered as if reality itself were tearing open. Purple pinpricks of light dotted the heavens. In an instant, each one blossomed into a blazing meteor, streaking downward in a silent shower of celestial fire. Where once the night had been, now spread an endless sea of stars, brilliant, pulsing constellations that rolled from horizon to horizon. It wasn't merely the canopy above Void Island that had been transformed. This time, the entire planet Xandar was bathed in the glow of that starfield, as if the cosmos itself had poured into the temple. Damien's breath caught in his throat. All around him, ushers and acolytes fell to their knees, eyes upturned in worship. Even the seasoned priests murmured in astonishment. Beside Damien, the ancient seer Odin stood perfectly still, his pale eyes reflecting the cosmic expanse. "With a single thought," Odin whispered, voice low but vibrating with wonder, "he has not only shaped stars, he has created an entire sea of stars." As the radiant firmament pulsed overhead, Damien felt a tremor of power stir in his chest. In that moment, he knew the Void God was truly among them, and that everything would change forever. Damien stood on the planet's desolate surface, his gaze fixed on the void before him. With a single thought, he tore open a rift so powerful it could have shattered the world under their feet into cosmic dust. Such strength far surpassed anything the Avengers had ever seen. Indeed, it transcended the very pinnacle of universal power. Dr. Stephen Strange, usually unshaken by interdimensional terrors, felt a jolt of awe. Through the widening breach, distant purple stars spiraled inward, coalescing into a magnificent, shimmering sea. Strange recalled the legendary confrontation he'd witnessed between Kassadin, the god of the void, and Dormammu. He had seen Dormammu forced into submission, and yet those titanic entities had never truly clashed. Strange knew then that Kassadin's form dwarfed Dormammu's, but nothing had prepared him for the raw magnitude of power unfolding now. As Damien's rift blazed, Strange finally understood the staggering truth. By the mere act of will, Damien could illuminate heaven and earth, reduce stars to nothingness, reshape galaxies, and all with the simple difference between thinking and not thinking. Across the rocky plain, Tony Stark's armored gauntlet hovered uncertainly at his side. Steve Rogers tightened his grip on the shield that gleamed with reflected starlight, his jaw clenched in disbelief. Bruce Banner, spectacles slipping down his nose, stared wordlessly at the torn sky. Even they, Avengers who had faced Ultron's armies, confronted Thanos, and stared down world-ending horrors, found themselves speechless. "Is he human?" Tony finally managed, his voice barely above a whisper. Damien offered no reply. He stood quietly before the rift, as if gauging just how far his thoughts could reach, and wondering whether he was ready to wield a power that approached the divine. Before him stood the pinnacle of the multiverse, a being so powerful that even the greatest entities of any universe could not touch it. As it demonstrated its might, Damien felt a familiar thrill. "This is nothing like the last time," he murmured. Tony Stark stepped forward, jaw slack with awe. "Seeing this in person, it's more than I ever imagined." Captain Steve Rogers nodded thoughtfully. "Do you really think we could ever get there ourselves?" Bruce Banner offered a cautious smile. "It might take years, maybe even decades, but given enough time, who knows what we could achieve." Tony's eyes blazed. He balled his fists and stared at those radiant energies. All those starlight beams, their pure, concentrated power. A ripple of unease ran through Damien. His telekinetic senses picked up something darker beneath the beauty of those lights. Each shimmer could instantly transform into a wave of destruction, capable of wiping out every living thing at a thought. One single decision could blanket the entire planet in annihilation, an ability so far beyond anything Damien had ever encountered that the universe's most formidable champions would be reduced to insignificance, like mere ants before this supreme force. These starlights, they're formed from energy, right? They're not just illusions? Madame Butterfly's vision was weak, but at Nikrov's words she went pale. "No, they're shaped by some mysterious force. It isn't pure void power, arcane magic, divine energy, or cosmic force," Nikrov continued in a low voice. "It's an even stranger energy fused with the void's might." He shook his head in disbelief. "So, there's still a way to advance within void power." Star-Lord, not the most scholarly among them, brightened. "Think of Kassadin, the god of the void. He wields an energy deeper and more enigmatic than ordinary void power." Nikrov gave a slow nod. If Kassadin's strength continued to grow, the ceiling for the entire void god cult would soar to unimaginable heights. Star-Lord's eyes gleamed with excitement. It meant that, with the void's blessing, even he might shatter the limits of his own bloodline. Damien's resolve burned brighter than ever. He would outstrip countless rivals, eclipse his despicable father's legacy, and climb to heights of power no one had ever known. Meanwhile, across the Xandar Empire, every citizen looked skyward in sudden awe. Earlier, couriers had arrived bearing reassuring news. Kassadin the Void God, High Priest of the Void Cult, was prophesied to manifest this year, and they claimed bore no peril for the Empire. So when the heavens rippled and stars streaked like fire, they felt not fear, but stunned wonder. "By Xandar's grace," an elderly shopkeeper whispered, hands clasped together. "A true miracle." "What a blessing to have such a deity dwell within our realm," murmured a scholar in the university courtyard. "My fortune's made when Kassadin smiles on us," another vowed. "Please let my father return from the frontier unscathed," a young soldier prayed inwardly. "And guard my mother and sister," a widow begged, eyes glistening. For generations, the people of Xandar had abandoned all faith. But tonight, the sight of a living god reborn over Void Island rekindled belief in the divine. And it wasn't mere superstition. Time and again, adepts of the Void cult had intervened, repelling invasions, quelling natural disasters, saving lives. Now, under a sea of shimmering stars and the brilliant pulse of cosmic energy, the Empire's heart swelled with hope. High above the tumult, Damien sensed a shift in his own spirit. The brilliance of the Void God filled the sky and his destiny. "It looks like the full chapter text wasn't included. Could you please paste the machine-translated chapter you'd like me to revise? Once you do, I'll polish it into smooth, idiomatic English, renaming the main character to Damien and ensuring he's clearly portrayed as male." Chapter 557, God Should Be Like This. The Xandar Empire, one of the universe's foremost scientific and technological civilizations, had long ago learned that prayer offered little in the way of real power. Yet its people still whispered their hopes into the void, seeking whatever spiritual comfort they could, a bolstering of courage for whatever lay ahead. High above the capital world, in the Nova Corps headquarters, Supreme Commander Irani Rail stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of her office. Below her, the city's skyline shimmered in the light of the New Year's pilgrimage celebration, a festival of renewal and optimism. And yet, beneath the surface of this joyous display, Irani sensed a tide of change sweeping across Xandar. "Officer Dam was absolutely right," she said softly. Through the window's expansive glass, she glimpsed the distant silhouette of Void Island, an entire landmass sitting open to invasion by the heart of the world. But despite that vulnerability, no attack had come. All their intelligence had arrived in fragments, passed along by rumor and conjecture. In earlier days, Irani had leaned on Officer Dam for answers. He delivered reports with the utmost caution, revealing just enough to confirm suspicions, but rarely the full picture. Left to her own devices, she had learned to piece together those fragments, weighing each detail against her strategic judgment. Now, as Supreme Commander of the Nova Corps, she understood the difficulty of his position. If the threat was as grave as her intuition told her, and if the heart of the world truly had designs on Void Island, then even the smallest scrap of information could endanger her most trusted officers. Irani turned from the window, determination hardening her expression. The Empire might not have a god to answer their prayers, but under her command, the Nova Corps would be its own shield and its own salvation. Before he earned his reputation as one of the Nova Corps' finest officers, Damien had been a devoted member of the Void God cult. Knowledge of the cult's existence is strictly compartmentalized. Information never leaves its inner circle without express permission. Damien said nothing when he arrived, but everyone understood he'd taken his request all the way to the cult's highest council and only just received approval a few days ago. He now had the authority to warn the Nova Corps and the entire Xandar Empire that the mysterious lights appearing across the skies posed no threat of sudden annihilation. "According to my readings," he reported, "these starlights contain immense energy, yet there is no trace of malevolence in them." A hush fell over the observation deck. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning. "Miss Irani," the World Heart gently reminded the royal advisor, "you should rest." Irani waved him off without turning. "My health is of no concern," she said softly, her eyes still fixed on the heavens. "What matters is whether the Xandarian Empire will survive." The World Heart exhaled, a note of admiration in his voice. "You could endure another 20 years, mind and body." Irani allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. "Perhaps, but I've lived long enough to know when something extraordinary is unfolding. A display like this," she gestured at the shimmering tapestry of cosmic lights, "doesn't come along every year. Let me be willful tonight. I need to see it with my own eyes." For a moment, silence reigned, broken only by the soft hum of the Nova Corps' monitors. In Damien's steady gaze, Irani found the only reassurance she needed. He believed these lights harmless, and in his conviction lay their best hope for peace. His weathered face, etched with fine lines, still carried that familiar smile and the bright spark he'd always had. Even now, you could see the confident bearing of his youth. Ever since founding the Void Cult within the Xandar Empire, he had shouldered endless responsibilities, ruling the Empire, addressing the needs of its people, fielding countless petitions from across the galaxy, and constantly managing relations with the followers of the Void God. His greatest fear was that Kassadin, the Void God and the cult's founder, might one day decide to wipe out the Xandar Empire entirely. Though he had more than 20 years of life left and was growing older by the day, retirement was never an option. Yet at last, Irani Rail had extended a hand of goodwill toward the Void Cult, signaling that the Empire and the Faith could coexist peacefully. That hopeful gesture convinced him there might truly come a time when he could step down without fearing chaos or betrayal. The heart of the world, witnessing Irani's restored vigor, offered no further guidance. After all, she had already received the Xandar Empire's most advanced genetic enhancement serum, an investment in her longevity that reflected the fragile peace now taking root. In the Xandar Empire, longevity serums can extend a person's lifespan, but no one lives beyond 300 years. Even the most capable commanders rarely hold the supreme rank for more than a century. Yet for over 220 years, Irani Rael has served as supreme commander. He took up the post at age 50 and now stands at 271. Even if he were to retire this year, he'd have at most 30 years left to live. It isn't that Rael clings stubbornly to power, it's simply impossible to find anyone of equal military prestige, statesmanship, and dedication to the people's welfare. Throughout his rule, he has guided Xandar through steady development and forged countless diplomatic ties with other civilizations. The life's work of the Supreme Commander is twofold: to preserve peace and to maintain balance across the Empire. Fulfilling those duties demands true fairness, sound judgment, and profound wisdom. Those who rise to the highest ranks invariably face temptations that can twist their judgment, but Commander Irani Rael was never among their number. Throughout his decades of service, he refused all arrogance and never let personal ambition cloud his decisions. He shunned the comforts of office, spurned any misuse of power, and devoted his life entirely to the future of the Xandar Empire. Even after reaching the customary age of retirement, he remained at his post, simply because no one worthy could be found to replace him. In all of history, no supreme commander has matched his steadiness and wisdom. Truly, the Empire has never seen a better steward. Generations of would-be successors have been measured against his example, and for years, none have come close. Now, with the years finally taking their toll on Irani Rael's once unflagging energy, the Imperial Council must reluctantly prepare to name his successor. Still, in every heart there stirs the same fervent wish, that fate might grant the venerable commander a little more time, so that under his steady hand the Empire can continue to master new technologies and preserve its hard-won stability. Damien had no way of knowing what the heart of the world was contemplating. Though he was nearing the end of his lifespan, his eyes remained clear and sharp, vibrating with life rather than dimming with age. High above him, the sky was a vast sea of stars, each one a pinprick of light against the velvet night. He stared in awe, fully aware that this might be the last spectacle he ever witnessed, a cosmic panorama equal to any marvel the universe could offer. As he watched, the stars themselves began to shift. One by one, their scattered beams drew together, weaving a luminous pathway that spanned the heavens. Brilliant starlight gathered until it formed a majestic divine bridge, an artifice so splendid and otherworldly that even the Xandar Empire, with its unsurpassed mastery of cosmic technology, could never hope to replicate it. This was no mere trick of science. It belonged to the realm of the gods. Towering above the shimmering arch stood an impossibly vast figure. From the far reaches of the starfield, Damien could just make out its features. A mask crowned by a pair of twisted horns, a flowing robe in which the very cosmos seemed to converge, and golden armor that glimmered with woven starlight. Where its skin showed between the plates of armor, faint constellations pulsed and shifted, as though the universe itself had taken flesh. Damien's breath caught. He realized that in this moment he was standing at the threshold between mortal understanding and divine mystery, and he could only watch, powerless, as the world remade itself before his eyes. A pair of blazing eyes, like twin suns, cast golden light that danced among the stars in every direction. In his right hand, he gripped the starry sky blade, a magnificent weapon of intertwined gold and silver that shimmered with cosmic power. In his left hand floated the dark star, an orb of utter blackness that swallowed light itself. Before this figure, entire galaxies seemed to pale in comparison. Holy and majestic, the embodiment of true divinity should look no different. This is Kassadin, the god of the void," murmured Damien, his voice barely more than a whisper. He stood on the deck of the Shanghai Divine Bridge, heart pounding. Centuries of Xandar Empire records, tomes, holograms, even a few fragmented archival holovideos spoke of the Celestial Clan, colossal beings whose smallest members still dwarfed most starships. Yet before him now loomed a presence so vast and enigmatic that even those titanic entities seemed childlike. Damien swallowed hard. He could almost feel the weight of infinity pressing down on him. Beneath the bridge's transparent observation dome, the heart of the world's sensors pulsed in rapid succession. Radiation spikes, gravitational anomalies, energy readings beyond any known scale. This was no illusion or trick of the eye. This was a being of pure cosmic force. He steadied himself. The wonders of the universe, he thought, truly exceed any mortal imagination. And yet, for all its beauty, the sight of Cassidon filled him with a profound sense of danger. Around him, the instruments continued to whir and beep, desperately trying to catalog data that defied any earthly classification. In that moment, Damien realized how small and unprepared humanity truly was when faced with a power beyond the very fabric of creation. Word of Cassidon's coming had been sent throughout the Xandar Empire. He, the god of the void, would soon manifest. No one doubted their safety, for the instant one beheld Cassidon's true form, any thought of resistance vanished. Life or death hinged on a single realization. This was an existence beyond all defense. Countless citizens of Xandar, even the Nova Corps' finest officers, knew him to be invincible, far more fearsome than the Celestials themselves. Inside the heart of Void Island, Damien dropped to one knee, eyes wide with reverence. As expected of Lord Cassidon, supreme god of the void, he breathed. It is my greatest honor to serve as your disciple. He stared up at the colossal figure standing upon the galaxy bridge. By all that's holy, I've never seen anything like this. Stephen, standing a few paces behind Damien, remained rooted to the spot. He, too, grasped that this titan was only one of Cassidon's faces. The void god could shift into an even more nightmarish form, a mantis-like horror that embodied darkness, cruelty, and the very essence of danger. Everywhere they looked, the cosmos trembled in fear, as if no corner of existence could offer shelter. His very manifestation radiated holiness, solemnity, and mystery, compelling worship and absolute surrender. Whether clothed in brilliant light or shrouded by shadow, he remained the living symbol of Lord Cassidon's supreme authority, the god of the void. Sarah's eyes shone brighter than the stars. Lord Cassidon, god of the void, so handsome, she whispered, utterly entranced. To her, his power was infinite. She scarcely cared how he had harnessed it. All that mattered was his breathtaking presence. Tony Stark, however, felt his pulse quicken. He pressed a hand to his chest, trying to steady himself. If Thanos sees this, he muttered, he won't hesitate. He'll kill Kasadi, just to keep him from touching the Power Stone. But another thought gnawed at him. This massive void formation now rippled across the universe. Would Thanos dare seize his chance when he saw such raw cosmic might? Even as their greatest foe, Tony couldn't help but respect the Mad Titan's audacity. Damien stood apart, arms folded, watching arcane glyphs and swirling portals take shape around them. He sensed the weight of what they faced. The cult of the Void God hadn't yet reached beyond its own realm, but this cosmic display would shatter every boundary. Worlds that lay silent and unseen would now know that Cassidon's dominion extended into every star and shadow. And with Thanos on the move, the balance of power in the universe was about to be tested in ways none of them could yet imagine. Could it be because of us? Steve watched intently as Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, strode across the galaxy bridge, linking the universe to Xandar. Each deliberate step seemed to reverberate through the cosmos. Bruce Banner shook his head, his voice calm and certain. It has to be our doing. If it weren't, Cassidon would have acted long ago, and the universe would already have fallen. Chapter 558, For the Glory of the Void. Odin stood before Cassidon, the god of the void, his gaze grave as he measured the power Cassidon had just unleashed. When an entity like you acts so boldly, he said, you will inevitably draw the attention of the ancient gods, and if neither side refuses to back down, their clash won't be a mere conquest. It could annihilate countless civilizations, perhaps even rend this universe apart. He paused, weighing his words carefully. Unless you truly intend to destroy everything, you wouldn't challenge those primordial deities outright. Yet you have declared yourself fearless. I have no doubt you would emerge victorious, and might even carry us into some parallel reality to survive unscathed. But make no mistake, the cost would be the ruin of billions. The thought of such devastation silenced the hall. Odin knew that Cassidon's mastery of the void surpassed the wisdom and might of the gods of eternity or the court of life. Those ancient powers would soon realize it too, and they would have to decide whether to stand aside or to fight. Damien sat in uneasy silence as Odin addressed the assembly. To hear him speak of placing Asgard's fate in the hands of another deity was startling. From the day we first set foot on the Nine Realms, the Asgardians had never bowed to any higher power. We were more than capable of defending ourselves. Yet now, we were contemplating an alliance with Kassadin, the Void God, whose power seemed limitless. He claims he's not afraid of them, Odin said, meeting our anxious eyes. That alone shows his confidence in facing these foes. At the back of the hall, Steve leaned forward, shock still flashing in his gaze. So, when do we consider ourselves ready to conquer the universe? His voice trembled with excitement and disbelief. For the Void God cult, universe-spanning domination already felt inevitable. They had gathered the strongest champions in existence. Just the mention of their might had Steve's ambitions unfolding like stars in the night sky. When will our own Void God sect's members approach the level of the cult's top powerhouses? He pressed. Odin folded his arms, reflecting for a moment. Sooner than you might expect, but remember this, Kassadin wields a terrifying strength. If he were ever to unleash his full power, it wouldn't be a battle, it would be total annihilation of an entire world. He'll act, but he won't use everything he has. His power is simply too dangerous to release without restraint. Damien swallowed hard. To seek protection from a god whose very might could wipe out civilizations, it was a risk unlike any we had ever taken. And yet, with the universe at stake, we had no choice but to trust in Kassadin's measured restraint and in Odin's wisdom. Kassadin, the god of the void, faces down the universe's most formidable foes, even ancient deities. Naturally, the grand campaign to seize cosmic dominion falls to the Void God cult's elite warriors. Understood, Damien said, steel in his voice. I'll catch up as soon as possible. His eyes flickered with determination. He longed to prove himself in this war for the stars, rather than remain the burden he'd been in the Void conflict. If they hadn't been forced to face the undead army, he might have demonstrated more of his true strength. Yet beside the cult's foremost champions, even his best efforts seemed puny. I need to get stronger, he muttered under his breath. Beside him, Kyle craned his head to take in the immense figure before them, its presence as vast as the Milky Way. Though Kyle already stood over 2.5 meters tall, he burned with the same desire, to become even greater. Men have always looked up to titans, and Kyle was no exception. Apart from freakish monstrosities like Alex, his height ranked him among the taller members of the Void cult. But standing here, in the shadow of true cosmic power, he felt anything but towering. Chapter X. Damien stared in awe. The last time he'd seen Lord Kassadin, the god of the Void, he was already over 200 meters tall. Now the Void deity had grown even more colossal, his form stretching across vast cosmic distances. You do well to abandon these twisted ambitions and stay true to your destined path, Renoli cautioned, addressing Kyle's scheming gaze. True power isn't in corrupt schemes, but in reaching strength's ultimate threshold. Renoli's rebuke left Kyle silent. He'd hoped for the chance to exploit Kassadin's might, perhaps even coin off the spectacle, but standing before this living embodiment of the Void made any small-minded venture seem trivial. Lacey watched, her eyes shining with reverence. Every step Kassadin took spanned light years. Each movement rippled through the stars. Yet, as he stood fully manifested, his gargantuan silhouette slowly contracted. Damien exhaled, relief flooding him. The demands of the Void cult pressed him to crush Xandar beneath Kassadin's immeasurable power, and to let the Holy Spirit of the Void reign unchallenged. But Damien had his own purpose. With a final, unspoken prayer, he guided the god of the Void to shrink from galactic proportions back to a more manageable scale. The universe trembled as Kassadin's form diminished, but the core of his power remained. In that moment, Damien knew he'd upheld true justice, one that protected Xandar rather than obliterating it. Damien's arrival on Xandar was nothing short of spectacular. In an instant, his colossal form condensed until he stood just over 1 kilometer tall, still immense by any standard, yet a fraction of his true magnitude. Around him, the planet's inhabitants stared in awe, and at his side, Sarah couldn't contain her excitement. She circled him with a professional video rig, capturing every angle, every flicker of power that danced in his eyes. Once Sarah had secured the last shot, Damien raised a hand, and the chatter of the crowd quieted to a hush. His voice resonated like distant thunder. You should know that after my rest, my strength has fully returned. You need not fear anything, nor anyone. He let that settle before continuing, his tone gentle but firm. This is not an invitation to flout the commandments of the void god religion or to act without restraint. Far from it. I remain bound by those sacred laws. Damien surveyed the assembly, a faint smile at the corner of his lips. It seems you now understand my will. That pleases me greatly. For the void to endure, its will must encompass all things. I will watch over you, not only today, but in every moment to come. A hush fell over the gathering as his words sank in. He lifted his head skyward, and the air seemed to pulse with potential. Throughout your lives, myriad desires will call to you. There is no need to resist them or to fear them. Embrace your true nature and let the void guide you. With that, Damien stepped back, his presence a living promise of power held in check by purpose, and a stark reminder that the greatest strength lies not in domination, but in wisdom. Cassidon hovered above the void island, his voice rolling like distant thunder. Always keep the light in your heart. Let this guide your lifelong training toward the summit of power. When you've endured endless ages, yet preserved your sanity, your strength, your very being, and the deeds you perform will become the glory of the void, illuminating every universe. Below him stood Damien, eyes blazing with resolve as he gazed up at the god he worshipped. I swear to become the glory of the void, he declared. I will live up to your expectations, Lord Cassidon, god of the void. In that moment, even God King Odin's voice thundered across the cosmos. He had long understood that the void was a force of boundless sweep. By pledging himself to Cassidon, god of the void, Odin vowed that their combined influence would extend far beyond any single world, carrying their renown and legendary deeds to every corner of the multiverse. Damien stood at the center of the vaulted chamber on Xandar, his voice steady and reverent. In our pursuit of the void's glory, we pledge to honor the expectations of Lord Cassidon, the god of the void. At his words, every member of the void cult raised their right hand and recited the oath in unison. Their voices, at first tentative, then growing in confidence, filled the hall. I swear to carry the void's will beyond any boundary, beyond any single world. No longer shall our purpose be confined to our home or our city. We shall spread the void's truth to every corner of the universe and through all realities. May we stand together until that day when all may witness its power. When the final words echoed into silence, Damien allowed himself a small approving smile. Well done. You have taken your first true step. Now that you have received the void's blessing, we must think on a grander scale. Share its promise not only with Xandar, but with every world and every world beyond. He paused, his tone shifting from solemnity to warmth. But tonight is a night for celebration. We are reunited here on Xandar, our new home. So I say to you all, Happy New Year. A ripple of surprised delight passed through the crowd. Many had not expected such an outburst of good cheer from their leader. Then, almost as one, they shouted back, Happy New Year, Lord Cassidon. May you remain ever handsome and grow more so with each passing year. A few members giggled at the familiar tease. Sarah, standing a few paces from Damien, threw her hands up in mock surrender and laughed. Thank you, my lord. Damien turned to her and offered a single faint nod. In that simple gesture lay both gratitude and the quiet promise of the epic journey yet to come. The brilliant figure slowly dimmed, scattering into countless motes of light before vanishing into the void. Neither the radiant galaxy nor the celestial bridge was retracted. When such a rare manifestation occurs, its traces linger for a day or two. Wonderful, Sarah exclaimed, her eyes shining. Lord Cassidon heard me. He even nodded. Damien felt his heart leap. He opened his mouth to reply, Happy New Year. But before the words could fully form, Lord Cassidon faded away. Damn it, Damien swore under his breath. What was I thinking? He kicked at the marble floor in frustration. He'd arrived in time this time, unlike the last manifestation, yet when it counted most, he'd choked. If it weren't for the sanctity of the Void Temple's halls, he'd have slapped himself by now. Sonia, watching the group's mortified expressions, offered them a reassuring smile. Enjoy your time on the island, she said then, like the others, dissolved into nothingness. Damien let out a long sigh. I can't believe I blew it, he muttered. A gentle, unseen voice drifted through the chamber. Sir Damien, don't be so downhearted. There will definitely be another chance in the future, Damien muttered, watching the last of Lord Cassidy's form fade from view. Regret lined his features. Sarah slipped up beside him, gently placing a hand on his arm. Even with her workload and cultivation duties, she'd managed to devote time to observing every one of Cassidy's manifestations, and she'd even stayed to hear his New Year's blessing before he departed. Her eyes were bright with purpose. Sarah, Damien asked, turning to her, did you record Lord Cassidy's final appearance? For a moment Sarah seemed caught off guard. She'd been so absorbed in her own thoughts that she'd almost missed his question, but then she nodded confidently. Absolutely. I was in charge of all the recording instruments. Would you mind sending me the footage later? Damien continued. Later? Sarah grinned. Why wait? I can transfer it to you right now. Damien hesitated, rubbing the back of his neck. I still have to retrieve the recorders I left scattered around, then strip out the background noise and do some editing. If it's urgent, I'll send you the raw files as they are, Sarah interrupted, her smile unfaltering. Damien looked relieved but apologetic. Sarah blushed ever so slightly at his discomfort, but held her ground. Thanks to her rigorous training under Senior Sonia, she'd mastered the art of managing massive data streams, and if he needed the footage immediately, she was ready to deliver. After carefully organizing the recorded data and all related materials, Damien felt confident they could be forwarded without issue. Still, he understood all too well the importance of adapting to Mr. Rick's mood. Impressive work, Damien, Alex Ricks said, nodding at the recorder. Just compile everything, redact any sensitive portions, and send it to me. Damien allowed himself a small, relieved smile. Certainly. I'll have it on your desk by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Alex's stern expression softened. Excellent. I'll look forward to it. Very well, Damien replied, gathering his notes and the recording devices. Meta note, the third 3,000-word update is now live, bringing our total to 10,000 words. Please vote and subscribe to support the story.